Morning, everybody. Welcome to this March 6th meeting of the Charlotte City Council Transportation Planning and Development Committee. We'll start, as usual, with introductions. Over there, please. Yes, it's you.
I'm Jill Sanchez-Myers with the City Attorney's Office. I'm Jane Singleton-Myers with 3 Charlotte.
City Clerk's Office.
Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk's Office.
Maureen Gillespie, Charlotte East.
Tim Porter, Urban Forester for the city.
Allison Craig, Planning.
Malcolm Graham, Charlotte City Council District 2.
Ed Driggs, Committee Chair.
Liz Babson, Assistant City Manager.
Yolanda Jones, Planning. Anna Brownberger, Charlotte Department of Transportation.
Hi, everyone. Debbie Smith, Charlotte Department of Transportation.
Great. So I think it'll be a short meeting today. We have 2 topics. One very important subject, which is the tree canopy. And to talk about that, I guess, Allison, I'll turn over to you initially. Oh, Ms. Johnson, sorry. Online.
That's okay. Good morning. This is Renee Johnson, Council Member, District 4.
All right. So.
All right, thank you very much. This will be a brief update this morning. This is a referral that came from the budget process last year and was referred to the Environment, Engagement, and Equity Committee, and so now has come to the Transportation Planning and Development Committee. This is an update to let you know we're moving forward with the tree canopy analysis. We're doing this in partnership with other departments as well as external partners like Tree Charlotte, and what that will look like in terms of an urban forest master plan update later this year and next year. So I'm going to turn it over to Tim Porter to go through the slides. So thanks.
Thank you, Allison. Good morning, council members. Very pleased to be here to talk tree canopy policy, especially a brief update on our work to initiate a new tree canopy analysis. Next slide, please. So this is the charge, the referral that came to the Triple E committee from last year's budget process. There's a lot of stuff up there, a lot of focus areas. In summary, I think, in a high level, I can say that the first 4 bullets underneath the policy question there was really a lot of work that was completed in the tree canopy action plan, work in 2020, engagement and policy work in the comprehensive plan in 2020, and during the UDO initiative. And what we're talking about today is the next step in the cycle of monitoring where we're at, developing next steps, and a plan to go forward. So we're really, when we talk about the tree canopy analysis, we're really focused on that sub-bullet. If we could go back real quick of, thank you, metrics, and let me use my little laser here, this bullet here, recommended actions, policies. We have to do another analysis to know what is the recommendation for the future. Okay, so next slide, thank you. And I want to talk very briefly about what a tree canopy analysis is. Traditionally, these are high-level, top-down, citywide canopy analyses that are GIS-based, that look at aerial imagery, use LiDAR to determine how much canopy cover there is across the city, how much of the ground of the city of Charlotte is covered by tree canopy. And typically, they also include analyses looking at other cover like impervious, water, et cetera. Output data usually includes a snapshot of where we are with canopy cover. A change analysis is how things have changed from the previous time we checked. So we're looking to conduct an analysis looking at 2018, the last time we had a data set of canopy cover, to 2022, possibly 23, to know what the trends are. And we break that out and study it by demographics. We do growth modeling, heat mapping is very important. Just some high-level output results that usually come along with a tree canopy analysis. It's really important because it's a baseline to fund policy objectives. It really helps better position the city and our partners to be more informed, better positioned to make decisions on how to move forward, how to change, if interested, policy canopy goals. So next slide, please. Here's a timeline with a lot of stuff on it. This is intended to show on the bottom the last 5 times that a tree canopy analysis was completed for Charlotte. The city has been involved in most of these trees. Charlotte initiated the last one that was completed in 2019. That was heavily used as a baseline foundation for the tree canopy action plan and the comprehensive plan work focused on tree canopy. Above the timeline, this is really just to show that all these policy initiatives, these big steps in tree canopy work, really rely on a canopy analysis. And moving forward into the future, over the next year plus, we're looking to complete a new analysis and then really dig in to some big tree canopy items, like looking at the current canopy goal of 50% by 2050 and updating the urban forest master plan. I wanted to note also that currently industry best practices suggest a citywide or a massive study of canopy analysis should be completed every 3 to 5 years. So we're following that recommendation. There's also a policy objective adopted in the comprehensive plan that recommends the city continue to invest in canopy analyses to kind of know where we are. Thank you. Next slide. So path forward. These are the partners that are working together to get the canopy analysis initiated and completed. Jane Myers, Director of Tree Charlotte's here. We're trying to find the right model, partnership model and funding strategy to really move this forward and additional next steps related to the canopy analysis. Project funding is currently identified. We're looking at a countywide analysis. In the past, we've done both, countywide and citywide. It makes sense based on a lot of reasons. One comes to mind is Charlotte's ETJ. We regulate our ETJ. Canopy regulations are part of that, so it really makes sense to know what's going on across the whole county. A brief summary of the deliverables include a short report of major findings, major trends, how much canopy cover we have, how much was gained or lost from a net and a gross approach, and those other focus areas I mentioned earlier, change analysis, possible planting area. That's a really important item to know how to attack any problems we may have from a regulatory perspective, from a just general tree planting program perspective. We need to know what areas are available to plant to really be best informed and move forward successfully. Something I really want to highlight is this idea of a tree canopy mapping tool. This would be a really valuable tool for the community, along with the city and Tree Charlotte, to really in real time know how much canopy cover exists in their region of the city, their neighborhood, the property they live at. This tool would allow users to just circle an area and immediately the map would really produce just tree benefit data, canopy cover, how much carbon's being sequestered, how much energy savings there are, air quality improvements, et cetera. And again, moving forward, the canopy analysis is something we're targeting for completion in 2023 to serve as a major foundation to take on really big steps of looking at the canopy goal, determining if we need to keep part or any of the 50 by 50 adopted goal from 2011 and update the urban forest master plan. Both of those are council adopted, and we're planning to do that work in 2024. And I think that's all I have. And welcome any questions.
That's a lot. Committee, any questions? I'd like to welcome Mayor Pro Tem Winston to the meeting. Good morning. I have a couple of comments here. The tree canopy question is amazingly important. I remember when I first came to Charlotte, one of my earliest impressions was flying in, and it was this blanket of green. And then driving around looking at houses, was struck by how verdant everything was. At the same time, it feels to me as if we have not fully resolved the question of trees in our planning process yet. So I look forward to hearing the results of the kind of research you're talking about. I think given our assumptions about growth, 50% by 50 is probably a very tough goal to want to attain. Can you tell me what the current canopy is?
Yes, great question. Based on the analysis that was completed in 2019, looking at 2018 data, current canopy cover at that time was 45% of the city, which
Right.
was a decline from 49% in 2012. So 8% of the city's canopy was lost, approximately 8,000 acres net over that time.
So I think on that basis, we need to be realistic about what we can achieve. And one of the difficulties is the goal that we have for trees, whatever it is somewhat at odds with the goal that we have for housing. Because we intend to increase the density of housing and create more units in order to keep the cost of housing down. And that does come at a cost in terms of the land that's available for tree preservation. So what I'm hoping will come out of this work that you're doing now and our continuing council conversations is a clearly articulated policy about trees supported by a projection of where we think we can be in the future and a kind of an accountable timeline so that we are able to measure against a plan our status from time to time. It doesn't do much good to set a goal of 50%, fail to meet it, and then have no reference when you weren't able to meet it. I'm also interested from past conversations in issues like the age, health, quality of the trees, what sort of replacement is going on. We have a tree save policy right now that allows for other trees to replace ones that are removed in development. Is there a deterioration of the tree quality of the tree canopy that occurs as a result of those processes? Another question is, what about trees on private land? What is our legal ability to regulate those, and what are our intentions about those? I know we have heritage trees and some issues that are referred to in our plan, but I still think we've got a ways to go. And in my mind, we've kind of kicked this can down the road, frankly. It's a tough question, right? Because you want to keep those trees. We all value them. And yet we've got this growth situation, which in many ways is a high-grade problem to have. But it is, it creates a conflict about the trees. And I don't think we're done addressing that, resolving how we reconcile our goals for the trees. So I assume that this work will then be a first step towards development, further articulation, call it, of policies about trees. Would that be right, Ms. Craig?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, we want to get the data first and then look at our policies, look at our regulations, and see what changes we might need to make. It's also, and it's not just about regulations, it's also partnerships like with Tree Charlotte and others about planting and other programs that we can use to enhance the tree canopy. But all of that, I think, will be helpful to understand really what the trends have been and where we've had tree canopy loss. Like the last time we learned that most of the tree canopy loss had occurred in our residential areas not associated with development projects. And so that was something that led us to talking about heritage trees, even on individual lots. And so the policy and the information and the data can really help drive what our decision-making will look like.
And what we have in the UDO basically says that heritage trees can be removed, but you have to contribute to a fund for trees if you want to do that. And again, I doubt that you're going to get a like-with-like replacement as a result of that. And I've been in one or two zoning situations where these magnificent trees. So it's just painful. There are some areas in my district that are undeveloped now, and therefore nothing but trees, right? Large areas, including a petition right now for rezoning for 50 acres that has one house on it at the moment. So, okay, we will continue to work on that. I mean, at the end of the day, we have, for things like stormwater, we have almost like a separate book, right, of detailed regulations that is referred to in the UDO. We have our CAP. So I'm assuming that we need to get to a place where we've got as kind of detailed a policy and ordinances around the trees as we have developed for environment and stormwater and some of those other areas of interest of ours.
Hey, would you want to briefly just summarize the master plan?
Absolutely. The Urban Forest Master Plan is the document that does that holistic look, and we took some major steps recently in the 2040 Comprehensive Plan to look at all the focus areas, including regulatory, as Allison said, programs, partnerships with Tree Charlotte that aren't regulatory in nature, and absolutely this is the next step in founding a foundation to do the next round of updating that master plan, to really dig in and better connect and really just focus and align any policy we have for programs in the regulatory world with any canopy goals we have. So I think some major strides were taken recently, but we can certainly make improvements to find better balance among all those competing interests.
And from your slide, it looks like you've got an urban forest master plan update intended for 2024, for next year. Would that be right?
That's correct, yeah, that's going to be a very important project. That'll be coupled with a canopy goal. 50 by 50 is still the council-adopted community tree canopy goal. It's a one-size-fits-all across the city, which current industry experts don't recommend anymore as the primary focus. 50% canopy may be attainable in certain areas, but it certainly is not in dense areas. So a more focused, balanced approach that articulates certain percentage coverages or maybe planting goals with more of a focus on broader concepts such as equity. We know in certain parts of the city there's tree canopy inequity. Neighborhoods with higher populations, people of color, lower income, typically have less canopy, but still have high percentages of canopy compared to other major cities. So there's an imbalance of canopy in those areas, but also those areas are also dealing with the aging canopy issue that you mentioned, Mr. Driggs. So finding programs and regulations to address all those issues is something we want to do.
So I challenge the 50 by 50 because I really don't like it. I think we need to be a little more honest and forthright. I mean, it's a great aspiration. It would be wonderful. It's just we're below that now, and I don't see the tree canopy increasing in percentage terms. So for the benefit of advocates for trees, and I get messages from some of them, we just need to be very intentional. And my last brief comment is I hope that as we go to develop our policy, it will be informed by input from the developer community, the business community, on what the implications might be of some of the policies we want to adopt. So we have to discover that balance and not put in place a policy on trees that drives the cost of housing through the roof. Okay. Yes, sir. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. We got Ms. Johnson first. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for that information. I was a part of that equity committee that heard this presentation and that wanted to see more updated information or current information, so I appreciate it. Can you go back to the timeline, please? So when do we think that we will have the analysis completed or at least some information?
We're currently evaluating an analysis project looking at 22 data, but also possibly 2023 data to see if that's possible. Our goal is to complete analysis this calendar year. So if we use 2022 data, best case scenario is sometime this summer. But we're open to considering if there's a way to get understanding of where we are with 23 canopy cover, we might want to explore that, but also still focus on getting that completed this calendar year, likely November or December. I guess in short, I would say this calendar year.
Okay, thank you. So this is just one of those other areas that we're lacking information when we talk about infrastructure. And that's one of the reasons why I question this. We are not, council just does not have current information when we're making decisions. And this demonstrates it. We're looking at 2019 information. And I understand industry standards recommend, every 3-year analysis, but we are an extraordinary city with extraordinary growth. So I can just think of areas in District 4 where huge areas have been, leveled, and they're, how it's changed. So is there a way based on development that we're tracking any basic information as far as the tree canopy? I know there's a tree safe policy I know the last analysis, we were below our goal. And I understand what you're saying, Councilmember Driggs, are those goals realistic for a city such as ours? However, are we keeping track of any of our trends in any certain areas? You talk about urban areas or, vulnerable areas being equity of tree save or possible inequities of tree save. I understand development, but there's also the environment that we have to consider, the health of our residents that we have to consider. So I just want to know, are we keeping track? Are we analyzing the tree save at all on a comprehensive or citywide level? Are we, because are we just making decisions based on current projections of growth? We as a council, density should not be our only focus. We do have to consider, and we have a tree save policy, but we need to make those priorities, the tree save, the lack of infrastructure, the impact on schools and all of that, as I keep saying. So I just want to know, how are we capturing the tree canopy analysis currently without having this huge comprehensive plan developed?
I think we recognize, to your point about we need current information more frequently. This timeline shows 5 analyses over 16 years. While that may meet industry suggestions and recommendations, I agree 100% that Charlotte doesn't really fit that mold. What we're looking to do is to better track. So every time we do an analysis, we start at a high level, citywide assessment, and then our consultant or internally our IT folks will do secondary analysis that digs into the neighborhood level, neighborhood scale. But we want to do that more than every 3 to 5 years. We don't think it's appropriate for Charlotte. So within this analysis project, something we're really excited about is a potential new tool that would essentially do an analysis every year. It may not be a deep dive every year, but every year we would look at acquiring the imagery data to assess it. And within this tool, a subscription service, the vendor would somewhat in real time, it'd be annually, it wouldn't be day to day, but real time update our canopy cover, and we would know specifically on city, regional, and neighborhood scale any trends, any areas of concern that are improving or declining. So that's something we really want to focus on as this next project, is to get a good understanding of where we are, but also increase the frequency of when we know that. Hopefully that helped answer some of your questions.
That's exactly what I'm asking. And that's what I've been saying as a council. How are we making decisions, informed decisions without this information? Is there anything that the department could provide, like if we ask for a report now based on development, based on what we know, the development, the trees that are, being torn down? Are we keeping track of that? Could we, and I know it won't be the comprehensive report that we might want, but, when we talked about the infrastructure in our December meeting, these are the kind of questions that we ask. So what report do we have now to look at our neighborhoods or look at the specific areas? And I'll say it again, the Mallard Creek area with 20 pending developments, and I think 20 approved last year, and one of them, I think, is it 1 million square foot, the King's Grant? So I would love to have something today, or to know what we're capturing when council's being asked to make these decisions about development. What information can be provided so we can, again, have informed or information about the impact of the decisions that we're making? Is there anything that could be provided? How are we tracking this information, in real time?
We track it in a couple different ways. from a citywide canopy coverage perspective, we need to improve. That's why we're really focused on this annual tool. We track it much better for city street trees, which are assets of the city. We have workflows and divisions dedicated to managing those trees. So we have a good handle on what's happening there, tree by tree, and canopy coverage wise. But higher level assessment reports, we can provide those, but the tracking has traditionally been based on these annual significant, these periodic canopy analyses. So the report I could provide to you would be based on 2018 data right now, and part of this project going forward, I believe we recommended to the EEE committee over the summer, and we still have that same recommendation, is that we take on an annual approach that has at least a citywide snapshot of where we are now with major trends, and then every maybe 3 years we do the really deep dive into really studying on a detailed parcel level. But right now, any report we can provide is, unless it's street trees, would be based on 2018 data, Councilmember.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate the goal of improving the process, so thank you. So then, then that's up to, my colleagues for us to know that the decisions that we're making, we just don't have that information. And so that's just something for us to consider. Thank you.
And Ms. Johnson, I just wanted to comment, the decisions that we make concerning individual land use petitions need to be based on regulations and policies that we have adopted and put in place. So the process needs to be that we get the results of the research, consider the things you talked about, and then make clear what our requirements are for the purposes of people wanting to do development. And my point too was we don't have enough. I think the position that we're in right now as it relates to trees is not fully developed. So I'm with you on that, but I just want to point out that we can't take information we get about trees and then start applying it to decisions on land use without first having established what our requirements are. I have Mr. Mitchell. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I'm sorry to be, I'm a tree hugger. And that's coming a long way. Someone who used to kill trees by making 20 and 30 copies of a document. So I get it now. I really appreciate it. So first of all, I see on the presentation we're talking about project funding from existing source. So Mr. Chair, staff, do we have a current budget that we allocate for our tree canopy, and what is that dollar amount?
Sure. For this project right now, we plan to use funding that's collected annually for its removal of city trees. There's mitigation requirements. City trees are protected and not allowed to be removed unless there's a health or structural integrity hazardous issue. In cases where the trees are hazardous, they can be removed without a cost. But if there's a restriction on property access or water service or something like that, occasionally city trees are authorized to be removal. There's a mitigation requirement with that, a fee and replanting. That revenue is earmarked to go right back into tree planting work and tree inventory work for city trees. But there's also a secondary component of that funding where we reserve some when there's policy initiatives like on that timeline. Occasionally we will utilize that funding. So I would say there's no dedicated funding just for tree canopy analysis work, but we have that secondary usage of the city tree mitigation money.
And so do you have a dollar amount, a budget amount that we've used in the past?
These have ranged from $20,000 to close to $100,000. It depends on a couple items. The services probably are $20,000 to $40,000, but sometimes acquiring the base data, meaning the imagery of what year you're studying. For example, if we want to study 2022 data, we'd probably have to purchase that individually, and that would probably cost in the range of $40,000 to $60,000.
To purchase that data
Just to
for
purchase the
2022?
data before analysis.
40 to 60. And other note I just want to add is thank you for Tree Charlotte. I mean, you all have definitely educated me, informed me, and I think sometimes, Mr. Chair, what I like when I see corporations who have bought into the vision of Tree Charlotte as well, and they have the big celebration of community give back, and they're talking about we're going to plant trees, so I've been part of that. So thank you for the work you're doing for our city. And I appreciate it when visitors come, they say, boy, we love Charlotte and all the trees, so great job, and continue to make our city look good.
I think we couldn't do it without you. So thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I certainly got an education from Tree Charlotte on air quality and the many different ways in which that healthy tree canopy is important for us. And don't we also, or haven't we in the past provided grants, like financial partner grants to Tree Charlotte? So that was an investment we made as well.
Exactly.
Mr. Winston.
Yes, thank you. And I also agree with Mr. Mitchell's sentiments. I've had some family in town the past couple weeks, and first thing that they mention are the trees. It definitely stands out. Folks that come from all over the country, regardless of the direction they're coming from. So it's certainly something that we need to prioritize. And I think, Tim, you might have answered part of my question. I guess what I'm kind of thinking about is how this tree canopy analysis and the path forward, how it's kind of how we interact with it. I think that's some of the questions that Ms. Johnson had as well. But so if I'm understanding this right, the tree canopy analysis is, and going back to what I learned during the UDO and comp plan development, this is not going to deal with all trees, right? This is looking at specifically trees that are categorized as canopy trees. Is that correct?
Excuse me, partially. Sorry. The methodology and technology is so good now. Sorry, hopefully you didn't hear me coughing there. The technology and the methodology is so good now that actually you can work with a vendor to place a height designation. So you can capture just about any tree. Sometimes trees are shaded by other trees, so understory trees or small trees that are underneath really big trees, sometimes they get left out. But you can capture any tree 6 feet or taller. Yep.
And that's, I guess that's kind of the direction I want to go down for a few minutes. I think for this process, whether it's one time or continuing, again, to Mr. Driggs' point, is that we create policy that addresses issues that come up through the city and the city development. As this analysis or these analyses go on, I think it would be really helpful if we were able to kind of be able to kind of cross-reference it with some policy areas, specifically, for instance, thinking about stormwater and impervious runoff, right? Strategy of tree strategy, whether it's canopy trees, street trees, or whatever, to address the issues as we continue to develop, right? Not every tree has to be a canopy tree, for instance, to add to the pervious surface of developments, which can help with flooding, floodplain issues, and stormwater runoff, right? Thinking about other things like invasive species, like kudzu or the Bartlett pear tree, the Bradford pear trees, right? That have real fiscal effects on our operations, right? On our public safety issues. How can we strategize about, for instance, getting rid of those things, which would include some type of cutting or removal? We wouldn't want to get that kind of caught up in the idea of that adding to the canopy or green cover, and somehow creating policies that prevent those removals, you know? So I guess just continue to think about how do we use this, again, as a useful tool. While the cover is important, the canopy cover is important, I think we on council are thinking about the kind of menu of issues that come from trees existing or tree removal. And I don't want it to be kind of too narrow of an outcome, you know, for whatever changes that we make this analysis process.
I appreciate that thought, and that's something we've been thinking about is, we're not too far away from a time where it was just trees are good, let's plant more trees. We can definitely be more strategic and intentional on specific scalable goals. If there's higher temperatures in a certain area, we can mobilize, working with our partners potentially, and target that to get more trees in the ground quicker. That's something I think it's very important, is to be focused on specific targeted objectives for analysis, but also then to take action on that. One thing we'll be looking at is temperatures. We'll be also studying heritage trees to see how many there are, to be better informed, to see if that regulation makes sense. Should it be amended in the future? I appreciate those thoughts, Councilmember.
So I think one thing that you can take away from a number of what you've heard is there's some urgency here, and trees are a big part of the vision that we have for the city. And so we need to recognize their importance in the scheme of how we prioritize the policies we make, as Ms. Johnson pointed out. And I will mention also, we're starting our budget process now. So if there's a resource issue, we have some available capacity from ARPA that might serve to fund like one-time projects to help get us moving. But I wouldn't want to see this take longer because we hadn't made a big enough commitment to it compared to some of the other things we're doing. Everybody good? Let's move on to our second agenda item, which is the review of current boards and commissions. And I'm disappointed to see that not everybody brought along their book with all the boards and commissions' annual reports.
Have a conversation with trees.
I didn't print it. Good point. Good point. There must be at least a year's worth of growth right there. This came up, if everybody remembers, we got into the review. Thank you, Mr. Porter. This came up partly because one committee in particular, the Privatization and Competition Advisory Committee, communicated to us that they really felt that they weren't doing useful work, meaningful work, and therefore they questioned whether this committee was still relevant, having been created 20 years earlier. That led to a council discussion questioning whether all of the committees ought to be reviewed and considered as to their continuing relevance. That's how we got where we are. We started then a council process through which the various boards and commissions were assigned to council committees based on the relevance to that committee's work. So we were assigned a number of them, and our goal with this conversation is to consider whether that committee's work is still relevant, whether we should consider making changes to our committees. And with that, I think I'll turn over to Ms. Babson.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Driggs. So again, just as a reminder, this was a referral to the committee by the mayor based on council discussion from September 12th, 2022. And the charge was for this referral that we assess and make recommendations specific to each of the boards and commissions and their continued purpose moving forward, whether you want to think about restructuring or disbandment. And so in support of that effort, we have provided you with a tremendous amount of information. So as Councilmember Driggs just shared with you, council was provided both electronically and in the way of a hard copy notebook a lot of comprehensive information on all boards and commissions. And so again, each committee will be having this same discussion today. And included in that packet is an overview of each board or commission, their annual report, and survey results provided for each of those boards and commissions in order to help facilitate a discussion by committee members for consideration of this referral. So again, you have information on the current role of each board and commission. You have the alignment to city services, and then you can have a conversation about consideration for any changes. But before we jump into that discussion, next slide, please. Just a reminder, let's take a step back and remind ourselves why these boards and committees and commissions exist. And they are to advise and or make recommendations on pertinent issues, policy making, and project development and implementation. Some of these, and you will see this in the coming slides, particularly for our committee, some of these have very specific regulatory and quasi-judicial responsibilities. And they are also, in some instances, shared across external partners, for example, the county. Next slide, please. So this slide shows you the 11, I believe it is, that we have today, boards and commissions associated with Transportation Planning and Development Committee. The ones that are highlighted are impacted by the UDO implementation. We'll talk about that in just a moment. But you'll see from this list that there are a number of boards and commissions that have an asterisk beside them, which indicates that they are regulatory and or quasi-judicial in their function, which means that city council and a committee could not easily have discretion to just make changes to that without further consideration and discussion. Next slide, please. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Allison because we do have a unique opportunity here in this conversation to talk about some of the changes to the boards and commissions that are coming as a result of the new UDO and its implementation.
Thanks, Liz. Yeah, I'll just go through each of these just to let you know how they're changing or what may be happening to these different groups as a function of UDO implementation. I'll start first with the Alternative Compliance Review Committee. This will be discontinued. We've worked a lot of flexibility into the ordinance, but even prior to that, which of course is not effective yet, we really haven't met, this group hasn't met in the last year, and so we're recommending discontinuing that from the UDO perspective. The Charlotte Tree Advisory Commission, this group would still continue to hear appeals that are non-development in nature, so things related to heritage trees on individual lots would be something that might go to this particular group, but anything development related would go to the UDO board. Zoning Board of Adjustment would be replaced and reestablished as a UDO Board of Adjustment. We're still looking at what the membership of that looks like because this board will be hearing things broader than zoning, so they'll be hearing things relating to stormwater and trees, and so need to think about what the constitution of that group should look like. Stormwater Advisory Committee is similar to the Tree Commission. Anything development related would go to the UDO board. Anything like an appeal of a fee or something like that would continue to remain with this group. Planning Commission, the only change really is that subdivision appeals would go to the UDO board. For some reason that's called out in the interlocal agreement that it goes to the Planning Commission, but it really should be part of the UDO board. And then the Historic District Commission, we have a new historic district in the UDO called Street Side. So if you remember from prior conversations with council in the past, Street Side is a new kind of historic district tool that we'll have for preservation, and it really only is for the first 50% of the building, and so it's the front facing part of it, and then anything in the back would not have to fall within the Street Side Historic District regulations. So I guess I'll turn it back over to you unless.
Mitchell. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Allison, just a couple of questions. Little Pasture was on the Board of Adjustment. I served in 1996. That was kind of my first board. And so the membership, I remember, was a little different. And so will we be able to take those members and automatically roll them over to UDO, or would there be a new selection process for the new UDO Board of Adjustment? What is our thinking?
We're still working on that, so I don't have an answer for you right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Wondered the same thing. Good question.
Next slide, please. All right, and so here, this is a summary of all that we just shared with you, and most importantly, again, we have the regulatory quasi-judicial committees, boards and commissions that are indicated with an asterisk. The two that are marked out, both the first and the last on the list, are going to be dissolved effective June 1st of this year as a result of the UDO. And then we have a new UDO Board of Adjustment that will be effective June 1st. And so all of that summarizes what Allison just described to you. So next slide, please. This is just another way to look at that list and make it a little bit more digestible. So on the left, you see the city-sponsored boards and commissions, and again, those indicated with an asterisk are the ones that are regulatory and or quasi-judicial in their function. And then everything on the right is a shared joint responsibility with Mecklenburg County. And then there are two associated with transit that support CATS in this organization, and they're city, Mecklenburg County, and the towns. Next slide, please. And so here's another way to look at that list of 10. Again, 6 of those are quasi-judicial in their function, and then 4 are joint partnerships with the county and/or the county and the towns. So there are really no individual boards and commissions that are solely the responsibility of the city council without a connection to something in our regulations. And with that, we can have additional discussion, or Chair, I will turn it back over to you.
Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let me just make an overall statement that I think our board and commissions are a great tool for our citizens to get involved and address some of the issues we have with our community. And Mr. Chair, I know later on today in the other meeting, we're going to talk about privatization. And back in the day, privatization was a very effective committee that we really rely high on. But Mr. Chair, I'm going to go back to the point you made. And I would hope that if any of these boards and commission have any monetary in the budgets that we need to incorporate during our budget conversation, that they send those budget kind of during our March timeframe. What I would hate to do, we get to May, when we start voting on our budget, and some of the recommendations that might have a monetary impact, we don't get those till late. So I don't know how we need to relay that message to our committees, but we need to make sure that they know my budget workshops and feel comfortable to bringing their budget requests to the city council. Thank you, sir.
Good point, Mr. Mitchell, and we'll have an opportunity during our report out session tonight to communicate to the full council on that in case other committees are looking, because I agree with you. Yes, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too want to echo Councilmember Mitchell's response in terms of the importance of the boards and the commissions, not only in terms of the charge that they have within their boundaries, but also as a training laboratory for future constituents and citizens who want to come here and be a member of the council or the Board of County Commissioners. I think those are excellent training grounds so that there's no surprises if someone should run and win in terms of how government works and the rhythm of government and the limitations of what we can do based on rules and regulations. And I think, just like Councilmember Mitchell, I probably served on so many boards and commissions before I even ran. Right. And so when I got here, there was a level of understanding of how the body works. And I think we've lost a little bit of that, and it's really apparent to me. But I guess the question is, when do we get updates from them, and how do we incorporate those updates to the committee so that, one, they feel a part of what we're doing, 2, we know exactly what they're doing, and we can add input along the way. And so how does that look, Mr. Chairman? And is it quarterly? Is it by twice a year? Is it annually? I mean, so that there's some type of communication between the committee and the boards that we kind of work with.
So I would point out that given the constraints on our time, having a regular process for reports from all these boards and commissions would be a difficult commitment for us. So I think we would have to establish a standard for staff to recognize things, and maybe more frequently than has been the case, where the activity of one of the boards and commissions should be brought to our attention in committee or incorporated into a conversation that we're having about some of the topics that they work on. I mean, keep Charlotte beautiful. Look at our litter problem, right? I can think of a lot of examples like that where one of these boards and commissions is probably working on something that's of concern to us and we're not hearing from them.
Exactly.
So I think I would just make that recommendation, Mr. Graham, that we have a better process for having a member of the board or commission come and speak to us in a meeting, or we circulate a report from them about some conclusions they have reached, the recommendations they have, and give them a more immediate sense of involvement. I know that, again, the reason that all of this started was PCAC in particular, and that committee felt like they were just underutilized. I mean, you had some very capable people signing up and thinking maybe they could act like consultants to the city, and then there just weren't really a lot of projects where their work could be incorporated into the staff and the council process. So they worked for a long time on cemeteries. They got the impression that the conclusion of that work was never really looked at by us. And if you read the report on cemeteries from PCAC, you know, congratulations. Hope it was electronic. So that is the reason we're having this conversation. And I will tell you that having previewed these slides, my own conclusion was I don't see much scope for us to do anything with these. I mean, if we wanted to do anything about something that involves the county, at most, we would make a recommendation to the county that we didn't feel that committee was worthwhile, at most. I don't really see personally a basis for that. And if, as we were told, if you start messing with some of these regulatory and quasi-judicial ones, you have to start looking a lot harder at what that means or what the requirement may be for them to exist. And I don't see a need. I mean, I'm with you guys. I think the participants in most of these value the opportunity to be involved in government and to engage with the staff and discuss some of the issues that they're passionate about. And so my own inclination is to suggest to this committee that we conclude we will support the UDO incorporation process. It sounds like that the Alternative Compliance Review Committee termination is kind of done. Is any action needed for that, or is that just going to stop?
That's a great question. Is on that. On the alternative compliance, is there an action by council to actually terminate that committee?
So I suspect what you'll do is you'll do that all as a bundled item whenever you come forward with changes for the other ones.
Yeah.
I apologize. Thank you.
Does
And then
this
Ms.
committee
Johnson.
need to make a recommendation about that, about them, to the effect that we concur with the suggestion that they would be discontinued?
Yes.
So, Ms. Johnson, I think you're waiting to speak.
Thank you. I wanted some more information about the UDO Board of Adjustment. How will those individuals be appointed, or what's the process for that?
So the process for being appointed to that board is the same as the other ones. So you can go online and apply. We are still looking, as I mentioned, about the constitution of that, just because those individuals will hear things that are more than zoning going forward. So they'll be hearing things related to stormwater, trees, and so may need to have some expertise in those areas. And so this is something we're still working on right now.
Okay, so if it's effective June 1st, 2023, does that mean the application process is June 1st, 2023, or that's when we hope to have that board seated and in place?
So the individuals that are serving on the Board of Adjustment right now could continue serving on that, but it's something that we're looking at. Do we need to expand the expertise on that board to ensure that they have an understanding of stormwater and trees and other types of cases that they may hear, or do we have subgroups of that? So we're still looking at that right now.
Okay, and can you go back a couple slides so I can see the responsibilities of that Board of Adjustment? It was the slide that where you showed the appeal process and what appeals would be heard by that board.
Slide 5, Wendy. That's it.
Yeah, no. Actually, just say replace.
I'm not sure we had a slide that
Yeah.
described the functions as such. Did we? Maybe I
Well,
missed
not that detail, but there was, okay, maybe it was this one. Okay, so the appeals for the the Charlotte Tree Advisory would go to the UDO Board of Adjustment. I just wanted to know what the process is for someone to serve on this board. This is a very important board, so I wanted to make sure that the process was transparent and clear on what the next steps were.
Sure, I'll be, if we can, let me double check with the attorney's office and the clerk, just to make sure that we're clear on what that process is, and we can provide that in a follow-up report.
Yeah, because I was looking at the planning commissions, the subdivision appeals will go to the UDO board and the tree advisory commission, so I just wanted more information. Thank you.
Did you wish to speak, Mr. Mitchell?
Mr. Chair, I didn't know, did you want to officially have a motion to support staff recommendation?
Yes, I want to be sure I heard everybody, but yes. So I would suggest that we have a motion to support the recommendation that the Alternative Compliance Review Committee be discontinued as of June 1st, and that no changes be made other than as implied by the UDO to any of the others.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion of that? Well,
I have a
Johnson?
question.
Yes, go ahead.
Is that something that we should take and hear public comments about? Make the recommendation, but before we actually
Well,
discontinue, solve the committee, is that something we'd want to hear from the public about, so we hear the pros and cons of doing that?
So, Ms. Johnson, I would suggest that in our full session tonight, when we have the report out, since other committees are also considering these issues, that would be a good time to take that up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So then I vote yes to move.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We have one yes vote already. We're going great. How about everybody else?
Yes.
Yes, okay, that's unanimous. And you got that wording for the motion that we're going to make tonight, right? Thank you. Good. I think with that, we're done with our agenda. Mr. Winston?
Just two things I'd like for the committee to consider. Two things I'd like for the committee to consider, maybe tackling, maybe something to think about as a whole council. Update on UDO text amendment process. I mention this because I saw a constituent post an amendment that was filed by the planning department this weekend, and I'm just thinking about how to keep us all on the same page, moving forward. And also, second one is a little deeper, I guess. Is there a way that this committee could meet with the CMS board equivalent in the near future? I've been paying some attention to the CMS bond package and thinking about some of the issues we have been facing in our own body. I think about some of the rezonings and developments that we have dealt with around new types of school development. I think about our new zoning districts, place types, and growth strategies and how they will affect neighborhood development and therefore school development. I hear the county commission this weekend mention that in order to build, to build these schools, it will take a significant tax increase. I also think about the fact that CMS in some ways runs a larger public transit system than we do and has similar issues around staffing, maintenance, and abilities to provide service. And I'm wondering if there are better ways to move people around our city and county, if we have better collaboration around that, if not, find ways to take consolidated approaches. So, something I just want to put out there to the committee.
So, Mr. Winston, I think those are both valid topics for council consideration. I would like to adhere to the referral process through which committees get their work, which once again, tonight we'll be talking, and you can either get the majority vote or you can get one of the mayor or the manager. But I would like to have a specific written referral that defines what it is we're supposed to do and authorizes us on behalf of council to undertake that work. So let's talk about that a little later if we can.
Thank you. I'll bring that up.
All right. Do we have anything else?
No, sir.
I guess I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
All right, everybody get up and leave. So let's talk about that a little later if we can.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have anything else?
Wendy, can you hear us? We're ready to go live when you are.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, everybody, to Budget Governance and Intergovernment Relations Committee. Okay. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. Welcome to our committee. You might see a change today. It's normally a lovely young lady who appears as the chairman, and fortunately for us, she's home, just gave birth to her second bundle of joy. So we wish Councilmember Asmir and the new baby girl, we say hello, and we're hoping you get rest and hurry up and get back here. I'm Vice Chair James Mitchell, and I'd like for all the committee members to introduce themselves, starting with the gentleman who has the studio. Could you please introduce yourself, sir?
Well, thank you, Smudgy, coming live to you from the studio, Tark Bakari, committee member.
All right. Thanks, Tark, with the flavor. The young lady right beside me.
Lawana Mayfield, committee member.
And then I would like to council members who are here to introduce themselves.
Braxton Winston, Mayor Pro Tem.
And now can we have staff, starting off with the man who was in Asheville. I saw him on a Zoom call walking around downtown Asheville.
Yes, Dana Fenton with the City Manager's Office.
Ryan Bergman, Budget Director.
Bree Harris with Strategy and Budget.
Strategy and budget.
And Phil, the other.
Ricker, Director of Funeral Services.
Ethan Smith, Strategy and Budget.
Sherry Smith, Strategy and Budget.
Kirk Spence, City Clerk's Office.
Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk's Office.
Mike Davis, Stormwater Services.
And I think, Dana, we might have some other guests on the line joining the meeting.
Yes, I think I heard John Easterling with KTS Strategies, our state contract lobbying firm, was on there. And
Yes.
Great. Good to see you, John. And furthermore, I believe that Shauna Watley from Holland and Knight may be on the call now.
Okay. So staff and committee, we have 3 agenda items, and hopefully I'd like to get to a 4th one. And so without further ado, let me turn it over to Dana Fenton, and Dana will lead us through the first agenda item called engagement strategy. Dana?
Thank you, Vice Chair and committee. Thank you for having me today. The engagement strategy, this was a referral from Mayor Lyles in the fall after the committee was formed. Last time we discussed this was at the January 3rd meeting. The committee provided a thumbs up to it at that time. And just have a couple of updates to provide to you in this month's rendition. Next slide, please. Okay, great. Again, the direction that staff received back in the fall was to focus on mobility because it is a regional focus. And again, we had talked about before about the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance delegation. It covers 11 North Carolina counties. And of course, Charlotte Regional Business Alliance is a partner with us on mobility issues. And I think we noted before that the breakdown of Republicans and Democrats in this region is really, really close to that of the General Assembly as a whole. So we feel like we've got a pretty good coverage there. Next slide. And we've updated this chart since the last time, regional delegation members in key positions. And in this chart, I have focused upon folks who hold leadership positions in either the House or the Senate. In this case, Speaker Moore in the House and Senator Newton in the Senate. He is now the Senate Majority Leader, in addition to being the chair of the Finance Committee. And then there are other members as well who hold key positions where you talk about finance, appropriations, or the Transportation Committee meetings, which would be the likely committees that any mobility-related legislation would be heard. Next slide, please. Once we get to a point where the region comes back with a funding and financing plan that it can accept, then we can work with our partners at the Central Atlanta Regional Council, the Business Alliance, and the Metropolitan Transit Commission in putting together the required position statements and talking points. Next slide, please. And then in terms of dates, we don't have any dates set aside yet for visiting with the General Assembly, but I did want to give you an idea of what the considerations are. We've had a version of this slide before. With all of the different things that are going on here at the City of Charlotte and in other localities as well, plus what the General Assembly is looking at in terms of their order of business this year, there's a lot of things there you got to take into consideration. Right now, Tuesdays and Wednesdays are the best days to visit with the General Assembly. It is possible to do it on a Thursday, but you're not going to find a lot of people there. I will say, a couple weeks ago, I was up there on a Thursday with Mayor Pro Tem, and we did visit with a few people that day. And then we have other things that are going on. I'll bring up one with you right now, April 10th to the 14th. That's the week that the General Assembly will be taking spring break. The 9th is Easter Sunday. And that's been a new thing for the General Assembly in the past few years. And then, of course, crossover week is the week of May 2nd through the 4th. And crossover, for those who are not familiar with that term, that is the day that legislation has to be out of its house of origin in order to be further considered this session. It's a jam-packed week of votes. Many bills will be voted on. Sessions typically go late in the day. And it's, of course, Thursday, May 4th is the actual crossover day. So after that, things start getting a little bit hairier for the General Assembly, frankly. This year, the General Assembly, the House of Representatives, will be coming out with its budget first this session. And they plan to bring out their budget and get it passed the House by April 6th, which is about a month earlier than usual. But of course, after that, the budget would have to go over to the Senate. And so typically, the Senate probably would not take up the budget until sometime after crossover. So May is going to be a really, really hectic month as well. And we do expect, we've just been hearing a lot from folks about the desire to adjourn this session in late June, before the 4th of July. Last couple of years, they have spent an awful lot of time up there. It takes a toll on people and takes the opportunity for work away from a lot of people outside the General Assembly as well. So there's going to be a real effort to try to get done by June 30th this year. So, Vice Chair, that is all I have for the presentation, and I'd be glad to answer any questions that anybody has.
Councilmember Bakari and Councilmember Mayfield, any questions? And then I have a couple for Dana, but I want to yield to the committee members first. Councilmember Bakari?
All good.
Councilmember Mayfield?
All good, sir.
Okay. So, Dana, go back to the slide, because I just want to make sure we have these in sequence. The one that shows communication strategy. I think it's slide number 5. Thank you. And so the position statement talking points, is it a goal we would do that collectively with our regional partners?
Yes, sir.
And so, I love it. Here's my big ask. When do we expect for that to take place? Because I think, to me, we need to have our position statement and talking points before we really set dates and go to Raleigh. Just make sure we're all on the same sheet of music.
Well, essentially, Zach, we would have to wait until there's a regional funding and financing plan that's been accepted by the region.
Oh, wow. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, we're limited by that at this point. But, another alternative, Mr. Vice Chair, is that, which I've brought up before, a couple of the weekending messages I've sent out to the City Council, is that the council can certainly, we could always arrange time for the council to go up to Raleigh.
Okay.
And still meet with legislators, which would be very productive. We did that last month.
Okay.
The day, February 22nd, when Mr. Winston was up for the North Carolina League of Municipalities Town and State Dinner. And we have another opportunity coming up in 2 weeks on March 15th, Wednesday, March 15th. If anyone can't make it on that Wednesday, we could do some visits the day after as well. As I said before, there's not going to be a lot of people around, but there could be still very, very helpful conversations.
Councilmember Mayfield.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Dana, clarification for March 15th. Are you saying that there won't be a lot of people March 15th, or after March 15th, there won't be a lot of people?
There'll be a lot of people there on Wednesday, March 15th, the day after on the 16th. Typically, Thursdays are a getaway day for the General Assembly.
And for the 15th, what time is the current meeting scheduled for?
The event is scheduled from 5:30 to 7 p.m. It's going to be held at the North Carolina Museum of State History, right next to the General Assembly building.
5:30 to 7:30 p.m. Okay.
You think we can make?
Yeah, we need to make that.
So Councilmember Mitchell and I are going if you will please send the information to our staff liaisons, I'll move some things around on my calendar so that we can attend the 15th.
I would be glad to, yes.
Now, you all know I'm a little ADD, and so I'm going to go ahead and admit up front. But I just think there's a lot of work we should be doing in Raleigh, I guess, building, to your point, Dana, building a relationship and meeting with key people. So I want us to have an aggressive engagement strategy. And I just feel like we stuck in neutral. Is it just me, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, well, I think, this is, it's up to the council to get out of neutral.
Right.
That's going to be on us. As Mr. Fenton said, we were up there on Wednesday and Thursday a couple weeks ago. I plan on being up there Wednesday and Thursday on the 15th and 16th, although Mr. Fenton said, that's the legislative, basically it's the legislative Friday. That's what they consider it up there. But I think it's just good, and this is the response I got, to just to have members up there walking the halls, getting to know people. It can be about specifically about mobility, or it could just be about our legislative agenda. We do have a legislative agenda, which folks within our delegation are working on, but there's also work being done in interests around those specific things from folks from all across the state, right? Most of those things on there are not local issues; they're statewide issues. So we already do have specific places that we can engage, but on top of that, I think it's also just good. Part of this is to build relationships, right? So not just folks from this committee. If we can get council members up there with Mr. Fame, because I will tell you one advantage that we have up there is Dana. He's very well respected up there. People know him, and he gets things done. There are a lot of opportunities just for casual conversations. People like when Charlotte is in the building. We were able to meet with some folks from the surrounding region and just hear things that are important to them. And that seemed pretty effective. On top of that, there are other leaders from across the state that show up, not just legislators, different municipal leaders sometimes. So that can be a common place, again, to just help build those relationships. So again, I will be up there on the 15th and 16th, and I'll continue to try to make time to get up there as possible. I'll also say, while we were up there, we sat in on a session of the House, and Representative Sane mentioned, he announced to the chamber that he, along with Representative Carney, were starting the Greater Charlotte Caucus. So, and they invited representatives and senators. I think they wanted to do it bicameral, where they included folks from the region into that to talk about issues surrounding the Greater Charlotte area. But he also invited members from around the state. So I think this committee and council as a whole should certainly find ways to engage or be privy to whatever conversations are happening. I don't know the official kind of meeting calendar for that, But we should know when that happens, and I would think it would certainly be a good thing if, if we could have representation up there just listening to speak back to the council as a whole. I think that's one of the biggest things that we can do is just listen, so that we can have better engagement and, again, relationships over the long haul. So we can get out of neutral, and I don't think we have to wait on anything for other people to do to get out of neutral.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Bakari, how does March 15 look on your schedule? I do think Mayor Pro Tem brought up an excellent point. We can start the engagement, and I would like to make sure the committee, if they can fit in their schedule, join Dana and Mayor Pro Tem, and then I'll open it up tonight. We do the report out and open up to Mayor and the entire council. How's your schedule, sir, on the 15th?
Yeah, I'll already be there.
Okay.
I would just, so I guess committees where we're supposed to have like practical, no BS conversations, right? So let's do that now. I think Braxton's right. Us being up there is important. For them to see us, very much agree on that point. But there comes a certain point where are we trying to make best friends with people, which is obviously relationships are important, or do we have a specific ask, right? And I don't, like, we have a legislative agenda that we all aren't fully agreeing on, and if even for those who do, it's highly generic, right? So the question is, like, when I go up there, I have very specific asks of things that are accomplishable, that are tactical. I don't think that one of the reasons we're neutral, aside from us not going up there a lot, is that we don't have a specific ask. And we've had conversations, I've had many. So I think the question is, is it just build relationships for the longer term that we'll utilize a couple of years down the road? Then I think we're doing the right thing by trying to be there more. If it's trying to actually figure out how to get something important and meaningful done, I think we've got to really look inward and have a tough conversation with ourselves to say, are we actually listening to their feedback in things that would enable us to get a win? I'm not sure we've done that yet.
Thank you, Councilmember Mayfield.
Thank you. Councilman Bakari, I want to ask a follow-up question, because if you've been up there and you've had specific asks, are those asks that have been identified by this committee or the asks that you have shared with this committee? Because it will be difficult for, as the committee moves forward with having conversations and encouraging other council members, if there are multiple conversations that are happening in Raleigh, if you're going up with specific asks and those specific asks are not aligned with what we have been discussing as a council.
No, yeah, I don't go on behalf of this council at all, even remotely. I go on behalf of myself as an individual, and I've gotten a lot of things done, probably more than the body of council has.
Okay,
And I
so
think there's a lesson to be learned in that.
So when you say you're going to be up there next week anyway, you're going to be up there on your behalf, not on behalf of Charlotte City Council.
I'll be there on behalf of all of us too. Yeah, sure.
Mayor Pro Tem, follow up.
Yeah, I think, it certainly is always effective to tell people, what you want and why you want it, and to make asks. I have found that it is also very valuable, as we know some of the issues that we're dealing with are going to take some time to hear where people are at. For instance, around mobility. There are a lot of people that have a lot of ideas around mobility. We were able to talk to plenty of folks from around the region who are doing things around rail, for instance. Several studies, several projects that are going on that we had not heard of yet, right? That are not necessarily part of our plans. We're able to hear about work that other representatives and senators are doing with folks from our delegation around things like the environment and environmental justice that we perhaps are not privy to, but come up in some of the concerns that we have from our constituents. So while we certainly do have specific asks that we can make on behalf of the council and in our legislative agenda, and we're working to figure out more specific asks around those, which I encourage us as a council to do. But in the meantime, there is much valuable work. Yes, from a personal basis to get to know these people that we don't get to see very often.
Halfway supporting, is Braxton halfway supporting? What?
Halfway supporting what, Ms. Lyles?
No, he's halfway supporting, sounds right, Vi.
Okay, thank you. I just wondered about how it would work.
What?
I'm sorry.
No, we need clarification.
That you can mute now.
The mayor has.
I will.
Mayor has the floor. Mayor, when you said I'm sorry, can you say it again, Mayor? Your question?
She's back on mute.
Mayor? Okay, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
But there is much valuable information that we can get. For instance, as we're thinking about mobility, and there are a lot of when we had the discussion around the 1 cent sales tax, right? There were a lot of concerns at our retreat. There were a lot of concerns about council members about who was thinking about that in places like, for instance, in Gaston County or Union County. There are folks that are out there thinking about that, and they're having conversations in their community. And that is the place where we as a council, if we do work together and we do work on behalf of the council and then bring that information back to the full council, that can help us push those things forward and better inform the asks that we will make once we have enough information and enough of a more well thought out ask. So. I just can't understate how important it is for us to be up there regularly, to use the force of 12 of us, to have a constant presence up there and be speaking to them and also bring that information back. Windows and mirrors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Lyles. I didn't know the mayor was on. Mayor? Okay. So, thanks everyone for the comments. So, let me recap if I heard all the input. Number one, relationship building is very important. I totally agree. So, I think this is the phase we need to implement now. Be seen, build relationships up there. So, at least I think we got 5 of us might be there on March 15th. Mm-hmm. So, Dana, the question becomes, do we get there around 12 and try to schedule some meetings prior to the 5 o'clock? Or the 5 to 7 would be sufficient?
Mr. Mitchell, I'm going to be up there all day.
Okay.
In fact, I'm probably going up that Tuesday. I'll be there through Thursday.
Okay.
I am available all day Wednesday and Thursday to arrange meetings. Get up there as early as you want. It would be great if we had, 4 or 5 members of council up there going all around together. That would be wonderful.
Okay.
I was thinking 2 or 3, but okay, that's what you're doing.
Okay. So I think we have Mayor Pro Tem, who will be up there, Councilmember Bakari, Councilmember Mayfield, and myself, and we invite hopefully Mayor and maybe Dante Anderson, and then Councilman Graham might join us as well.
Yep. More the merrier.
More. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just to that end, the event on the 15th, of course, is going to be the Regional Business Alliances reception, where they will be talking about their legislative agenda. Okay. So I'm going to be meeting with their representatives just to get a little better understanding about how they're going to be presenting and where there is maybe common ground to understand how they'll be lobbying that day. Again, might be something that we all can do.
I got Dana, and I have Councilman Mayfield. Councilman Mayfield?
So for clarification, today's the 6th. We're talking about doing this next week. At what point, if Mayor Pro Tem is having a conversation with the Alliance, when do we, those who are going, get together to make sure that we're on the same page and we don't have anyone up there speaking towards their own agenda, but we're collectively speaking towards the agenda for this council?
Ms. Mayfield, just if you want, I can make your folks know. I can let you know when my meeting is with the Alliance. Happy to open that up to other council members if folks are cool with that.
Got a couple things to say about that.
Okay.
Great question, Councilmember Mayfield, because this Friday, we'll be having our state delegation briefing here at the Government Center in Room 367 at 1:45 p.m. We'll present formally the state legislative agenda. This is hot off the press on Friday. You'll be receiving your copies of it. I'll also be providing talking points about each of the issues so that you can work from those when we go out to visit with legislators. And those will be ready this week. And furthermore, we'll work with those same documents next week as well.
Committee, let me go back to one point on the communication strategy, because I did not want this to get lost on us today. This meeting right here, I think is a very important meeting, but I think we need to set some dates or some parameters around it, so we're not talking about this in April and May, because I think this is very important. You're talking about regional partners. So, Dana, is it fair that we would take the lead on making this meeting take place, or is there someone else taking responsibility of bringing this meeting to fruition?
We're talking about the meetings next week?
The work with the regional partners on developing part of the strategy?
Oh, that would have to take place after there's a plan that's agreed to. And I think right now is that probably, I think that it was something that we were planning to do anyways after that point.
Okay, we, the city of Charlotte?
I was going to be calling my contacts at the Business Alliance and Regional Council and MTC to get those going.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Councilmember Bakari, any more discussion on our engagement strategy?
Oh, good.
Okay, and so Dana touched on it, so Dana, can you do, please, recap about March 10th, the meeting coming up Friday? I think it's a very important meeting, our delegation. 1:45 in room?
267.
Okay.
It's an odd time for a meeting, but that was the only option we had. Lunch will be served to you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Still get lunch, all right.
I'm glad you're excited by that, Mr. Mitchell.
Okay, I'll be there. Okay.
And then also, if I could just bring up, too, at the end of the month, we have entered officially March Madness. We have the state delegation briefing this week. Next week is the Raleigh trip on the 15th, and then at the end of the month is the National League of Cities Conference in D.C., starting on Sunday, March 26th through the 28th, which is a Tuesday. And we're planning to make calls on Capitol Hill. Holly Knight is scheduling meetings for us on Tuesday, the 28th. We plan to have you all out of there by the end of the day Tuesday. That is our goal.
Okay, for logistic purposes, I was wondering what time do we need to book our flight? So we say 7:40-ish, you think?
Yeah, I think that's a flight I have, so
okay,
that's a safe one.
So make sure, Councilmember Bakari, Councilman Mayor Pro Tem stepped out. The recommendation, let's make sure we take the 7 o'clock flight, just so we would get to all our meetings with the delegation in Congress and the Senate. I'm sorry, Dave.
I've informed Ms. Birch about that desire.
Okay.
Time I plan to get out, so. And I know I've gotten a few phone calls from the aides, from your aides.
What's the date of our flight?
Pardon me?
That Tuesday.
Tuesday, the 28th.
Anytime after 7. I think I'm on the 7:40 with Dana.
Oh, coming back.
Coming back.
Okay.
Important event happens the day before, pre-briefing from Holland and Knight.
Okay.
Last year, we had a lunch for our pre-briefing, and it was very well attended because the conference itself is so much shorter, Mr. Mitchell, than when I first started. It was a 3-day event from Monday through Wednesday.
That's right.
Now it basically ends on Monday, and Tuesday is for Hill visits. So the Monday before, we've identified we're going to be setting up a luncheon for council. And there's going to be still a lot of events going on that evening. So look for more information about that coming out in the next few weeks.
Dana, and can you assist me, please? Because when we do the report out, I want to make sure we share this with the entire council so people then can make their itinerary.
Yeah,
so on Monday, we said there'll be a holiday night lunch briefing for us in D.C.
Yes, sir.
And then Mayor Pro Tem, we stepped out. Dana's recommending that Tuesday will be our day on the Hill. that we can make our flight arrange, return flight anytime after 7 p.m. Okay?
What time is the meal on
We're looking for a lunch, probably, I'd say right now, 12:30.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Dana, as always, thank you. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Next agenda item is, I thought I saw the mayor. Okay. Next agenda item is review current boards and commissions, and I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Harris.
Thank you, and good afternoon. And this is also a referral that was referred back in September when there were some discussions at council meeting about the different boards and commissions. And the clerk's office annually prepares or collects reports and distributes them, but this was a more formal ask to review those along with an overview of the boards and commission. And the mayor's office did a survey as well on the current boards and commissions members for your review, and then to determine, if what's the, just to review the current role, the alignment to city services and the current needs, and if any changes in commissions. And for yours, you have 7, but before we get started too, just an overview as a reminder, the premise behind the boards and commissions is just to help another method for the public to engage with us and to get feedback and get their expertise on different topics. And some of these, as you'll see, are regulatory. So there's only one for your team that's regulatory. And here's a full listing of them, of the 6, but this kind of helps more for the ones that are housed in the city and fully under control of the city. You have the Charlotte Equitable Development Commission and the Privatization Competition Advisory Committee. And then one that is required by state law is the Fireman's Relief Board of Trustees. And then we participate with 3 external boards, the Bachelor's Arts, and that's a Modern Arts Board, and then Mint Museum Board, and the Charlotte Mecklenburg Public Access Corporation. And then I'm just drilling down more into the ones that are fully housed in the city and under the city's control. You have the Charlotte Equitable Development Commission, and this was recently born out of the comp plan and UDO, and just another framework for getting more eyes on it and more input on how we can make sure and ensure there's more equitable decisions made, particularly around infrastructure in areas that have not been receiving the benefit of these kind of things in the past as much. And I'm one of the, and there's several people in this room that are one of the staff support, myself and Sherry Smith and Liz Babson and CDOT support this. And I know they're looking forward to coming forward soon with some initial recommendations. So they'll try to get on your agenda sometime here soon. And then the next one is the Privatization Competition Advisory Committee. And this one is the one that was talked about with full council in September, and it was made in 1993 originally when we were going through right sizing. And I think one of the council members brought up the Yellow Book test. There was a big push at the time that the city should not be doing anything that the private sector could do. And over time, over time, the private sector can't really compete because we're not trying to make a profit and things like that. So, and then there's a different focus now. We've transformed over time. And one of the newer things now is to have like the Charlotte Equitable Development Commission, more of an ad hoc group, to tackle the needs of the time and bring together fresh and unique perspectives and expertise. But this group is still available, and one of them, it's been, I guess in September, it's kind of been on hold, and they haven't been meeting since the summer. And then there was, and I'm just reminding you of your discussions at the September 12th business meeting, the former Budget and Governance Council Committee Chair had requested that there be a vote to consider disbanding the committee, but then that's when Mayor Lau said, okay, let's take a step back based on y'all's input and discussions, and let's look at all committees.
And so, Maria, thank you. So I did ask Councilmember Bakari, because I do remember Councilmember Driggs made a motion to follow with the chair about disbanding, and Mayor Lyles did refer this to our committee. So, Councilmember Bakari, I think you have worked with the PCAC for a long period of time, so can you start the conversation off about your thoughts pertaining to disbanding PCAC?
Yeah, thank you. And I'll make this comment quickly at first on that I think covers all of the 30 boards and commissions that we have under our scope. But then we'll talk specifically about what I think the issues are with the PCAC. And this is coming from my own personal experience, not just kind of looking at it from the outside. I served on the PCAC for a number of years. I served on the Community Relations Committee for a number of years, and I served on the Business Advisory Committee. So 3 committees took up a huge chunk of my life for a long time. And I firsthand saw some things that frustrated me, and I think frustrate a lot of folks out there. We all appoint people to these committees that want to get involved, that want to give back, and that are talented in a lot of different ways. And unfortunately, what happens is, through the nature of how it's set up, most of them completely get shut off from what I'll just call the critical path. And that's a shame when we have all these bright, talented people in the community who want to give back and who are equipped from different perspectives to do it, that we don't ever hear their feedback, let alone get them to be directed to do stuff to help us out. So when you look at the PCAC in particular, I think the name is a little misleading. Privatization and competition is a really important aspect of why it was founded, but their real mission, if I'm just going to say it in my own terms, is to look at everything the city does, all processes, wherever there's service delivery happening, wherever we're having a contract bidded on by the public, whatever it is, and they're supposed to be armed at looking at and have expertise at saying, okay, is everything going right? Is this the best it can be? And sometimes it's about looking and about telling us, hey, there's a private sector approach that you could privatize this and it'd be cheaper and better, like maybe recycling, right, and stuff like that. But there are other things where they might just look at a process in general and say, hey, we're monitoring this. This does not look effective. Council, is this on your radar? And we'd like to do an analysis on that. That's the kind of really healthy back and forth. It's almost like the zoning committee, right? Where after zoning meetings, we have staff tell us stuff, we have a petitioner tell us stuff, we have a community tell us stuff, and then after a public hearing, we go and say, hey, zoning committee, we appointed you, so you're accountable to us by the appointment, and you represent the community and you're experts in all your fields. Tell us what you think. It just gives us a different view and a lens into what we're doing. And every one of our committees could be more like that in a lot of ways, particularly the PCAC. And the example I'll use is, imagine when we were, I don't know how many of you read the audit on the cats a year or two ago, year and a half ago, on the advertising thing where they were involved with the vendor and it had gone sideways for a number of reasons. It got into a really toxic area. But when I went and read that audit, like, this is the exact kind of thing the PCAC could be looking at on a day-to-day basis and escalating stuff to us before it ever gets to us to say, hey, something doesn't look right here, because they can have that line of independent governance sight from a community citizen's perspective that then just gives us views of what to do. So where I think we are right now is you've got a PCAC that is basically like, look, we haven't had any real work to do for like years, and we kind of try to make stuff up. You look at the comments they submitted to us, and it says basically that, like, we've been looking at this one thing. We did work on the cemeteries and this work of analysis across city-owned stuff, and it, as far as we know, it never saw the light of day to council. So basically, like, either give us some real work to do or disband us. And while the disbanding was about to happen in that council meeting, I really thought this was an opportunity. This is a group who's really big thinkers, and they're one of our best committees, and they've kind of read the writing on the wall and said, let's just disband it. Well, if we're going to disband that committee, a case could be made for us to disband 85% of all our committees that are out there. Or we could try to focus on making them more relevant, which is kind of what you're seeing across the committees today in our discussions. So I don't have the single answer for it, but I would love to be able to arm them to do some meaningful work. And how that is going to happen, there's probably a lot of factors, but the biggest one is right now you've got staff wall in between these committees, like PCAC and us. And there's just a wall between us, and we could turn that wall into a window if we set the policy that that's what we expect, or we can disband them if we're not willing to do it. But then comes the second and hard part, which is everyone who owns a budget and a P&L inside the city, they don't want somebody looking over their shoulders. They want to be able to manage it autonomously. So then we've got to also give them the ammunition they need to be successful in looking and providing value. Again, not challenging anyone, but challenging the status quo of where we are. So I would strongly suggest that we work on that and we figure out how to arm them. But if we're not prepared to do the work and really make it meaningful and real, then let's disband a lot of the commissions and boards that we have out there, because we're wasting people's time that really want to be involved and give back in this community.
Thank you, Councilmember Bakari. Councilmember Mayfield?
Thank you, Vice Chair. So I agree with some of the comments of my council colleague. I also had shot an email to all of you because I have concerns with some of our committees. If we're going to do this investment, we being community, when community invests in all of these groups, it will be helpful to know, do we have consistency across the board? So from my understanding, especially recently, since returning back to council, for some committees, the attendance is accounted just for the committee meeting, not for the subcommittee meetings, which makes absolutely no sense to me. Right. We've all experienced the impact of a national health pandemic. You've had people that have missed, that have had flu, had other things. I know one particular person, even this information that was sent to us isn't as up to date, because the information is only going to be as accurate as what's presented and what's reported to our clerk's office. But I know one individual, they missed too many meetings, where that last meeting was a holiday party. Don't count not attending a holiday party. Mainly, one, they had the flu and sent over doctor information saying, hey, everybody, y'all go have a good time. I'm not coming because I don't want to get anyone sick. But you're going to be deemed for not attending a social event, yet we're not capturing all the committees, subcommittees that you're participating in and the work that you're doing. Also, the report mechanism. There's not a true report out mechanism to council regarding what the committees are doing. We also have some committees that have extremely high turnover. Yeah, we do. Community Relations Committee has a very high turnover. I was a part of the Community Relations Committee for more than a decade, and we actually got work done. How we do our appointment process for the leadership and for the chairs of some of these committees, I have questions about, because the mayor and the chair of the county commissions are the ones who appoint the chairs to committees. Well, we have some committees out there where people, one, they go 3, 4, 5, 6 months without having a chair, which holds up process. Then when they have a chair appointed, some of these chairs are people who were never even on the committee. Wow. So if you're going to have people investing their time, their talent, their energy, you would think that we would be growing that leadership from within, because the hope is that some of these individuals will become our local governmental or even state governmental leaders. But you bring someone in who has never had any association with the committee, make them the chair of that committee where they're having to backfill and try to learn. You don't learn, you don't know the culture, you don't know the history, you don't know anything about the organization, but you're now the chair of it. We've allowed for the checking of their resume, a checkbox for people to get onto certain committees. We also need to step back and do a for real survey. When I say a for real survey, that means actually pick up the phone in some of these cases to find out why we have had so many people that have resigned from some of the committees. So some of the committees that have high turnover, there's a reason there's high turnover. And just as Councilmember Bakari mentioned, that's because a lot of people don't feel like their time is being invested in a wise and equitable way. So we have the opportunity to strengthen these committees where, one, you're utilizing your time and you're bringing something beneficial to help benefit our city. And two, you put it on our radar to know that the leadership that we may have in place isn't necessarily able to move that particular organization forward, so we need to rethink how we're doing that. Because we just had appointments last week, which unfortunately I don't even think we had a chance to get through. City Clerk Kelly would know better if we even got to that, but we just went through appointments. We had a number of committees in there that didn't even have a recommendation. And we have a couple of committees like that. So those, if we're gonna look at potentially retiring some committees, then we need to start there. But we also need to take a serious look and deep dive into our committees that have the highest turnover.
Yeah.
Why are those committees having that high turnover? And again, I'm going to reiterate, that means if they do not respond to an online survey, picking up the phone to try to have a conversation with these people so that we can get to the bottom of why was this not beneficial. Now, everything isn't for everyone. And we know some committees you get in and you think, just like a job, you think this is what you want to do, and then once you get in it, you realize it's not what you were anticipating.
Right.
We have an opportunity to really delve into that. That way, we are supporting individuals so that if they're a part of anyone in this thick A book, are we giving them everything that they need to be successful? And if we are not, then we need to rethink what our expectations for these committees are. Because I can't tell you the last time, outside of having this big book and using this as a study guide, the last time we've actually identified what is the responsibilities and roles of these committees and how much authority do these members actually have, and should you be reporting back to council? What is that? Semi-annually? Okay, we don't have to do a quarterly report, but we also don't need to wait every 3 to 5 years to hear from you as far as what you're doing. Thank you.
Councilman Mayfield and Councilman Bakar, I think great discussion. So let me ask one question, and Madam Stephanie Kelly, hate to put you on the spot, but this is kind of your world. So do you mind? Number one, thank you for compiling that big book that you made us read, great pre-read. I appreciate it.
Your big A book.
So a couple of things, and then I want to come back to Councilman Bakari, because I think, if nothing else, we need to make a recommendation tonight, committee, about the PCAC. But Councilmember Bakari and Councilman Mayfield brought up a couple of things. I just want to get your take. Subcommittee attendance. So is that committee-driven, or that's a policy that the city council adopted that you had to take attendance for a subcommittee?
First of all, I want to say that thanks to Kirk for having compiled all of that.
Oh, Kirk, thank
that
you.
Reading material that you have.
Right.
He worked with the mayor's office to compile all of that. And the subcommittee attendance is committee-driven. Some committees do count subcommittees toward attendance, and some do not.
Okay.
And one thing that Councilmember Mayfield mentioned about attendance, and I know you didn't ask this, but if I could just add a little information that we've obtained. We've had a lot of turnover since the pandemic, coming off of the, people being able to participate remotely.
Okay.
And we've also seen an increase in people having conflicts with their job.
Okay.
Apparently, it was more convenient for them when they were able to participate virtually.
Right.
And when that ability went away, then they were no longer able to continue, or felt like they could no longer continue to provide their time and effort to the committee. But we have been tracking the resignations.
Okay.
and why that is, and so we have compiled some data on that, and I think Kirk has made that available to the mayor's office.
Yes.
So that information has been compiled.
Okay. Could you want to do it for me? Go ahead, Councilman. So Kurt or Stephanie, can that information be made to the mayor or to the whole council? I just think it'd be good information, because the high turnover is the one that really worries me. I think about the public access committee, and over, we're always at 3 or 4 people that we need to appoint. And so seeing that among council, I think, will be good information for all of us to have.
Okay, I was thinking that it was already,
Yes, ma'am. And just for your, to your point, you didn't get the whole packet.
Okay.
But within here, it tells you how many resignations and if they gave any examples.
Oh, in this package right here? Okay.
But that's just,
Sorry.
go ahead.
I thought we did distribute that information, and I thought it was included in the package as well, so I think Marie covered it. Because I think that the clerk's office sent it to me as a part of as a part of the overall survey that went out to council members. I mean, it went out to committee members.
Okay.
So,
So just make sure.
So,
this
Mr. Vice Chair, my question was not just on the resignations. Thank you, that information is in here. I'm more concerned about those individuals that receive a letter saying that they're no longer on a committee because of
like
attendance or some other reason. Because some committees have much higher turnover than others. And what I'm concerned about is when we have individuals who are actively engaged, life happens. You decide that you want to contribute to our society by bringing life into the world. That may be a difficult pregnancy. You might miss some extra days. You shouldn't be penalized for bringing life into this world. You should also not be penalized for being sick, because I'll need you to stay home and take care of yourself and not bring whatever you have going on around all of us. We also have to recognize that some of our committees, the time of day of those meetings, because as you mentioned, work has changed. People were able to work remotely. Well, a lot of companies are like, we're paying millions for this building. We're going to need you to come up in this building 2 to 3 times a week. Are there ways that we can be more accessible to the diversity of our community? But the main piece regarding losing people that I'm concerned about is not just the resignations. I am concerned about the resignations. If it's work related, that makes sense. We need to, that's a longer conversation about the times of which, for disclosure, I've always pushed back on the time of day that we do certain things, because you're a certain type of employee that could take off at 11 o'clock in the morning and be gone for 2 hours to be a part of a committee. A lot of our residents are at jobs where you're not getting off until after 5 o'clock.
Right.
Our staff, you here to sometimes 6, 7 o'clock in the morning and here to 7 or 8 at night. If you were to serve on a committee, which department, depending on the department that you're in, you're not able to attend those meetings, but you want to be actively engaged in your city and in your community. So we have some opportunities in here. Again, I'm also looking at when we are having high turnover in certain committees, and that turnover is on our end, where we're saying, well, they didn't meet the attendance requirements. Are our attendance requirements realistic in today's time, in today's work environment? And are we following up with those individuals? Like, did you email, or did you send that you're going to be in? First of all, we're adults, so I don't need to give you a doctor's note for anything, because as an adult, I'm not getting paid for this committee, so it's not like a job, so I shouldn't have to provide you with a doctor's note. But if that's the case, do we have that language in here, and did you provide it? Or did you say ahead of time, hey, it looks like I done caught something, don't know what, I'm not gonna be able to make it, I gave advance notice on it, am I still dinging you for that? And are you accounting all the extra work that I'm doing in the subcommittee to help create a festival, to help create an art event, to help create a community conversation? Because if not, then we should be. If that helps to clarify it a little bit, Vice Chair.
It does. Marie?
And I'm sorry, I was remiss to also mention, and we have Lena James here, but her and her staff have been working with the clerk's office and other people. They're planning to bring consideration, a request for council action to you that will just address a piece of what you're saying, to allow virtual participation for some of the boards that don't make final decisions, that aren't quasi-jurisdictional, that are just advisory boards. So that's going to be coming before you for your consideration soon. So that'll help a portion of what you were mentioning. And then also, Stephanie, I believe the rules, you can't miss 3 in a row right now, or 65.
Council's rules around attendance currently say we send a warning letter after they've missed 2 consecutive meetings. First of all, there's no such thing as excused absences. that has been the case for as long as I've been here. So like 19 years, we have not ever had excused absences. But 2 consecutive absences, we send a warning letter that lets them know if they miss the next meeting, they are automatically removed. If there were extenuating circumstances, such as an illness, we have communicated that to the council previously, and once you've been made aware of that, you have reinstated people that have found themselves in a life situation, be it sickness or whatever the case may be. But outside of that, work conflicts have not been considered, only medical health related issues previously.
Mayor Pro Tem?
My one suggestion, I know we're dealing with this in every committee. We have not formally allowed for the committees that or commissions that we're able to allow for remote meeting attendance. And I would suggest that if there's one thing that comes out of this exercise, that council adopt or formally adopt the allowance of that to be in attendance virtually. I understand that some of, I think, the quasi-judicial boards, that there might be a question around statutory regulations and allowance, but for those, I think that we have clear statutory ability. I would hope that we would recommend to allow virtual attendance.
So Deputy City Attorney Marie touched on, and Mayor Pro Tem had a question as well. When do you think that language will be brought before City Council for a vote?
Good afternoon, Lena James with the City Attorney's Office. We do have that item, I believe, scheduled for you for next Monday, which is a remote participation policy for those committees, boards, and commissions where it is authorized by law. So those are primarily ones that are advisory, not the quasi-judicial, not the ones that make final decisions.
Thank you. Councilmember Mayfield.
So we're thinking about that conversation. Again, full transparency. There's a time and place for virtual. I am not pushing for us to jump into that without having the information of which of the committees, one, has requested it, and what we've been able to ascertain based on the attendance, it would be beneficial to have virtual attendance. Yes, I do believe that there is value in it, but I also recognize that there is value in personal attendance and relationship building, especially with some of these committees. The bigger conversation for me is a conversation on the time of these committees. Because whether it's virtual or in person, if it's at a time of the day where we've lost a good number of those committee members, because whether I leave the office or not, I very well may still be at work. So I still might not have access to jump online, to leave out the building, go to my personal vehicle, or go somewhere so that I'm not on my company computer doing this work. That is still an issue. So even though I know a lot of us like the idea of doing things virtually, I want to see the case for why that would be beneficial. Is that something that we have heard from multiple committees, that their attendance is based on this? And also, are we going to be able to track that if we move forward with this, that we will see greater participation? Because if the time schedule is a greater challenge, because they can't get away from work for that 2-hour block is still going to be a challenge. Going virtual is not going to change that. The virtual may help, but is that really addressing the biggest need? I'm trying to get to what is the biggest need in these committees for participation and attendance. If that is it, then I will support it. Okay. I haven't received anything to say that that is the main request from those who both have resigned or who have been told that they're going to be removed from committee. As you mentioned, Ms. Kelly, for 19 years, we've had this policy in place. It very well may be time for us to revisit that policy to make sure that it is supportive of today's work environment and today's society. I say, let's not get to the point where we reinstate someone if at the very beginning, we can identify what the challenge is and just keep them on. Because that's also that's a bit of a yo-yo. I've showed up, but I've missed 2 consecutive meetings. Life happens. I have to go through the process again to get reinstated versus us having enough flexibility to recognize that life happens in our language and be able to make a different judgment call on the front end versus you having to come back and be reinstated. I'm just wondering if after more than 19 years, because it was in place before you got here, is it time for us to revisit the language and make sure the language is as welcoming and supportive for today's work environment?
Follow up, Ms. Kelly?
I would say there is an opportunity to. Thank you. I would say that there is an opportunity to revisit your language around the attendance policy, and I think to make it more reflective of today's situation. However, I would say I think we should exercise, or some cautions should be exercised in leaving it up to staff to make certain calls.
Okay.
And I think that's the primary reason that excused absences were eliminated.
Okay.
Is because the onus was put on staff
Okay.
to make those determinations. And so with the right wording, I think you could take into consideration current day, but also, make it such that it is not, the responsibility of making those determinations is not solely on staff.
Excellent.
And the other thing that I was going to say about about your, Ms. Mayfield, you were talking about the the request of boards. I can tell you with 100% assurity and certainty that all 38 boards have requested remote participation.
Okay.
In writing, in email, after it was announced that was going to go away.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Almost all of them. I don't know of one exception that, didn't want that to continue. But of course, because of legislation, it was not a possibility. So
Okay.
I can tell you that for sure.
Thank you.
Ms. James, Ms. Kelly, thank you. Let's go back to the number one topic that kind of started this, and that was the disbanding the PCAC. So, Councilmember Kari, your comments I thought was very appropriate to give us some historic perspective. I like what you say, maybe reimagining the PCAC. And so, committee, we do need to make a recommendation when we report out today. So, Councilmember Kari, any suggestion on that recommendation? And then it's only 3 of us, so we got to make sure that we can at least send something out, make a recommendation, we get 3-0 support. Yes, sir.
Well, and again, I think the PCAC is just the example that has hit us front and center. I think the same thing applies to every single committee. And to me, it's pretty clear. What the committees need before anything else is meaningful, important work to do, right? Like they've got, if it doesn't reach us and into our decision-making process in any way, is only so good it can be, because they're there to help guide us. So I think we either need to decide, are we willing to figure out how to structure and facilitate all of our committees to have meaningful work in front of them that hits our critical path and is part of our decision-making process, just like the zoning committee's product is? Or are we unwilling to do that? And I think that the only question is to disband it. So I think what we need to do is have a full conversation in council, understanding that while we're talking about the PCAC, we're really doing this as a pilot conversation for all boards and commissions. And we need to see, is there support enough for us to do that work? Because again, it's not about us saying we like it. It's not about us telling staff to go do something. Love staff to death, but staff is the problem in this scenario, where they have spent the last 2 decades I've been part of this system being that wall in between boards and commissions and the council. And we need to turn that into a window. So you can't ask a wall to turn into a window. It's not going to work that way. We're going to have to get in and do some work. And if we don't want to do that work or we don't have time for it, then I think we have to disband it. So I guess to simplify that down, the recommendation coming out of this group is to have a full council dialogue on if we are willing to make the PCAC have a meaningful scope of work, and by doing that in some way ourselves, not kind of tossing that to staff, or no, and we should disband it.
Councilmember Mayfield, you heard the motion by Councilmember
I
Bakari?
didn't really hear a motion.
Okay. Councilmember Bakari, can you put that in a motion?
I move that we bring to full council the discussion of should we go forth with the PCAC designing a scope of work that has meaning to that committee and council, or should we disband it? I'll say it shorter again.
I'm gonna say second, because
don't
I
care.
agree
We
with
do
you.
whatever
No,
everybody
I
wants.
agree with, I
You can't
agree
talk
with.
about attendance for another minute or I'm.
No, I agree with you, Councilmember Bakari, that we need to give it the right framework,
Right.
because I do agree that PCAC and the others can be much more effective
Right.
if we let them know what our expectation is.
Exactly.
I was just trying to
That's right.
whittle down in my mind what the actual motion would be, but I got
So
it.
let me say it
Because Marie
shorter.
called,
Here, I'll say it
staff
shorter.
got it, so they good. They caught it all.
Okay.
Maria, you got it? Yep. Okay. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. All right. We'll make the recommendation today, 3-0.
Have some more enthusiasm on that, Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Your motion.
Man, y'all killing me. Juan, I love you, but you are killing me today.
All right, item number 3, we're going to talk about financial stewardship for nonprofit organization. Ms. Maria, are you leading this discussion?
Yes, sir, thank you. And this discussion's also based on a referral, and if you'll remember back in the tail end of the FY 2023 budget conversations, when we were working through adjustments and straw votes and just looking at our portfolio resources, there were some questions that came up around, okay, what all do we have in place for our current financial partners? And we kind of rolled in there at the same time, some council was asking about the dollar leases. So this is more so a referral, instead of taking up your time at the whole workshop, the mayor said, okay, let's go away and look at that and come back, and after y'all review it as a committee, let us know, do you think anything else needs to be done? And just as a reminder, and I'll go through this a lot more in detail, well, not a lot more in detail, but I'll also touch this at the workshop because we're going to speak on financial partners. But just as a reminder, we have discretionary revenue partners, and that's the ones more so that are from the boots on the grounds partners that y'all choose to fund out of discretionary general fund dollars. We have dedicated revenue sources. And that's like your MSDs, and your MSDs will be before you Thursday as well. And you've got a packet in your pre-read memos from each of the MSDs. And then housing financial partners. And the housing financial partners, there's some PAYGO in there, but it's mostly federally funded partners. And just to give you an overview, some of you more familiar than others, of the process. The current process for financial partners is there's an application process each year. And then staff, Cherry Smith does a lot of work back and forth with the applicants. You know, we don't just say thank you, and you know, if it's incomplete, or we really work hard with them to try to get a complete packet for your review. And so Cherry does a lot of work in there after the applications come in to get them finalized and then presented to you. And then through the budget process, based on your feedback and our current financial partners moving forward, the manager makes a recommendation, and then y'all potentially adjust it and make the final recommendation. But then kicking off in July, once you've already established your financial partners, that's when we sit down with them, we procurement and CBI, and follow up with them on, okay, here's what you said your objectives are, let's get it into a contract form. So they have contracts, and they're required mid-year and year-end reporting from each of our partners. And put the next slide. Oh, sorry.
And then just me, because this is just something personal to me. I see you got anticipated MWSB utilization. And I guess I'd like council to have a conversation about taking that further and making sure the MWSB are certified with our CBI.
Yes, they are. They work with CBI.
Okay, so can we update then? Because to me, that's any person that's out there in the city of Charlotte, but I think membership should have its privileges. And so to me, they need to be certified with our CBI
They are
program.
certified, correct, Chair?
Yes, all of the partners that are reported on that we track towards their utilization goal are a part of our CBI.
Sorry.
They are a part of our CBI process, and that goal is established in partnership with our CBI office.
And they report it through our B2G Now system.
So not the wordsmith, but can you clean that up a little bit so we make sure we say CBI? And thank you for that. Okay.
No, that's dependent.
So for clarification, Mayor, you're not on mute. So for clarification, Vice Chair, you're saying for that bullet,
Right.
anticipated certified MWSBE
Yes.
utilization. So
Right.
we just want to make sure, so whoever reads it
Right.
knows that there is benefit
Right.
with going through our certification process.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Mayfield. Exactly right.
Thank you. And then the next one goes a little bit more into that. So when they fill out an application, they go ahead and tell us, okay, what are they going to do with our money? You know, these are partners that are helping us extend our services and do different kinds of services to the community. And they say, okay, if you give us this money, here's what we're going to do, and submit performance measures. Once they're chosen is when they go into work with our CBI on the MWSBE utilization goals, and they also have equity measures that they report on. So that's our current process in place. And I need to also note that this is more so for your dedicated, and your discretionary, whereas the housing financial partners, most of them are federally funded, so they have a lot more strict and routine reporting requirements, but this is for. And then also there was some question last year during the budget process about dollar leases. And then I think in October, Phil Rieger's here today, he sent out information to you, just that here's all of our dollar leases and a breakout, like some of them are just for ATM, it's a convenience, and things like that. But then there's also any of our dollar leases that also are one of our current financial partners. They do the same reporting that you saw on the previous page. And then since this discussion of the budget process last year, Phil Rieger and his general services teams have been working with any new or renewed lease partner, adding in performance measures for them as well.
Phil, if I may, sir. So we have 9 in one category, 3 in one, and 10 in one. So let me say on the outset, I've always been very supportive of how we use our services. So I was very proud of, in the early 2000, Great Enrichment was one of our nonprofits that we leased some space from $1. And so I see there's 9, 3, and 10. So can you just resend that list out to, is the list there? Perfect. Okay. You the man. Okay. So I see the 13. Okay, yep, Great Enrichment Program. Okay. And then thank you. There's the one, the sports facilities. Okay.
The Whitewater?
Whitewater, Afro-American Culture Center, Discovery Place, Mint, and Richardson Sport, Tupper Sports.
Special uses.
Okay. Councilor Mayfield and Mayor Pro Tem.
So, and Phil, we could take it offline because it would be helpful for me to have a little bit more clarification of what are the requirements for a dollar lease. So I can understand for a nonprofit having it, but I'm trying to understand what some of these actual companies and these businesses, why we have a dollar lease, especially when we're looking at a very different financial time today, and both the city and the county is looking at a potential tax increase, how we have million-dollar-plus companies that get access to a dollar lease. It would be very helpful so that then when I'm having conversations, if I can understand it better, then I can share that. Because I can see some cultural facilities, why we would do that in community programs, but it is a little, I'm not as comfortable with speaking as to why businesses would have access.
Right, in general, and we can take this offline to be specific about which one, because there's a story behind each of these, but in general, if there's a private company here that has a dollar lease, it's because the city's getting significant benefit from giving them access to that property. So for example, Johnson Brothers Corporation is the contractor that built the phase 2 of the Gold Line. And so they needed a laydown area to put materials so that the Gold Line could get built. So we helped them find a place where they could lay down long pieces of rail and whatnot. And because of that, and that's all a part of a contract bid process, we get then the benefit through lower bid prices. You'll also see some names on this list. We have a few instances, and we can detail them out, where we've bought a piece of property and maybe we cut off access to somebody because of that, and so we're just trying to be a good neighbor. They're not really using our property. Their driveway might encroach on our property just a little bit because of an acquisition, and so we're just being a good neighbor. So those are some examples of where there might be an appearance that we're giving a private company financial benefit when really we're not. The city's getting the benefit.
Thank you, that helps.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I was actually just going to ask about a specific one, and we can do this offline, but the U.S. National Whitewater Center, I just want to know the story behind that, because I thought that property was actually in the county, so.
So we have property there. That's a land deal, long-term land lease deal. Not different than our sports partnership here, the stadium, where it was a part of the economic development package that was put together at the time to bring the Whitewater Center to Charlotte. And so we're glad to get offline with you and talk to you more about it.
Thank you, Phil. Marie, you want to go ahead and finish?
Thank you. And so if there's no more questions, I think I'm done, unless you have any other questions. And I think our referral was, does this cover what you think's needed in place currently, or do you see anything else that's needed?
Councilman Bakari, your thoughts?
I'm good to go.
Okay. I think this is great information, Councilman Mayfield. She said thumbs up, so it was great information. Thank you, staff. And we'll turn it over to item number.
Mr. Mitchell, if I ask to be able to check off this referral.
Okay.
We're already doing it voluntarily because it was pretty clear from the discussions this is what council wanted.
Right.
But a logical vote would be to, I don't think codify is the right term, but have it come from committee that when we're considering dollar leases like this, we will ask for reporting similar to our financial partners. Like we said, or like Marie said, General Services is already trying to do that, but we've tried to, just so we could check this off as a referral.
Councilman Mayfield, can you make the motion?
So, Ryan, okay, so, Mr. Vice Chair, I would like to motion for this committee to report to full council on these findings and recommendations to be consistent with that of our financial partners when it comes to our potential dollar lease partners.
Second.
Moved and proper second. All those in favor, raise your hand. Thank you, committee. 3-0. Thank you, staff. So it's not on our agenda, but I talked workshop number 2 is coming up for us on Thursday, and just make sure we was clear going in. Look at Councilman Carr, like, what, Thursday?
Yeah, budget.
That we could be clear going in, count some of our goals and objectives. So, Ryan, can you just walk through, kind of prepare us for Thursday?
And I do have, if we could pull up the presentation, that's.
Lydia's trying to do, sorry, it was a late ad, so she doesn't go back to the.
I apologize, that's my fault. Yeah.
No, it's okay. So similar to last time, I just have one slide for each topic so I can tell the committee kind of the theme. As we're pulling it up, I will tell you the plan for Thursday is economic outlook and revenue forecast, compensation, staffing, and healthcare, financial partners and MSDs, and then water and stormwater budget outlook.
Okay.
So we're trying to be as concise as we can, trying to limit the presentations to around 10 slides of content or less to make sure we have more time for council discussion. The first one, as she's trying to pull it up, and I think you guys have it in front of you, or it's at the back of the packet, I should say. So the economic outlook and revenue forecast, Dr. Ndem Tazafor will come in and talk to us. We have a strong labor market nationally, which has helped keep the economic forecast a little bit more positive. However, we still see pretty clear signs with the possibility of a recession. We will talk about our general fund revenue forecast, which is about 3.8% at this point. I will tell you that the last 2 years, more typically, we've been closer to 5%. So revenue-wise, we're starting off a little bit behind. Moving on to the second presentation, compensation, staffing, and healthcare. Wendy, you can go ahead to slide 4.
Sorry, I'm supposed to take.
Oh, sorry, Marie. There we go. Okay, so last year at this time in the budget workshops, we had a very significant concern with our operational positions, our hourly positions, and the resignation rates, not being able to fill some of the jobs. City Council took some pretty aggressive actions with 8% salary increase for hourly employees, CDL stipends of 2.5%, shift differential. So good news is we definitely see evidence of success for that. We certainly have stemmed the tide a little bit, and we're moving in the right direction. We still have some concerns in some areas that we will talk about on Thursday. We will have the inclusion that this committee requested around the council benchmarking comparisons. And then we'll talk about healthcare, which, while it's a positive story that over the last 10 years we have consistently beat the national average, it is still quite an increase over the last few years in raw dollars due to inflation and medical inflation. So there's going to need to be an investment there. Moving on to the third presentation, when we talk about financial partners. So the committee had requested MSDs to be taken out. So the way we're going to handle it is all 3 executive directors of the MSDs will be there. They're not going to present. We've asked them to kind of give like a 3 to 5 minute update just verbally, and they've Marie provided a report, and you guys can ask questions. And then we'll go over our financial partners, which Marie just did, so I will not add any more there. If we go to presentation 4. Sure.
I think the third bullet point, go back if you can. The third bullet point is important to some of us as well. Okay.
Wendy, do you have control, or do I? Can you go back to the one slide?
I do.
Thank you.
So the third bullet point, once again, responsible identifying, reporting on performance, MWSB utilization, and equity measure. I just want us to be clear that CBI certified MWSB utilization. I think the more we can be consistent would just show the message that we're talking about, with our CBI. So okay.
Got it.
Thank you. Oh, and let me thank you, Maria, because I think I made a request when you sent out, and you quickly was able to respond. Thank you. Okay. Go ahead, Ryan. I'm sorry.
Yep, and then our last presentation will be water and stormwater budget outlook. Both of these enterprise funds are really dependent on their CIP. 65 to 75% of their budget goes to their projects. So just like we talked about last month at the budget workshop, there's been a lot of stress on these organizations, cost pressures, construction cost pressures. So we'll talk about the budget outlook in both of these and talk a little bit about rates. And with that, that is a lot for one budget workshop, so hopefully we can be reasonably efficient with your guys' time.
Ryan, thank you. Staff, thank you. We accomplished 4 items, and we did it before 1:30. Councilmember Bakari, thank you, sir. Councilmember Mayfield, really appreciate so we can have a quorum and get through this. Staff, I will ask you to help me, though. This is my first time got to report out, so I want to keep it very concise, so you all can work on the language, so I'm not talking for 5 minutes. I appreciate it.
So you want your motion?
Yes.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All right. See everybody for 6 o'clock. Thank you, staff. Thank you, committee.
Good. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Monday, March 6, 2023 meeting of the Jobs and Economic Development Committee meeting. My name is Malcolm Graham, Chairman of the committee, and I call the meeting to order. Before we get started, I want to take the opportunity to have some introductions so we can kind of know who's in the room, and we'll start at the back of the room with the young man standing there who is a very good tennis player.
Hey, I'm Kadir Kumar. Feel pretty awkward being the only one not in a suit.
I'm Calvin Davis.
Good afternoon, I'm Anna London, and I'm with Charlotte Works. Hi, Coach Marshall with Mecklenburg County Reentry Services.
Carolyn Millen with Charlotte East.
Kathy Buckley with Charlotte East.
Jordan Lopez with Charlotte East.
Maureen Gillespie, Charlotte East.
Alexandria Sands, reporter, Axio Charlotte.
Tim Whitmire with the Eastland Yards Aquatic Center.
Virgil Christian with Carolina Service.
Tim Sidema with Crosland Southeast.
Ryan Bucci, Eastland Aquatic Center.
Alan Kirkham, Mulder, Charlotte International Cabinet Chair.
Richard Thigpen with Kirk Palmer and Thigpen.
Joel Turner with Carolina Service.
Start the far end of the room.
Thomas Power, City Attorney's Office, Councilman of the Charlotte Inclusion Program.
Dave Lynn, Charlotte International Cabinet.
Lexi Wilson, WCS of Charlotte, reporter. Anika Ellis, City of Charlotte, Economic Development. Anna Shalinis, City Attorney's Office. Holly Eskridge, Economic Development. Reese Kumar, Chair of the Business Advisory Committee, and so with Charlotte's Carolina Service.
Joe Bruno, Channel 9.
Okay, and we'll start.
Working way back there.
Okay, and we'll start with the dice.
Christina Thigpen, Economic Development.
Luana Mayfield, City Council Member at Large.
Todd DeLong, Economic Development.
Tracy Dodson, City Manager's Office.
Malcolm Graham, Chairman, Economic Development.
Ed Driggs, committee member.
Marjorie Molina, District 5 and committee member.
Victoria Watlington, District 3, committee member.
James Mitchell at large.
Natasha Smith, Charlotte Business Inclusion.
James Carter, Economic Development.
Pam Young, Economic Development.
Welcome, everybody, to the meeting. We have a packed agenda, 3 items: Eastland Yard redevelopment, Hire Charlotte, and the review of the city's board and commissions. I turn the meeting over to Ms. Dodson, but before I do that, let me welcome 2 of my council members, Councilmember Mitchell and Mayfield, who are not members of the committee. Thank you for joining us today. As usual, we'll recognize you when appropriate, but of course, this is the meeting of the committee. So I just want to make sure that we recognize you. Also, Mayor Pro Tem is here as well, and he understands that as well.
Johnson's online.
And Ms. Johnson is online, so we got a full house for sure. Ms. Johnson, could you kind of preview the agenda for us, please?
Yes. The bulk of what we'll talk about today is reviewing the proposals that we received for the Eastland redevelopment. This was for the 20-plus acres that were on the eastern side of the site, where we had anticipated working with Chapter Sports and Entertainment. The overview, I will say, will also reflect of the proposals that we received with the closing data being up to February 6th. We'll spend the bulk of the time on that, and then we will spend a little bit of time revisiting the Hire Charlotte conversation that we had last month, but answering some of the questions that we had that came up from council. That's just a review, as well as the last item, which was a review of the current boards and commissions.
Okay. Before we get started, just also want to acknowledge Councilmember Ashmera. She is not with us today. She's on maternity leave. She's a member of the committee, but just want to acknowledge her membership in the committee. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Can we go back one slide, please? Thank you. So I'm just going to open this up quickly, and then I will pass it off to Todd to really dive into the proposals. We wanted to make sure with council, because this is 70-plus acres, and is a little bit of a complicated site plan in terms of all the twists and turns that we've had along the way. And so we wanted to review kind of where we are to date, also really hit on our partnership with Crossland Southeast. Glad Tim is here today, and the work that is going on behind the scenes to keep them on track with their timing. As you know, we had the groundbreaking. They are out there. They are working feverishly on the site. And so we felt like, even though we're here to talk about the eastern side of the site, it's important for you all to know that the work that we're doing with them. And then we will dive into the proposals as they came into us and talk about the next steps with the committee.
Okay.
So with that, Todd?
Perfect. Thank you, Tracy. So as we talk about level setting and kind of thinking through how we've gotten to where we are today, I thought it'd be good to present as a reminder some of the recent council actions that have taken over the last several years. This may be new information for a few of you who haven't been on council for very long, and it may be a reminder for those who have been on council for a few years. So in October 2018, the city selected Crossland Southeast as the master development partner. In June of 2020, the council approved the rezoning for approximately just under 80 acres of the site. November of 2020, council authorized the city manager to negotiate and execute 3 agreements. The CIP reimbursement agreement, which reimburses the developer up to $17.25 million for public infrastructure improvements. The tax increment grant agreement, which reimburses up to $11 million for structured parking and public infrastructure. This is done by way of a 45% tax increment grant, which includes the city and the county over a period of 20 years. And then the third agreement is the master development agreement, which basically kind of ties the agreements together, lays out the transaction terms for the land, revenue sharing opportunities, housing affordability, and other aspects that are outside of the other 2 agreements. In May of 2022, we started implementing the master development agreement with approval of the conveyance of the approximate 57 acres on the western side of the site. And then in August 22, we approved additional $6 million through a CIP reimbursement agreement, which helps alleviate some of the pressure that we were feeling on the construction cost and the significant escalations of construction costs that we've been seeing over the last year and a half or so, which have been quite astounding, to say the least. In August in 2022, we also had the groundbreaking. I think many, if not all of you, were there for that, which is a really exciting time, and I think it's something that shows where we are on this site. Every day we're making more progress than we made any other time that we've been on this property. So also thought it'd be a good idea to kind of reinforce where we started and how we're looking at this site in terms of the redevelopment as we take this through. So this is where the city started when we considered acquiring the property back in 2012. These redevelopment principles were created by the community at the time, and they are still, if you will, our North Star for the development of the property. Next slide, please. This is a checklist that we've created, and we use frequently when we have these conversations to kind of talk about how we are achieving some of the goals that are laid out on those principles, as well as some of the goals that have been stated through the community engagement efforts over the last several years. As you can see in green, we've accomplished many, if not all of these in the plan that we have in place today. There's one of those check marks that has gone back and forth between achieved in the plan and in progress, and that's what we're here to talk about towards the end of this conversation. And there are the other 2 that are almost achieved, and we'll get there once we start actually implementing the plan and going vertical with development. Next slide, please. So that would be good to kind of refresh your memory of the development site and what the development program is and where we're looking at. So the area that's largely in green, we consider that the eastern part of the site, and that's what we'll be focusing on later in this conversation. The area to the west of that spine road, which is Hollyfield Drive, that cuts just to the left of the area in green, is what we call the western side of the site, and that is the subject to the conveyances that were approved in May with Crossland Southeast. Phase 1 of the development is still on track with 155 single-family and townhome units, the first of those to be delivered by mid of 2024. Approximately 70 senior affordable dwelling units will start in May of 23 with a completion date by December 2024. Approximately 270 multifamily units with a 150-space parking garage, as well as about 16,000 square feet of first-floor commercial space. All of that is part of Phase 1. And then in phase 2, an additional 75,000 square feet of commercial space, which would include a grocer that would come at a later time, which that is the area that's fronting Central and adjacent to the Movement School to the planned western side of the site.
Can I ask you a quick question in terms of how large is the park?
The park, we're looking at about 4 to 5 acres.
Okay.
Thought it'd be helpful to lay out and remind you some of the key terms that were part of the partnership agreement with Carlson Southeast. I'm crossing my fingers that we will actually have a signed agreement on this master development agreement this month. So it includes the transactions, which that process was approved by council in May of 2022. Also includes a concept around revenue sharing. That was something we heard several times from council in previous conversations, to make sure that if we sold land at X value, that the developer couldn't turn around and immediately flip that land to somebody else and gain a profit. So there's embedded protections in that. And there's also touching on the idea of a master lease of the ground floor commercial space. This is something that we've talked about briefly in previous conversations all the way back to November and before of 2020, where it's really our chance to be more inclusive about the participation of small local businesses once the development is finished, and to be part of the finished redevelopment project. This is a more intentional approach. This is something that the city has never done before, and from my research, not too many cities have actually kind of taken this effort on, just because it is a bit challenging. We're still looking at confirming details over the next 2 to 4 weeks, and it will require additional council action to approve. General terms, we're looking at least a 10-year lease, a third party, which would be selected in partnership between city and Carlson Southeast, will manage the space. 20 to 30% of the space will be held for small and local businesses. And we're seeking subtenants to activate the ground floor retail space. It supports the continuity of the redevelopment. It strengthens the retail and commercial mix, bolsters the pedestrian activity throughout the entire day, and contributes to a unique experience in place. So the mix of tenants is really key to effectively activating what will be the new development. We're going to work with a third party and Carlson Southeast to make sure we have that right mix of credit and non-credit tenants, a right mix of types of users, what types of services or goods they might provide. Those are things we'll be working on an ongoing basis. Again, this is something we're really excited about because it provides an opportunity with this idea of inclusive prosperity, and helps us kind of take a step forward in achieving some of the goals for equitable economic development in East Charlotte. This slide and the one after this kind of shows the evolving situation around the public investment at Eastland. In March of 2022, so about a year ago, we had $20 million in CIP, $11 million in tax increment grant. Those were previously approved in 2020. We were contemplating $3 to $5 million for that master lease concept, and then about $6 to $8 million for the county park. That was kind of a rough budget at the time. At the time, we were also factoring in hospitality funds that were tied to the Charlotte FC and what their operations were going to be on the site. So in total, in March 2022, it was about $82 to $86 million of public investment. Of that, potential city investment was $67 to $70 million. Again, that includes the $38 million with the hospitality funds. In August of 2022, we basically back out the hospitality funds. And that brings the city investment down to $34 to $36 million. Some of the reasons why these are moving is, again, because the unanticipated impact of construction costs, supply chain impacts, COVID-19 impacts. There's a lot of things that have happened over the last 2 to 3 years that we certainly weren't contemplating heading into this in 2018, 2019 in these conversations with our development partner. Next slide, please. So this is where we sit today with the public investment. We've increased a little bit just because of cost impacts and escalation of other costs that have incurred through the project. Again, we still have the $20 million in CIP, $11 million in the TIG. We've increased a little bit the small business side, or the master lease concept, as well as the additional CIP in there that was approved in August is in there as well. The total here is $52 to $55 million of public investment, with 36 to 38 potentially coming from the city. Next slide, please. So this is something I wanted to show. A lot of times when we talk about this site, it's met with a lot of skepticism, and we're frequently met with some things are just not going to happen. This site is doomed. we're making progress. This is a month after the groundbreaking. Next slide, please. And this is where it sits about a month ago. So as you can see, there's a lot of work being done. There's work being done as we speak today. There's equipment out there moving dirt around, prepping the site, getting infrastructure in place, ready to go vertical later this year. So I think it's a really exciting time. We're making progress, and really looking forward to upcoming conversations we have around the eastern part of the site as we continue to make more progress on the full redevelopment of this site.
Can we pause right here and answer any questions in reference to our level setting exercise? And what we wanted to do was just to make sure that everyone has the same information as we move forward into the discussions of the proposal. So I open up the floor for any questions in reference to what was just presented. And what was just presented is that we're on time, moving forward, 155 single homes, 70 senior apartments, 270 multifamily units, 150 space parking deck, 16,000 square feet of retail, a 4 to 5 acre park. So things are happening on the site, and we're moving forward.
That's a great point, Councilmember Graham. That is, you're exactly right, right? It shouldn't get lost that while we are discussing new proposals, there are absolutely things that are moving forward on the site today.
And the only reason why we are entertaining new proposals is because one of our former partners chose another site, leaving us with the eastern part of the project.
Correct.
Which is about 20 acres. That partner has relocated Stowe in East Charlotte, and they're doing their building of their soccer and practice field. That partner being Tepper Sports and Entertainment. There's no secret in that, right? So they relocated elsewhere and left us with a hole. And right now, what we're trying to do is the best way possible to fill the hole. All minds and hearts clear. Any questions?
I would, can I add one
Ms.
thing?
Dodson.
I'm sorry. I would say too that as we've gone through this, we have maintained to everybody, community, other partners such as the county and others, that the goal was to continue to look for something on this portion of the site that held true to the vision that was put forward. We have always maintained that and want to kind of make sure that everybody recognizes that that stays in the forefront.
Councilmember Driggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify, today's meeting is informational, so we are going to receive information and share information about what we have. There won't be a decision or any judgment about this information, so we still have a lot of work to do, but in case anybody thought that we're going to come out of here having already chosen something, that is not the case. Thank you.
Correct. Any questions? Continue.
So the remainder part of this conversation, we'll be talking about 3 proposals we received. Next slide. So it's going to focus on what we call the Eastern Green. Crossland is already underway on the development that's going on the west side of the site, and can't repeat enough how fortunate we are to have a partner like Crossland Southeast to continue working despite some of the challenges we've experienced over the last several years. Any one of these challenges by themselves could have thrown this off chart and off course. So the fact that we're still making progress is a testament to their skills, their abilities, and the partnership we have, and we want to keep going forward. The focus on this property, as Tracy mentioned, has always been on some type of active recreation space. It's been that way since we initiated the redevelopment. Last summer, Charlotte FC announced they'd locate operations off the Monroe Road, and the focus of this site still remains to be active recreation that brings people to the site, to East Charlotte, and a use that activates the site and complements the redevelopment that Crossland Southeast is already underway with. In December, we received a proposal from an organization, and shortly thereafter released a public notice that we would accept other proposals through February 6th. We received 3 proposals by 5 o'clock on February 6th. We also received an updated proposal from one of the submitters after the deadline. However, the information you'll be presented with today is based on the information that we received as of the deadline of February 6th at 5 o'clock. The evaluation criteria that we've gone with so far includes financial strategy, qualifications, and experience of the project team, project approach and concept, and the development schedule. Next slide, please. So the first that we'll discuss is the Eastland Aquatic Center. So an aquatic center has been proposed for the Eastland redevelopment based on the increased participation rates within the state and the local community. Competition for lane space among the various organizations suggests a shortage of available aquatic facilities in the county. There's been a nonprofit group that the submitter has suggested will be formed. Then they will hire an aquatic director to manage and operate the facility. You see here a list of some of the operations and the responsibilities of the board and the executive director, which is to manage facility rentals and competitive events, plan and organize team meetings, create a budget for board approval, and so forth. Next slide, please. The proposal has been largely ran and managed and directed by Mr. Brian Bucci and Mr. Tim Whitmire, and there is also a consortium of interested and experts in their own field within aquatics, both competitive and that is more directly supporting community services and helping with those in disadvantaged communities. Next slide, please. So the Eastland Aquatic Center, as proposed, would serve as a regional and national venue for competitive aquatics events. A new aquatic center in Charlotte would be able to support competitive events that drive economic impact to the local market, as well as support the community with programs that promote water safety, lifelong fitness, adult programming, and aquatic programs targeted to historically disadvantaged communities. Based on the market analysis that they conducted, they are looking at up to 13 acres for the facility, 1 to 2 50-meter pools, 1 to 2 50-meter by 25-yard competition pools, 8-lane 25-yard program pool, and 1,500 to 2,500 seats. The bare minimum program has been suggested is 1 50-meter pool, but they have suggested that also that in order to remain competitive with some of the competition around the country for these high-level events, we would need a 2-meter pool to really kind of put ourselves in that top round of events. The remainder part of the land would be available for other future development. Next slide. The economic impact of this project would be 26 to 30 events per year, could potentially get up to 40, 170 event days per year. So this can be read as though if one event lasts 2 days, that would be 2 event days, thinking of it that way. Some of the events they have suggested that could take place here is a combination of USA Swimming, USA Diving, water polo, collegiate swimming, artistic swimming, and a host of other community-oriented events. They're looking at potentially creating an impact of $46 million in estimated inbound spending per year. According to the proposal, from a funding structure and financials, the project is estimated to cost about $45 to $50 million. The public investment requested is $35 to $40 million, which will be used for capital improvements of the facility. They've suggested that $10 million can be raised privately through corporate sponsors, naming rights, gifts, and other local fundraising events. The community use of the facility would be for a fee, and that is really kind of consistent with a lot of other facilities that are like this to help cover general maintenance and operating costs. The design and construction schedule is 24 to 36 months. They have not requested any public funds for ongoing operations. If a shortfall occurs, the board will be responsible to raise funds for any deficits. Next slide. Next, we'll be talking about the Racket Sports Entertainment District. Next slide, please. This was brought to us primarily by the Carolina Serves organization, along with Virgil Christian. Carolina Serves is a 501c3 with a current board of directors. They were founded to broaden public access to a world-class tennis and racket sport experience. They've impacted over 500 children in summer programs and limited resources and access. They will operate and program the proposed facility. Mr. Christian is a strategic advisor to Carolina Serves. He has a host of experience leading other development projects around the country with USTA, and would act as a general manager for the proposed facility, helping it to get out of the ground, as well as helping it get going and operating. Next slide, please. This is the Carolina Serves, largely the Carolina Serves Board of Directors, as well as other folks who are experts in their field, where the project and are listed as the project partners for the proposal team. Next slide, please. This So they have proposed an 80-plus racket court facility. Within those 80 courts, you have 30 clay courts, 20 hard courts, 8 red clay courts, a collegiate and professional spectator complex, which would include 12 indoor courts, 12 outdoor courts, and locker rooms, a pickleball and paddle complex. If anybody's not familiar with paddle, I had to Google it myself. It is a mix of tennis and squash and is frequently played in an enclosed court area. It'll also include a structured parking garage and a learning and education center where they would have STEM opportunities, SAT, ACT prep courses. Effectively, it's a place where student athletes can be a student as well as be the athlete on the facility as well. They are looking at using 23.7 acres for the racket facility with the remainder 5.2 acres for future development that would align with entertainment concepts. Previous slide, please. Just go back. There we go. So the estimated impact from tournaments and programming over 5 years, looking at $150 million with an average of $36 million per year. Year one would be $27 million in economic impact. This does not include other potential events around concerts, paddle tournaments, and so forth. There would be a variety of amateur sport events for all ages and skill levels, looking at 125 event days per year with 16,000 visitors annually. And their estimated construction timeline is 8 to 10 months for design and 12 to 18 months for construction. They are looking at an estimated project cost of $55 million, then a private investment of $15 million. Of that $15 million, 10 would be directed towards capital improvements to help build the facility. $3 million would be for operating reserves, and $2 million for youth grants and scholarships. Public investment requested is up to $45 million, which would be used for capital improvements of the facility itself, as well as any associated infrastructure improvements required, basically to have access to the facility. From a community use perspective, they would be fee-based, which would be pretty traditional for a facility like this. For example, if you wanted to rent a court for 90 minutes, it'd be $12. If you had 2 people playing, it's $6 each. If you have 4 people playing, it's $3 a person. They have also suggested and have committed to offering free court time and programming weekly, which would be more defined as progress. They are requesting a ground lease of $1 per year for 99 years for the.
What's the value of the property?
When we appraised the property, it was $319 a foot for land. That was in 20.
Can you repeat that? I can't hear you.
When we appraised the property, it was $3.19 a foot.
So what does that translate to in terms of the total value?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
Sorry, just got to do some.
I know some people in the room can do that in their head quickly, but it doesn't compute for me.
I got to guess, but I want to be wrong. So.
It's about, it's just under $11 million.
Just under $11 million. Okay? Just want to put that in perspective, okay?
When was that appraisal done?
2019 or 2020?
Okay. Could you hold that question, Councilmember Mayfield? Okay, thank you. Continue, Todd.
I was talking total for the entire 80 acres, sorry.
For the entire 80 acres?
For the entire 80 acres.
What about
yes.
the 20 acres?
The 20 acres.
It's about,
About $3.2, $3.4 million.
okay. 3.2 to $3.4 million for the 20 acres in question. Okay? Continue.
Next slide, please. So the third proposal that we received is from Target. They have proposed to construct a 148,000 square foot store. They would purchase 11 to 13 acres from the city at a price to be determined. They have not requested public funding. The estimated private investment is $35 million plus land cost. From a community perspective, they have a number of corporate initiatives that they would deploy into the community, such as donations to local food banks, volunteer hours, et cetera. And they would create approximately 250 to 300 jobs in the store. Next slide. And then next slide, please. So this slide is really just a summary of the 3 proposals that were just laid out and could provide reference material for any discussion that you all may have. So and willing to take questions and
Thank you, Todd, for the presentation. The floor is open for questions, comments from members of the committee. Councilmember Driggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as we look at this, I will be interested in understanding, and this is not necessarily a question to be answered now, what private interests there are for profit and what nonprofit interests there are participating in these memberships and these partnerships to understand essentially how an investment by us relates to a return on investment that might be realized by a for-profit company, because I think it's critical that we understand that as we contemplate investing money. I'm wondering, in the public fund requirements, do we know what the breakdown would be of hospitality versus CP, TIG, or other monies? Has there any thought been given to that?
right now, the TIG, we've basically exhausted its capacity, so the TIG wouldn't be at play here unless we got creative with the years. The CIP and the hospitality, I think it really comes down to getting more into the details of how much CIP funding we have available that can be deployed in a timely way that actually matches the construction schedule of one of these proposals. So I think we'd have to be creative and look at the various pools of funding to see how we can actually get that to work.
Okay. The big difference being hospitality is one thing and general fund is another, right?
Correct.
So it's a critical question. Thinking about the target proposal, again, for future discussion maybe, but I don't know how responsive that is to the commitment we have for benefits to the community. So unless I heard from the area residents that that was somehow going to be a huge amenity for them or something they really wanted, then I think we would have to look harder at the other two proposals in terms of what they might offer along the lines of what we have discussed all along. I mean, I'm going back to the whole contest through which Crosland Southeast was selected. We do have a responsibility here to honor commitments we made. And so it's not clear to me right now, as between tennis and aquatic, what relative value would be assigned to them as far as the benefit to the community, something I would want to look into. And being a sort of numbers guy, I'm also very interested to know what the rationale is from our standpoint for a number like 45. So it's interesting to me that we seem to have a similar number. I don't know if it relates to what we were thinking of doing with Tepper Sports. In my mind, what we were willing to do with Tepper Sports is not necessarily indicative of what the public interest might be in other proposals. So I'm going to look at each of these on their merits and figure out what a natural or logical breakdown would be as far as the public component and the private component is concerned. And that in turn involves typical considerations like economic impact and so on. Also the benefit, maybe the less quantifiable benefit to the local community, the area. And I will say that on the surface, as I look at the economic impact number that we saw, the ratio of the requested investment to that economic impact to me looks high. If I could just make an offhand comment, we would normally, I think, if we're just looking at that, and that's only one criterion, but if we're only looking at that, I think 150 million in total economic impact in relation to an investment by us of 45 is not very big. So it's only one consideration, but I just point that out as part of the process through which I would try to evaluate these. Right now, other than questioning the benefit to the community of the target proposal, I don't have a disposition towards either of the others yet. And so I'm really just describing, I think, how I would go about trying to choose between them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The district rep, Mr. Lamb. Right there.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I share a similar sentiment to my colleague here in that, actually, I just wanted to add, because that part, that number for the racket sports entertainment, it actually stood out to me too. But it looks like, and correct me if I'm wrong, that was over 5 years? So I pulled out my calculator right away to
It
do the
was.
math.
That's correct.
So it'd be a $30 million
Something
annual
per annum.
impact?
You're right. Yep.
So in looking at it, it actually, for the two, I mean, I wonder, I guess my specific question is around, where are those numbers coming from? Like, you know, the anticipated impact, how do we even have that with any anticipated specificity when this is something that we haven't done before? Is, I guess, my biggest question. Where do we extract that, you know, quantitative information from? How do we?
Mr. Chair, I could offer.
I think,
Yes.
I think Todd's going
Yeah,
to
go ahead.
do that, Mr. Driggs.
I can speak to just the approach to economic impacts and how they look at that. So, you know, it's a very, there's kind of industry accepted practices. There's a number of different modeling techniques. There's one that's very common. You basically is using multipliers. And so after years of historic data, they basically spit out what these multipliers are, and that's what people have. They kind of rely on what that impact is for a given industry and what is spent locally in that industry. So it's all very locally based or regionally based. So if you look at the number of visitors, how long they stay in town, what they spend, how they spend their money in hotels, food and beverage, other things like that, that's kind of how these impacts are derived. And so a lot of them are based on assumptions. So they're kind of input-out models. And so what your input and how strong your input is determines how strong your output is. And so it really makes a difference that you're using really strong assumptions. Now, you're never going to be exact just because of the nature of how these things work and you're estimating, but you still want to make sure you are not overestimating gradually, because what's nice to see is you're not seeing $1 billion impact, which you might see in other economic impact studies. What I've seen have gotten really aggressive in how they use assumptions. So that's kind of generally how these studies or these estimates are kind of come through.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. And so as I've looked at this over, you know, the past few weeks, so the most important thing to me as the district representative is to deliver on a promise that we made to East Charlotte. And so that's my primary goal. My goal is to deliver the highest and best option based on what we know from the people who have given so many years to this research. Many of them are here today because they care that much about it. And so, you know, as the person that they elected to represent them, I want to say that, you know, I've heard the concerns. I'm personally uncomfortable with the public investment request right now as it stands. And I am aware that there's an interest around modifying that for one in particular. And so I don't know what we need to do or want to do as a committee to entertain that as an option, you know, and what that sounds like and what that means for us. But I think we need to have that discussion. I think we need to open up that part of the discussion where we decide what that means and how that means, or, you know, based on everybody's comfort level, because I don't want to decide for anybody. But, you know, since there is, you know, interest in, you know, making some modifications based on what we have in front of us right now, I just, you know, I'd like to hear from my colleagues and even all of my colleagues that are interested in, you know, adding to the conversation around that, like how do we anticipate that looking? What does that sound like? How do we decision that, you know, in all fairness? And again, I just want us to consider, you know, as a nearly 20-year Charlottean with most of my time here on the east side, it means a lot for us to have something that makes sense for us. And so I'm saying us because I live there with my children too. And so we can drive to that property and get there in 3 minutes, just so you know. So it means a lot to us to have a solution that works and is going to be something that stays for a while as well. I mean, I don't want this to be something that we're saying we're checking a box for. And I'm very reluctant to do that. I know that everyone's been waiting for some time. And yes, we deserve an answer, but we got to get it right. And so whatever it takes to get it right, I'm here for it. I just want that to be said as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Wallington.
I've just got a couple. I want to circle back to this conversation around the source of funds because I may have missed it. Is the intent or what is the current thinking around where these dollars would come from if one of these projects were selected? Is this tourism dollars or from the general fund?
Todd?
We don't know yet. That was what I was trying to find out.
Yeah.
Let Todd answer that question for me.
So I would say generally it would be hospitality funds would be the majority of this for the aquatic center, as well as for the racket sports entertainment. And now if there's an opportunity or if there's insufficient funds or capacity to do it, then we might have to look at other solutions and other sources that might be available. So I think where we are now is trying to figure out what works the best for us and how do we get creative with what we have to make sure that we're putting something out there and investing in that's responsible and that still helps us get to where we need to be.
Okay, thank you. That is of particular importance to me just because as I think about, and I'm not going to say anything that's different than what my colleagues have just said, but for the record, it's important to me, we think about the source of funds and how that impacts community benefit, because I see here this bottom line where it says community usage will offer free court time and programming weekly, other uses available to the community for a fee. I see community usage for fee unknown, and then variety of initiatives to support local community. And I would think that especially if we're pulling this from the general fund, these uses, if you will, or community benefit are prepaid by the community. So I would expect to see something a lot more substantial there in exchange for this investment. And then my second question was about governance structure. Given the breakdown of the investment for what I see before me, it would seem that for the at least the duration of the payback period, that there would be some public decision authority in regards to what's going on the ground. So I just wanted to know what the thought process was around that.
Okay.
When you say public decision, you mean to be part of the operating team of the facility?
Yes, or even the board.
Okay. That's something we haven't contemplated. We can certainly talk a little bit more about that with each of the submitters on that, just to see what that looks like. We haven't really contemplated that, just because it is largely tourism-based, and we don't want to make sure we may not necessarily have the right expertise to do that, but that's something we can certainly look into.
Okay, you good? Thank you, Councilman Wallington. Here's my thoughts, and then I'll ask our two council members who are visiting with us if they want to make any comments. I first want to thank Tim and Calvin and Joel and Brian and Carolina Serves and Arctic Center for all the work they've done. I know it's been an enormous amount of work. I know you put in an enormous amount of your own dollars to get to this point, so I just want to acknowledge that and thank you for submitting the proposal. I had the opportunity to meet with both parties, met with the aquatic folks last week for about an hour and a half, and I thought it was a really good meeting in terms of understanding what their issues are and what they would like to see. Just from background, you know, I used to work at Eastland Mall, at Wilson's Menswear, James Webster's Menswear, Annabelle's. I met my wife on the bus coming from work at the mall on the number 7. She was shopping. I was coming home from work.
Go Cats.
Yeah. We lived in Burnham Woods off of Falconbridge Drive. I got my hair cut this morning at the barber shop on the corner of Albemarle Road and Sharon Amity.
Let's go East Side.
And the reason I can't lose any weight is because I cannot stop going to the House of Pizza. Right? And so I know East Charlotte really, really well. I knew Eastland Mall when it was the most visited place in North Carolina as a tourist attraction. I saw the decline, and I am so excited about the rebound. So I know the space. And so it's not that I don't care about what's happening there. I just wear a different lens as chairman of this committee. And so I hope that the meetings I had, that you guys took it in that vein. This is a little bit unusual because both of the proposals from my perspective look the same. One is swimming, one is tennis. Both of the acts are similar at 55 million, 45, 55 are the same. One thing that didn't come out, I want the members to know, is that both entities, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tracy, Todd, would have to fundraise for their $10 million. So it's not like the $10 million is sitting in a fund ready to go. They would need our leverage, our commitment to then go out and fundraise for $10 million, which still leaves the site vacant until they achieve that goal or say they can't achieve that goal, right? And so I think we all need to keep that in consideration. Our community has a history of public-private partnerships. That's how we build a whole lot of things here, but it has to be proportional. The numbers that are in front of us from our historic nature of the cities is unbalanced, right? It's a $45 million ask for capital, and both of the proposals are putting in 10. Actually, one is, both are putting in 10, which is unbalanced, right? And so that's a decision that this council is going to have to make, whether or not they feel comfortable with that. I will tell you, and James chaired the committee before, is that we get a lot of proposals like this, and we've told a lot of people, past and presently, that the numbers don't work for the city, and that for it to work, there has to be greater participation on the private side. There have to be projects that are shovel-ready where the money is in the bank, and the city knows that their investment is being protected. Just an observation. Generally, on these projects, the city money is the last money in, not the first money. And it's really a but for the city's participation, these projects would not occur. And so these are public projects based on what we see in front of us right now, right? And so the question about governance is a good question, because it's we hypothetically put $45 million into a facility, whether it's swimming or tennis, we own it. And we can't walk away and leave the responsibility to others for maintenance and operations and upkeep and those type of things. That's just historically what we have not done. I just would encourage flexibility. I would encourage responding to current events and what's happening around you for both parties. And the ability to be flexible and really, really, really hone in on the numbers on the private investment. We did get a last-minute revision that came in on last Thursday, I think. And to be fair to everyone, I've talked to at least two members of this committee about giving a 60-day extension so that others who want to revise their proposal can do the same. And then for both parties, and I do believe it's between tennis and tennis and swimming, to really, really sharpen your pencil and your pens about the private investment. The space for amateur sports in our community, as it relates to economic development, is a space I think the city should play in with others. With others meaning our corporate partners, Mecklenburg County. And as you can see, Mecklenburg County has participated with the TAG and others in the park. So they're participating in Eastland, don't get me wrong, they are. They just aren't participating in either of these proposals, which makes it the city is standing alone. So I mean, it would love to be a three-legged stool, right, where there's public participation, the city and the county, which brings our investment down, if that was possible. I'm not sure it is, but that's where I think we should try to get to, if possible. And so if we can agree with this committee to give everybody 60 more days, also allow the staff to use this period to seek out other proposals, if there's any others, and then as a council, and I guess we need to decide where's our threshold, right? I mean, how much are we willing to invest? And the investment the answer would be, we're not willing to invest anything. And this particularly, right? There might be something else. I just think we just need to make sure that we don't set dangerous precedents because I know there's a young lady who wants to build an AAU facility. Her numbers probably are going to look the same, and I've consistently told her that we can't do it because the numbers they're upside down. So I think as a council, we have to be consistent, at least I have to be, chairing this committee with everybody. And so, like my wife tells me all the time, if you like it, I love it. So if the council likes this, I can love it. But I think it would really put us in a situation where we're getting proposals for West Charlotte, East Charlotte, other parts of our community from people who are very credible. These are credible people. These folks aren't not credible, right? And they're pitting their dollars and their money where their mouth is. I think they can raise the money, but I think instead of raising $10 million, they may have to be raising $20 million or $25 million, right? So the question is, can you do that and meet us in a way where we all can say, yeah? I don't think no one wants to say no, especially me being in attendance. I don't want to say no. But if I say no to others who are interested in doing business with the city based on the same rationale and the numbers, then I have to be consistent. So can we talk about that proposal, giving everyone 60 days and allowing the staff to kind of seek out others if there's any? And then between now and then, I would love to have a conversation with many of my colleagues, James, Lawana, and say, what is the investment, right? Where is that sweet spot that makes sense for everybody? So I'm going to pause there. I'm going to allow the Mayor Pro Tem, he has a question. Ms. Mayfield?
Mr. DeLong answered my question. Thank you.
Okay. And so could we talk about this?
Do you have a comment?
Do you?
I do. Yeah.
Floor is yours.
So I agree, obviously, with a lot everybody says. I think at least 60 days would be a good thing to talk it over. I share a lot of the same concerns. It's a lot of money, public investment. I agree that they look very cool and look very, very good. And if they work out, they'd be great. I mean, you mentioned, Mr. Chair, you mentioned the county isn't in this, and I just wonder, for instance, from the Aquatic Center facility, how that interacts with the Aquatic Center we have here in Uptown. I know that I just don't know about that market, right? Because it generates a lot of business and it's a pretty important venue. I just don't know, so I would want to have more information. I also see, the aquatics, the tennis facility takes up the whole 20 acres, but the aquatic center doesn't, and neither does the Target idea. So if, let's say, for instance, we love the aquatic center, what's the idea with the rest of that acreage? And while a Target might not on its face seem like the type of destination that was initially considered, I certainly wouldn't support it if it was in a sea of parking, a sea of parking lot, for instance. But, I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, and I remember the first Target was built in New York City on Atlantic Avenue, Atlantic Yards, probably a decade before the Barclay Center was built there, and it served as a catalyst for other retail opportunities as the downtown area changed. It certainly made it a destination place. It also brought other sports facilities, and it created a hub for the reimagination of the public transit aspects that were that are there. People often think of 42nd Street and Grand Central Station and stuff like that, but Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn, that's where a lot of lines interconnect, including Long Island Railroad as well as MTA. So thinking of what the idea of Eastland is in the future, what is that Target idea? Is this would this be the traditional sea of parking, or is this more of a metropolitan? Or if you go that route, again, there's still potentially half of the site still remaining. Is there the opportunity to do something like gridding the streets and creating a different type of urban destination on the east side that we aren't even thinking about right now? You know, I see a lot of, seems like everything has been trying to fill this space in broad swaths, but we haven't seen anything, you know, that looks at this broken up into some kind of a grid, you know, and to create a place where folks can walk around. I even think of, I'm forgetting the name of the place up in Huntersville, Cornelius.
Birkdale.
What? Birkdale, yeah. Does any of that preclude, I don't know, is that a possibility, or again, what happens with the rest of the acreage?
So let me go back through a couple of your comments really quickly, just full disclosure. We have met with the county. We've also met separately with CRVA to review these proposals because two of the proposals being on the side of hospitality and tourism, we felt like, you know, they need to be aware. And the same thing with the county, since they're a partner in the overall project, we felt like it was important to at least inform them, and we'll continue discussions with them about the proposals that have come in. So we've already briefed them, both of those entities once. Tennis leaves about 5 acres, and keep me honest here. With the aquatics, we on our side did a little bit of preliminary looking of just what would a facility based on square footage, right, take, not necessarily aquatic specific to the amount of parking needed or things like that, to try to at least get smart on how much acreage would be left. I think that from our side, because there are drastic differences between the 3 proposals, we kind of wanted to have this discussion before we went deeper into some of the planning. But Mayor Pro Tem, to your point, I think the intent is always that this is very much a walkable place, right? That this feels like if you're on the eastern side of the site, you're going to want to be able to feel like you can walk to the western side of the site, and that it does feel totally integrated. So I think that I look at some of that planning as a next step.
And I did ask staff to go back to Target to see if they're willing to have a different design for that space, like it's a more urban type. I don't want to see a parking either. You know, again, I'm not advocating for it. I'm just asking some questions. It comes with a grocery store, so it brings another grocery store to the community, et cetera. So, and Councilmember Anderson, who is not with us, I don't think, she's not with us, used to work for Walmart in their corporate headquarters. And those were the type of questions she asked when she saw Target. It's a grocery store. They've already did their economic analysis. They know they can make money. It brings 300 jobs, et cetera, et cetera. So she said, don't say no right offhand. Obviously, we want to be respectful to the residents who we want to be involved in planning their own community, as well as the district rep. But, you know, I think there's some more questions to ask there as well. And so 60 days may give us the opportunity for us to for staff rather, to do a lot more due diligence. And there may be something else out there, right? The main point is just, again, for both of the individuals who are both in the room with us today, to hear what we have said, to go back and I think the takeaway is more private investment, and see if they can come back with something that kind of meets us where we are. And then we have to decide for ourselves, where are we, right, in terms of how much do we want to invest, right? And so that gives us 60 days for us to answer that question internally as well.
The last thing I'd say to that, I think, is when we go back, a group that I think we really need to engage, which I haven't heard from much, are the business owners up and down Central Avenue, particularly the international community. I've talked to some folks. I just actually talked to Ms. Molina, along with some folks from the airport, folks that have been trying to expand their business in anticipation of the Eastland redevelopment. And the speculation that's happening along the corridor of the difficulty of finding space to expand. You have some successful businesses that have had trouble growing there. So how are we going to integrate them into this development? Are we, or do we have the opportunity to do that? I don't see them represented kind of in any three of these at all.
So Mayor Pro Tem, I'm glad you brought that up because we have a layer of what I would just call initiatives. You know, once kind of we had our direction on Eastland and Todd pointed out the master lease for the ground floor retail, the whole intent of that was to create those business opportunities for some of the local businesses there through that master lease. So that's one piece. But also once Eastland got going, we did our quarters of opportunity, our playbook, with an intentional focus on a lot of those businesses. Again, trying to think about how could they tie to Eastland and make sure that that presence is represented in that. So it's in there. I think it's more a part of, I would say, the corridors of opportunity work right now while Eastland is kind of getting up and going and under construction. And then hopefully the two will come together.
Councilmember Mitchell, do you have any comments for us?
A couple of things, I think. Thank you, Committee Chair and Committee, for allowing us outsiders to sit in and get information. Appreciate it. I think 60 days to give the current proposal to people to shop and because is always a great exercise. But I just want to keep one thing in mind. We started this journey. We say transformative. We really want the East Side to have something that was a regional draw, transformative, and I just want to make sure this committee keep looking through those lenses. So,
okay.
Appreciate it.
And Mr. Drace, I'll give the district rep the last word.
Thank you. I think what's come across pretty clearly is a concern about the terms that are being proposed at this point. As you suggested, Mr. Chair, it's up to us to recognize that there is value to the city in this, so I don't think the number is zero. The question is, what's our sort of methodology, right? Like, how do we go about establishing an amount that is reasonable that we would invest out of public funds in order to make this come true because of the public interest? And then we line that up against another number, which is what do we think the amount is without which, below which, the deal just doesn't happen? Like, what's the minimum that we need? And try to work around those concepts. But I want to be able to justify, if I vote for this, that I thought this number was reasonable and that's why. And I think these numbers are high. I'm concerned about the ratio, particularly in light of the fact that we do not have the committed funds, as you pointed out, Mr. Chair. So I think we've got work to do. I'm prepared to make a motion that we extend by 60 days, and if you want an action on that from the committee. But I think my question to the staff is going to be, so now what? So we've seen this. We've expressed some concerns. I think that's a basis for further conversation. The 60-day extension will mean that we can have further conversations with everybody. But what are you going to do now?
Well, if I can take a stab at answering that, I mean, I think we've heard loud and clear some of the concerns, right? The financials are, I think Councilmember Wellington brought up a great question about governance and operating. I think there's things that we can go back to the proposers and really dive into and talk about to then bring you all back further information on that. That is number one. I think, too, Councilmember Driggs, that we probably should take a little bit of time and talk about what is reasonable and how do we justify that, right? I don't know that it's fair to ask the proposers to sharpen their pencil if they don't know what they're shooting at, right? I think we need to give them a little bit of guidance as well, but also then keeping in mind what Councilmember Mitchell said about transformative and staying true to the intent of the vision that was put forward. So I see it as a couple of lanes of conversations in moving that forward. One area I would like to ask for clarification on, because I heard it mentioned one time, I did not write it down as kind of some of our to-dos, was, is there anything else out there? I think we need clear directive from you. Are we focusing on these three proposals, or are we keeping the process open?
I think we open it up for everybody, right? Because it's against a public process. and we'll see what happens in 60 days.
That would be my motion.
Yeah.
You just extend the whole deadline, push it out to 60 days from now. You got to get it right.
Can I?
Sure.
May I? Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to preface this with, again, I'm coming into this as a new member of the body, not a new person on the east side, though. And I think that needs to ring absolutely clear in this process, in that, my peers and community members sought fit to have me sit here and be representative of their voice. And so what that means for me is getting it right. So whether it's more people in that lane saying they want to take a swat at this, or whether that's just the 3 that we have on the table, the main concern is to get the highest and best opportunity for Eastland and fulfill the promise that the city has made to the east side for so many years now. And so I've been sitting here on a few questions with relationship to some of the open items that, the public may or may not be aware of. Again, governance structure is really big. We need to answer that. We need to put an exclamation mark on that. And no matter who comes moving forward, what does that mean? How does that mean? We're talking terms of an agreement, and how does that, what type of relationship does that, tie us into or not, going forward? So, I mean, there's too many questions and not enough answers. And I think a lot of people, and I feel kind of bad because as a new member of the body, I set up this town hall very, very eager to reach out to my community members, and it was almost used as a publicity stunt, I felt like, to kind of launch what seemed like this "we got an answer" type of deal, and that's not what it should have been. And so now we have this RFP process that in some cases may even be a little bit premature. We see now that some of the members of this, opportunity would like to modify, and I think that's a valid opportunity for them to, now take a shot at it and say, and of course with guidance, that's why we have, people who work for the city who can help guide that process so that you can, be guided and this time bring your A game. I think that's important for anybody who's even seeking this opportunity. We would love to have a solution. We are all, I've never seen this room this packed, and I've been here a few times now, and I've never seen this much action in this room.
I got a new suit on. That's why
They came for your suit, Malcolm. They came for the suit, I might have to get a new suit next time, make sure we got, but I think, I said all that to say that, I would be also open to the idea that we open it across the board. 60 days. If someone has not thought of this, I don't know if they could even deliver a valid proposal in 60 days. So let's just talk about what it takes to deliver on a proposal. This wouldn't be like, somebody coming off the street and say, hey, I want to, jump in there and act for $55 million too. I mean, if there's not someone who is, thought of this as a solution, I don't see them coming forward to kind of disrupt this process in a major way. So I don't see a whole lot of harm in opening all lanes up to say, bring your highest and best proposal, and let's see what we can deliver to East Charlotte. Because again, it's not, if the investment, because everybody I've talked to personally has said, we love East Charlotte, we're invested in East Charlotte. Well, that's what I'm here for, right? That's why I make the big bucks over here, because, I'm in love with East Charlotte, and that's what we need to deliver on. So, Mr. Chair, Mr. Co-chair, I actually agree with that sentiment and opening the lanes up.
Before I call the question for the vote, I just want to assure everyone that I know the city attorney's office is represented in this meeting today, so I know she's over there taking notes. The devil is always in the details of these transactions, and right now we're at a very high level, right, trying to choose one or the other. And then we'll get down to the specifics, and those things we work out in conjunction with economic development and the city's attorney's office. And I hope that both of the proposals who are here listening is are getting the indication that we really don't want to say no, right? I mean, help us help you is what I want to leave it with, right? Help us help you. And I think you know what that means based on all the comments that were made earlier today. There's a motion on the floor to extend the process for 60 days, also giving staff the opportunity to search far and wide and do additional research if possible.
Second.
It's properly second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay.
Mr. Chair, do we need to discuss that with the full council tonight, or can this vote be sufficient?
I'm almost certain it will be discussed tonight, right? They all were on the line.
Gets to vote tonight.
Everybody,
Oh, you look like you got.
everybody's listening. All right, so we'll give those individuals to clear out for those who need to, and then we'll.
Can I make just one thing related
Yes.
to Eastland, just as a comment, just so that council members that are still here recognize that we do have, and Todd, I think, mentioned it, we do have some council actions that are coming forward in relation to the Crosland side of the site, right? So I just don't want there to be any confusion, because very soon you will see the master lease agreement and the budget ordinance to reallocate the $6 million that's already been approved. So just full disclosure, there's some other things that will come forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody, for coming. I really appreciate the focus and the attention, and we're here to help. Thank you, ma'am. Tracy, agenda item number 2.
Great. Thank you very much. While we're going to shift now to hire Charlotte, and I'm really glad that Anna and Hope are both here with us today. I'm going to ask Christina to go through this quickly. I want to make a couple of things clear in this. We felt like we're not really coming back for anything other than to answer the questions that were brought up last month in terms of how hire works within some specific areas or specific segments of the population within our community. And we just wanted the chance to kind of reframe the conversation a little bit and be able to demonstrate that. And so I will let Christina go through the presentation, and I apologize in advance that I might interject a few things.
Thanks, Tracy. Next slide, please. So just to give a recap from our last committee meeting, we proposed recommendations for ARPA funding for small business support, corridors of opportunity, and Hire Charlotte. And so the plan is to move forward with going to full council for small business support and corridors of opportunity on March 13th. And then we're discussing Hire Charlotte again today with committee. Next slide, please. So a couple things that we heard from our discussion on February 6th at last committee was talking more about how Hire is supporting some specific populations such as single parents, reentry, other target industries such as construction, and the consideration to take a more regional approach. So this will be weaved into our conversation today. Before we move on to the next slide, I will quickly touch on the regional approach. We've heard loud and clear from our employment ecosystem that we really want to get it right at home in the county before we scale. However, we do see value in bringing along our regional partners in our efforts because Hire is intended to be scalable. So we've been meeting with Charlotte Regional Business Alliance. We're also partnering with the Workforce Development Representative for the Central Line Regional Council to make them aware of our efforts and talk about how we can continue to coordinate at the regional level. Next slide, please. And just to remind you that Hire is a collaborative effort. Maurice was on our steering committee over there, and thank you, Anna and Hope, for being here today. Again, this is just a snapshot of the organizations that have been involved and continue to be involved in Hire Charlotte. The whole goal is to develop a stronger, more connected, coordinated ecosystem so we can really increase our impact on creating great jobs for our residents. Next slide, please. So you've seen these implementation recommendations before from our steering committee, but we really wanted to focus on 3 main areas: talent and job connectivity, workforce and talent development, and what we mean by that is essential skills or soft skills, technical skills or hard skills, and reskilling, as well as target industries. And I'm going to do a little bit of a deeper dive on each of these categories in the upcoming slides. Next slide, please.
We can stop right there really quickly. Just, a lot of what we heard in February, more so with the full council, but some of that discussion did start here, was, what about specific populations or things like that? And I feel like if you really pull up and you think about what is higher, everything falls into these three buckets. Now, any population or program for specific, even if it's a geographic location of the community, can fit under these buckets. But we really had to pull up and think about kind of these recommendations fall into these three buckets, and we can fit just about anything underneath there as we kind of work with our partners. Sorry.
Yeah, and a great point to add on to that, Tracy, is some of our core values as we approach this Hire Charlotte work is that Hire is designed to be inclusive and equitable. So we're really trying to be as inclusive to all populations as we evolve the programming. Next slide. So talent and job connectivity is also known as what we've come to you before about in terms of a job seeker employer connect or platform. So a one-stop shop for job opportunities, training, and resources, but with physical components or community hubs. And we also, recognize that all this incredible work's going on at the same time. So we're coordinating closely with our city partners with Access Charlotte. We've talked to you before about how we're working with the Charlotte Executive Leadership Council on their Pathways Portal initiative. So those efforts can inform this work that we like to move forward with. And of course, it's also about leveraging our partners in this space. So we recognize the importance of meeting residents where they are. So increasing capacity for Charlotte Works Career Navigators program. They're located strategically at locations across the county, including the detention center, but what we're hoping to do is invest in an ambassador in each of the corridors of opportunity, and then also partner with programs like MEC Success that help single parents with the resources that they need. And other county resources include the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Library System and our community resource centers. So that will be a big piece of that. Next slide, please. I also just wanted to give you a quick update on target industries. This is some of the work we're doing with this tranche, but it's all based on a foundation of target industries and really understanding and serving the needs of both the employer and the job seeker, not only for the jobs of today, but the jobs of tomorrow. And aligning with regional and statewide economic development, business recruitment efforts in our target industries, and creating business plans for those. And just to remind you of what those are that we're starting with, they include finance, technology, business management and administration, transportation and warehousing, manufacturing, and health sciences. And then also not only is it the business recruitment side, but it's the workforce development, talent development side, and developing talent alignment strategies to profile our target industries with the current employment state, source of jobs, growth sectors, and current talent pipelines. So we have a really good sense of what the landscape looks like so this programming can speak to our needs. Next slide, please. And then just to kind of reinforce what we talk about, the importance of universal workforce and talent development efforts. So this is everything from the essential skills to the technical skills and reskilling opportunities. And I'll go a little bit more into each and kind of speak to how these areas also help serve some of the target populations that we discussed at our last committee meeting. Next slide, please. So essential skills. We've heard loud and clear from the employment ecosystem that there really needs to be universal marketable skills curriculum that's flexible and meets different residents at where they are in their stages of beginner, intermediate, advanced, looking at communication skills, employability skills, and digital skills. But we also recognize that certain populations have additional needs. So Working Smart has been a successful essential skills program that's helped people with barriers such as justice-involved individuals. And we've learned from our partners that these populations really need that hands-on, in-person support. So we look to continue to evolve our curriculum and incorporate this into it so that this can evolve with a universal curriculum so we can work hand in hand with that. Another program that really speaks to the essential skills piece is LifeWorks, which is offered through the Center for Community Transitions. And this is really an employment readiness focused workshop that prepares individuals with criminal records for those questions and how to market themselves, especially with a focus on personal branding. And what's neat about that program is upon graduation, clients receive a $50 incentive and a guaranteed job interview with a ready-to-hire employer. And then, as I mentioned before, MEC Success through the county offers coaching, support, and connections, helps with career development, employment, retention, educational opportunities, and access to skill-based training. So we hope to continue to coordinate efforts with that so that whatever we are able to develop through the programming of Hire Charlotte can be applied through these different channels. Next slide, please. And then on the technical skills side, it's also about maximizing our ecosystem investments in this space. So in terms of target industry training and development, we talked about starting with identifying the 6 target industries from a business recruitment lens that I mentioned, but also identifying other industries such as construction with consistent workforce needs. An example of a program too that is helpful to acknowledge under this area is NC Works Next Gen through CPCC that offers free gateway to education, jobs training, paid internships, and career guidance for those with barriers to employment. And then when we came to you at the committee, we also talked to you about apprenticeships and our commitment in that area. But I also wanted to call attention to a couple programs that the county has supported that can help our efforts, especially on the construction side. So with the ROC, the county has invested about $900,000 to expand its ROC North training facility, which currently serves Chambers High and will continue to serve those students as well as also serve students from Garinger High. And so this is a comprehensive workforce development program which provides construction-related technical skills and job readiness plus apprenticeships. And then there's also She Built This City, which the county is supporting as well through ARPA funding to support the expansion of its workforce development program by adding a second location to its Women's in the Trade apprenticeship program that offers skills-based training and wraparound services. And then I had mentioned that we really wanted to take the momentum of the Housing and Jobs Summit and create a meaningful grant opportunity that could really connect housing with job opportunities. And we have a couple organizations in mind and look forward to building out that structure. And then with the Renew expansion, as we look at exploring additional industries to add to the program, we definitely want to have additional conversations with other workforce development partners, especially keeping in mind some of these targeted populations to make sure that we're really serving those populations in addition to the residents at large. Next step, please. And then in terms of identifying reskilling opportunities, this work really builds on the essential and technical skills training work, and partnering with employers is key to the success in this area. So what we've heard from a lot of our conversations within the ecosystem is that employers really need to be educated, especially about the opportunity to become second chance employers. And I know one thing that we definitely want to put on the calendar is setting up a discussion with the Charlotte Executive Leadership Council's Workforce Development Working Team to talk about identify ways to overcome barriers for residents. And then the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance has a Talent and Education Council that we'd like to go to as well, just to make sure that they know what's going on with Hire Charlotte, but also to educate them on the benefits of second chance employment. Workforce development alignment is very important in this space too, as we build on training opportunities. So a partnership with the reentry partners of Mecklenburg will be essential to making sure our efforts are integrated. Next slide, please. I wanted to share this as an example of how our Hire Charlotte recommendations can weave in reentry resources. So, you know, when you look at the Employer Job Seeker Connect, we see a big partner in our re-entry partners of Mecklenburg. April is re-entry month, and so we're excited to become more engaged in their efforts there. RPM is hosting a conference in early April, not only for employers to learn more about supporting reentry population, but also other ways where we can integrate hire in that. And then, of course, Charlotte Work with their Career Navigators program will be helpful to continue the work there. Essential skills training, I gave the example of the Center for Community and Transitions and their LifeWorks program. Technical skills training, Mecklenburg County has so many great opportunities in the vocational space, and they're a great partner to us as we evolve what the training program looks like for Hire Charlotte. Scalable reskilling programs, I just mentioned Charlotte Regional Business Alliance is a great example, and of course, CPCC will continue to be a great partner as we look at target industry talent development opportunities. Next slide, please. And then this slide should look familiar to you. This is what we shared at the last committee meeting about how we recommended the ARPA hire-related expenses should go for the second tranche. This has not changed at all since our conversation.
So I just want to tie it as we wrap, and I know we're out of time. I just want to tie it all together. A lot of what Christina just presented in there, she said that when we were in front of you in February, we had ARPA recommendations really in 3 tranches: corridors, small business, and hire. We are moving forward based on the discussions back in February with bringing the council action forward next week for the small business and the corridors work. We recognize that Councilmember Ajmera had asked some more questions about other small business initiatives. We can come back on that. We still have money remaining. But then we felt like there was enough discussion around hire, we needed to take an opportunity and pause and really try to demonstrate how these recommendations and these initiatives that we're trying to move forward with hire really can hit certain segments of our community that might be most in need. So really it was, again, to try to, our recommendations haven't changed, but really tried to illustrate how they work together and they aren't separate from each other.
That's it? So from our last meeting, I mean, I don't think you had any pushback from this committee.
No.
So I'm going to Councilmember Moreno, then Councilmember Driggs, and then Ms. Wellington.
Did you have anything, Councilman?
I can wait, go ahead.
Okay.
All right. Now's the time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I, again, am a big fan, you guys know, of hire. I love some of the stakeholders looks like. I think that's going to be very important. From my point of view, and, you know, considering time, because I could really go on and on about this, but for me, the most important part of this is the outcomes, right? And so as a government entity, we can't make people, you know, partner with us to hire, you know, people that we intend to train. But my hope is with some of the stakeholders that are listed, that we can really, you know, gain their buy-in about what this means as far as our overall community and the benefits that are present for everybody, you know. So I'm, you know, calling out to everybody in our community, in the public and private sector, like we need to create jobs. It is my firm belief that if you give a human the opportunity to be responsible for their own person and they have an opportunity to earn that wealth through training or whatever, I think people can change their lives. And it doesn't mean they won't need help, but it means that you can work towards having a different quality of life. And so that starts with, where do I work? How much do I earn? You know, one of many things. I mean, of course, having a place that you can afford to live in, and so many other things go into that, right? But one of the questions with this particular program, we can intend to make substantial changes in the lives of our community members by, you know, not only providing training resources, which, you know, I personally am a big fan of CPCC. Everyone knows that. Community college is one of the most underutilized, utilized resources in our community, because there are so many avenues to be trained technically and to be successful, personally and financially with a trade. Trades are amazing. I have a lot of education, but that education, from a long-standing, a lot of education doesn't always mean you earn a whole lot of money. You can get a trade and you can earn good money, depending on what you study. And so, as we continue to, develop this program and talk about its potential and realize how much impact we can make on our community members, I get excited every time we talk about it. And I want us to be intentional about the relationships that we build, and hopefully gaining partnerships that buy into it with the same beliefs that we have, that, we believe that our community members, if we give them the opportunity, they want to go to work and they want to earn a wage where they can, pay their bills and begin to try to feed their families. And so I'm, like I said, a big fan, very intentional about how we, how we pursue this as an option is very important to me, with reference to outcomes.
Mr. Drakes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been in favor of investing more in jobs, I think, quite audibly for a long time, so I'm definitely on board. Do we need a motion or anything here?
Before we take that motion, let's hear from
I do
Council.
have comments.
Sure, go ahead.
I just was going to go ahead and put the motion out there, but the other thing I would just mention is in Tampa, we talked about economic development. The first thing they said was talent, 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 right? And that reinforced my belief that we need to do more in this area. And so I welcome this. The only thing I would like to do also, though, is inject a note of urgency. Like we started quite a while ago with Hire Charlotte, and if I'm a guy looking for a job, I'm still hearing concepts and process, right? So I'd love to get us in front of the job seekers, the people who have come out of the system, and start delivering something as quickly as possible. So I appreciate all the work you've done, not to take away from it, but let's get down to action. Thank you.
Councilmember Wallington.
Yeah, I would echo that. I think that there's been a ton of work here. I think what Councilmember Driggs just mentioned speaks to the need for really realigning our resources here at the city to ensure that we can accelerate delivery for this. And so to the extent that talent development and workforce development in particular has a specific focus separate and apart from economic development, working to hand in hand, obviously, I think that will help us get to where we're going faster. Thank you.
Okay. So we're all good? Did we adequately
Mayor Pro Tem?
address Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah,
Sorry.
just on slide 11, I'm a big fan of The Rock, big fan of She Built This City, and there certainly are options, we need to support options everywhere, but I'm getting a little frustrated because I keep mentioning this. Dealing with the trade and labor organizations is going to be the strongest way to get people trained and get people jobs, especially for justice-involved people, like right now. And I don't understand why this does not show up on any of the work that we're doing time after time after time, even though I mention it over and over again. And even not that just that I'm mentioning it, that it's kind of fact-based, that these organizations exist, and not only do they get the apprenticeships, but they are getting the certifications that are durable throughout our markets, throughout job sites, and we continue not to show up there. The Rock is great, especially in terms of getting the kids that are in high school right now, and She Built This City does great work. But, I mean, if you want to have the marginal impact, you got to engage the apprenticeship programs in our trade unions. And if you want to get people to work right now, for instance, show business. We had this big conversation about the arts. There are so many shows. There are not enough people that are working these shows. People with all types of backgrounds can be at work right now. They're busting people down from Greensboro, Winston-Salem to get this work. And we're not connecting our folks to jobs right now, and I don't know why. There's still that gap.
Could you fill that gap for us before it comes to council?
Okay.
And can we just acknowledge it under the, so we know that it's not only acknowledging, but there's some action behind it, right?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I can't find my hand raised function.
Yes, ma'am. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So I just want to say just a couple words, and then I can address the full council when it comes to full council. I want to apologize to the justice advocates who were expecting us to really dive into resources for individuals in the criminal justice system, as we said that we would. Even in the introduction, I thought we were intentional about saying that we were looking for resources for that population and not to dilute that discussion. But I think the second part of the presentation that addressed the reentry resources was good. April is reentry month. I think it was great if the council and members of the CRVA could attend the reentry simulation so that you experience scenarios that people actually go through. But having been an advocate for this population since 2009, the resources and the training are great, but it's the job. Even with the apprentice programs, you have people that are trained, that are skilled, but there are employers that discriminate or prohibit individuals with criminal records from working for them. So I know that the city used to have a program and still does, I believe, where 15 people were hired who had criminal records or something like that. What we could do from a practical perspective is to expound on those programs and create jobs. We could also, like we did with the source of income discrimination, we could require any employer that takes our recruiting funds to ban the box and to hire our most vulnerable population. One of our most vulnerable populations. If you look, we could pull statistics. How many of those individuals who were in Tent City were working, but just, were not able to find work because of a criminal record? So I think, as I said before, we need to be as intentional about resources and as deliberate as employers can be in not hiring someone with a felony record. If you have a felony record, there are employers that will automatically eliminate these individuals. So I would like to see more emphasis on programs for this very vulnerable population. It could be life-changing if we could get them a job with livable wages. Again, there's training, they can get the education, but if there aren't employers that are intentional and deliberate about second chance employment, then you still have this gap. So I would like for if there's a city program, if we could again expound upon our position that would consider individuals with criminal background or something in the city. And I think it was the Promise, the Charlotte Promise, the program we had before. We could hear information about that. And so I just really want to lift up this population in city programs and to ask that we be very intentional and very deliberate about serving this population. Thank you.
Thanks for the comment. Now, could you go back to that slide where we show all the partners? Because all the partners do have programs dedicated towards serving that population. And I think there's a community listing of corporations in the community that are open to hiring people with records. There's not?
We would love that. It would be useful.
I thought Pat Cotham had a listing, or I saw a listing somewhere where there were a listing of corporations in the community or organizations. Am I mistaken with that?
It's probably several years old, at least 10 years old.
So Charlotte Works, for an example, do you know who those corporations are?
We do know of quite a few corporations. I can see here. All right, thank you. I know this was kind of impromptu for me to come up here, but we do know of quite a few businesses or corporations that are willing to hire individuals that are justice involved. However, I would love to know, Mayor Pro Tem, who, like the specific programs that you may be working with,
We actually, on the Charlotte Works board, we have board members that are a part of labor unions that have apprenticeship programs. But each apprenticeship program has their own criteria, entrance eligibility, and unfortunately, a lot of times individuals don't make it through. So I would love to know of more that we could even reach out to and work with. But yes, we do know of quite a few corporations that are willing to hire. We work alongside, of course, everyone on this list, but then also reentry partners in Mecklenburg, criminal justice services through Mecklenburg County, and we would love to have kind of like a second chance hiring. Yeah, like a database of businesses. It has been very difficult as a community to publicize
I
that.
could swear I've seen the list.
There are random lists here and there, and then lists that certain or specific organizations work with, but I don't know of like a community-wide published list.
No, certainly in our hire program, Hire Charlotte, there's a contractual relationship with these, once they receive funding from the city.
Yes.
Could we put in the language a priority for sourcing those who have been formerly incarcerated as a priority for the city, so that when they receive these funds from us, they know that that's one of our top priorities? And then some of the other questions that Councilmember Johnson posed, I think goes beyond the scope of what we're doing here, but I would love to kind of see how we engage that conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, help me out. I'm trying to give her what she wants to.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my initial thought, and again, taking into consideration what, two of our colleagues from council said, so because Mecklenburg County is already taking a stab at this, they have direct access to the Department of Social Services, right? Mm-hmm. Where they provide wraparound services to some of our most vulnerable people in our population. So my imagination says, and I don't have this to say I know with definition, but my imagination says they have quantitative information around the need, right? And I'm not saying we need to collaborate with them, but maybe we collaborate with them to some degree to maybe make sure that we have that data at our disposal, right? Because, from a policy standpoint, if we're going to make a policy decision, then it has to be informed by what the data says. And that's my first inclination. My first inclination is that, as servants of the community, we hear a wide range of voices, right? And oftentimes we hear the loudest voice first. And that's not always indicative of the need. Sometimes that's just the person with the loudest microphone. And so I want to, as we continue to attempt to inform policy, we take a look and make sure that we're conscious of what the numbers say for the needs in our communities. And I know that may be different from community to community, but my first thought is to say, they would have data based on what our need is. And since they're already taking a stab at it and they have what you showed, I'm not sure of what they have, so I don't want to try to speak on that with any, knowledge, but if they're already focusing on the justice involved, then maybe they understand that as a deliverable that they need to focus on. That's my assumption, but again, I don't know that to be true. And so I think leaning on that data would help us to, possibly inform how we address hire from a city perspective as well. I don't know if I love collaboration. I think collaboration gives us the strongest impact in our communities. And I think when we're divergent, we miss too much, right? And so if we got the county taking a stab at this, I wonder what type of conversations we can have so that we can run parallel with them. Maybe if they're taking that as an opportunity where they focus on our justice involved, maybe there's another lane that we can take on the baseline where we're still making the same effect on our population and we're still affecting an overall outcome. Again, these are just ideas. This isn't a deliverable for you, but as I think through it, this is what I think. And so I don't know how we do that without data, right? So what does the data say? And that's what I would like to see going forward. I think as we continue to entertain this as an idea, again, you guys know I love it, right? But I think we need to make sure that we're informed by what the data says around the need and what our population speaks to as far as jobs and opportunity. And so you all listed some of those, and I don't know if that's based on quantitative information that you've received. You did mention justice involved and single parents, and you mentioned someone else in that. And so I don't, like I said, I don't know if the data would even develop what we would consider to be a priority or a priority list. I don't know if one takes precedent over the other, right? That's not an assumption. I don't want anybody to think that I'm saying that, but I think we need to be intentional about what our population is saying to us based on their needs and the quantitative information that we have available at our disposal.
Okay, so I want to be respectful of everyone's time, because I know Councilmember Wallington's meeting starts at 4 and it's 10 minutes till. So is it safe to assume that as a committee, we're okay to send this up the ladder again? And then I just want Councilmember Johnson to know, and the Mayor Pro Tem to know, that there's continual action between now and when it comes back to the council for a vote on the 13th, that we can massage to make sure that those trade unions, organizations are included as one of those apprenticeship programs that we identify and learn more about, see if it works. And then, we highlight formerly incarcerated as a, not a priority, but a something that the council really cares about, right? And then I tried to get with Councilmember Johnson and really try to find a way where we can satisfy her concern, right? I don't think right now she's satisfied to where we are, and I may not be able to get there, but I want her to know that we're listening, and that I think we want to help her get where she wants to go, right? But I'm not sure, as it relates to where we are now, that we ought to hold it up any longer.
Well, one of the things, Mr. Chair, when I was on the ED committee, I brought this up. I mean, I'm consistent in what I say. So there was data that, I mean, we talked about this. It's been, I don't know, over a year ago. And Tracy, perhaps you have that presentation. We've discussed this. And so we were targeting this population, or at least researching specific solutions. So you're absolutely right, Councilmember Molina, that the data matters, and quantitative data and analysis, needs to be considered. So these numbers they're available, they're accessible. The county has them on their website. The state has the number of folks that are being released into our county. All that information is available. So I think that that's a place to start. I mean, because what gets measured gets done. We know that 95% of the folks that go to prison come home and they need work. So I think I think the data is a great place, and that data is available. And the county, I'm a member of the Reentry Partners, they have great information. So if you need that, collaboration would be the key to serve, our population. So that would just be my suggestion.
Okay, point taken. I think we're all on the same page, for sure.
We have a motion, I think, don't we, pending?
You were going to make one.
I tried to offer it already, yes. I would like to move that we support the funding recommendations.
Second.
In me.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No. We'll defer the third item until our next committee meeting, so that Councilmember Wallington can get prepared.
Actually, we've got two items. Our first one is the current board and the commission's overview, so if you want to finish that.
No.
Oh, that's ours too? That's our next meeting?
I have had enough.
No way. He's like, no. You take over. She's like, you can go ahead and get in mine.
It's your turn. Meeting adjourned.
I love it.
I have had enough.
He's like, you take over. She's like,
everyone. We're going to get started here. We do have a quorum. Welcome to the Housing, Safety, and Community Committee meeting for this month. I am your chair, Victoria Watlington, and we're going to start off with introductions. We'll begin here with the folks at the table, our wonderful staff, and we'll just go around and you can go ahead and introduce yourselves, my committee and council members.
Good afternoon, Warren Wooten, Housing and Neighborhood Services. Good to see you.
Sean Heath, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Renee Askew, Assistant City Manager.
Lawana Mayfield, Vice Chair.
Marjorie Molina, District 5 and committee member.
Braxton Winston, Mayor Pro Tem.
Harold Thompson, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
All righty, do we have anybody?
Oh, yeah.
We're making all three of them share.
Gail Whitcomb, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Thank you. I don't see anyone online, just to verify. If you are there, speak up, but I don't see anyone. So with that, then, we'll jump right into the agenda. I do believe we'll have a couple of council members join us in a minute, so we'll introduce them when they come. Today's agenda has two main items. First one being the review of our current boards and commissions. This has been an open committee request. Each committee is taking a look at our citizen boards that support and inform our decisions. So we want to make sure that they are still operating at maximum efficiency, we'll say, and effectiveness. So we'll go through a review with that today, and then we will discuss our housing services partner funding pathways, and we'll get into that. So those are the two items for today, and with that, I will turn it over. Oh,
There
and
she
before
go.
I turn it over, I see Councilmember Johnson coming in here with her glass self.
I know, right?
Please introduce yourself real quick.
Come
for the
glowing
record,
in, smiling.
Hey. Renee Johnson, District 4.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry, I'm late.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And now I'll turn it over to ACM.
Good afternoon. So the majority of the boards and commission discussion will be led by Director Heath. But before we got started, again, it talks about the referral that came in September. I think it was a great opportunity for us to see and evaluate what some of the boards and commissions are working on and what they've had done. But I also wanted to mention, because I've listened to some of the other meetings, and so this question came up. If someone is interested in participating in a board, that information is on the city clerk's website, charlottenc.gov. And that's where those openings will be advertised, and council will get knowledge of those in advance. But I felt like it was important to say, because as we go through today's information, if there's a board or commission you're interested in and there are openings, they will be posted there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is Sean Heath once again. You'll be happy to hear there are only 2 slides today. And I know you've been through this at least once in previous committees, so we'll cut to the chase pretty quickly. As Assistant City Manager Askew mentioned, this referral was made to all committees in September of 2022. A few weeks ago, in late February, committee received a document that for each of the boards and commissions aligned with this committee, it included overview information, an annual report, as well as survey responses from members of the committee weighing in on their experience as committee members. The purpose of today is for the committee to identify and discuss any of the boards and commissions that you believe warrant changes, either to the scope and charge of the committee or to the structure, or even potentially disbanding any boards and commissions at your discretion. So a successful discussion would be the committee deciding on any next steps to go to council, whether it be you're comfortable with boards and commissions as they stand today, or there's certain ones that you would like to propose a change to. Next and last slide. So for the Housing, Safety, and Community Committee, you can see there are 12 boards and commissions that are aligned with this committee. Moving from left to right on here, some of these are purely advisory in nature. Some of these have regulatory responsibilities that are established by statute. Some of these are city-run and controlled, so that would be in the first 2 boxes there. The first one would be 3 of the advisory committees that are city-run and have a pure advisory function. The second would be city-run committees that are regulatory, quasi-judicial in nature. And then moving to the third box, there are some committees that are essentially shared governance between city and county. And then there are a couple here to the far right with the area fund and Enlivian that are considered autonomous external committees. So today, we have staff liaisons with just about every one of these boards and commissions represented in the room here. Thank you all for being here today, to the extent there are questions that come up during the conversation. But with that, Councilmember Watlington, I'll hand it back to you to help get the conversation going.
Thank you so much. So as we mentioned, this is the time that we are taking a broad-based assessment of each one of our advisory funds, or all of our funds. I don't want to make the assumption that everyone is clear about what each one of these boards do, what each one of these boards does. I know that we've sent a pre-read through, but just for the sake of the committee members as well as those who may be listening, if we could just do a quick overview of each board before we begin, that'd be fantastic.
We can go ahead and advance into the appendix. Okay, so first up here is Keep Charlotte Beautiful. I won't read every single word on the page, but this is a volunteer-based affiliate of the National Keep America Beautiful program. The focus here is on the cleanliness of the city of Charlotte. This group provides advisory support and recommendations to staff and council. There is, by design, alignment with our strategies related to community engagement, solid waste, code enforcement. So I'm sure all of you are familiar with this in various ways, right, in terms of litter prevention and recycling, et cetera. So mayor has 7 appointments and council has 13. So that's the first one. Advance next slide, please. Next, we have our neighborhood matching grants. So here we have a collection of 11 individuals that the matching grants program goes through a formal request process, and for grant opportunities that are above 10,000 and up to 25,000, which is the maximum, this group of individuals reviews the information and identifies the ones that are eligible and most compelling. Council then receives notifications of the grants that are awarded, as that's done, I believe, twice a year.
3 times.
3 times a year. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. Charlotte Nest Commission. This was, of course, a byproduct of the 2040 Comprehensive Plan, a 15-member commission that was established in 2022 for a 3-year period. You've received a number of updates from the Nest Commission over the last year or so. We're expecting the first large batch of recommendations from the Nest Commission to come to committee in the June timeframe. Deputy Director Hefner has been working very closely with the Nest co-chairs to kind of shepherd this work along, so we'll be excited to bring that work to you here in the not too distant future. Next slide, please. Citizens Review Board, which you would be familiar with, it's been around for over 20 years, reviewing appeals by citizens who file complaints on dispositions imposed by the Chief of Police related to allegations of misconduct against sworn police officers. 8 total appointments there. They also serve an advisory role to the chief as well as city manager and council. Next slide, please. Civil Service Board, you can see here, quasi-judicial regulatory in nature. Looks like it's been in place for quite some time. Primary functions on evaluate and potentially approve new applicants for employment submitted to the fire and police chiefs. Also evaluate and potentially approve promotions, demotions recommended to the chiefs, etc. Next slide, please. Housing Appeals Board is, you can see 45 appointments with a few by mayor and council. They hear appeals from decisions or orders. Yes, please.
I'm sure that's a typo. It should be 5 appointments.
Thank you. 45, yeah. That would be, no, please, yeah. So it's not 45, 4 or 5, it's 5. Okay, thank you very much. So citizens that have a grievance by a code enforcement order can file an appeal and pursue a hearing here. Thank you. Move next slide. Passenger Vehicle for Hire Board. The PVHB ordinance and board was amended in 2017. The focus here is to ensure safety, welfare, and property of the visitors and citizens of Charlotte that use passenger vehicles for hire, including limousines. Next slide, please. CRC, you'd be familiar with. This one is 45 members. Okay. The CRC really focuses on a range of discrimination related activities and grievances led by Willie Ratchford. Next slide, please. Domestic Violence Advisory Board, 12 total appointments here. Citizen Advisory Commission on Domestic Violence Issues, and you can see here recommendations are made to Council and Board of County Commissioners as appropriate. Next slide, please. Waste Management Advisory Board, quasi-judicial regulatory in nature, providing input on solid waste management issues facing the county. This is one where I believe this one really is outside of the city's purview. You can see there are no appointments that are made by the mayor or council. Next slide, please. So here we're moving on to the final ones, which are the two autonomous boards, Charlotte Area Fund Board of Directors, is the designated community action agency. And then last slide, please. Livy and our local housing authority. That is probably not 45 total appointments on that one either. Yeah. Okay, so that was a whirlwind tour.
Thank you for that, Sean. I've got a couple of things just right off that I want to make sure I'm clear about. I was expecting to see the Historic District Commission here. Can you speak to why that's not captured as? Historic Planning Commission, thank you.
No, it's in planning.
Oh, it's in planning. Oh, okay, that explains it. All right. And then the next question I've got is this neighborhood matching grant citywide review team. I feel like I remember that being an ad hoc kind of process. But can you help us understand? Oh, hi, Nicole. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Nicole, coming
Yes,
up here.
absolutely. Are you questioning about the appointment of the members or the charge of the committee?
The appointment of the members. I want to say that I thought that I remember that there was some form of, and I may be confusing it with the CLA, but I thought there was some portion of it where folks who had been involved could come in on a rolling basis.
That's the Civic Leadership Academy,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
The Neighborhood Matching Grant Committee members are appointed by City Council. They serve for a couple-year term. They convene 3 times annually to recommend decisions on grant applications received.
Got it. And you just hit on what was going to be my next question here. Just for clarity, they're providing recommendations, but the actual decisions for the grants are made by staff?
There's a scoring matrix, and then based on those recommendations, that's how the decisions are made. So there's no additional consideration by staff. We just comply with those recommendations.
Gotcha. Okay. And as far as the Citizens Review Board and the Civil Service Board, I notice here that Waste Management Advisory Board is marked as quasi-judicial. I just wanted to verify on the Civil Service Board and Citizens Review Board, because I remember Civil Service Board being quasi-judicial, so I just wanted to.
I think I could use help from the city clerk on this one.
They both are,
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you. Okay. And then I had one question in regards to the autonomous groups. Because they're autonomous and external, I'd like to understand why we have appointments to those particular boards and what our particular interest is in those boards and any, I'll say, I don't want to use the word leverage in terms of decision-making, but can you explain a little bit why the city in particular has interest in those boards if they are operating autonomously?
I'll invite the clerk and anyone else to weigh in. I think my sense is that the scope and extent of our involvement there is the appointment of membership to the board itself. And I believe within Livian at 8, I believe that's every board seat for in Livian, if I'm not mistaken.
Chair, appointments to Oblivion are made, okay, that's not hard.
You got it. I got you.
Okay. Are made based on.
Oh, I gotta lift the table up.
There we go.
District chairs.
Okay.
You got that one.
Because of the federal funding associated with the purpose by HUD, those appointments are made to be in compliance with HUD and their regulations and restrictions on how the board was established way back when.
Gotcha. I see an Esquire raising his hand as he wants to.
2 of them.
Ms. Schlitters, yes, indeed.
I can't speak, the Charlotte Fund, I'm not sure, but I can speak to Enlivian. So the Housing Authority exists because the council created it a long time ago. And so as part of the charter, well, in this case, it's a Housing Authority statute, there's a requirement that the creating organization, the creating local government appoints members to
its board.
Gotcha. You look amazing, by the way. The blue and your hair looks great.
I believe that this is pretty much the same for the Charlotte Area Fund. We administer a whole lot of actual federal dollars that comes through, so it's actually it's an interesting board that can be used for economic development and under and marginalized communities, I do believe. So part of it is that administration of federal funds that are regulated, that we make those types of appointments.
Okay, thank you for that. 2 more questions on my end before I open it up to the floor. Thank you for your patience, folks. One that I don't see here, but I know is supported by our Housing and Neighborhood Services staff, is the Charlotte International Cabinet. We did not have an opportunity to talk about this in the last meeting just due to time constraints, so I'm sure it will come back. But I wanted to lift this one up. As it relates to the scope of Charlotte International Cabinet, given that it's more seemingly focused on economic development work, and less so on what we focus in Housing and Neighborhood Services in terms of equity and investment in our community and what that looks like. I would like to propose that we move, and I've spoken with the chair of the ED committee as well, and I'd like to propose that we shift that, or that we recommend to the manager that we shift the staff support over to ED from Housing and Neighborhood Services. I see ACM Askew has.
I was confirming that it has shifted.
Fantastic.
And we are looking at how do we staff it, but it has been shifted over to ED.
Fabulous. Okay, so my last point I wanted to make, and I see that Madam Clerk has moved away, I'm going to ask you to come back and join us one more time, only because as the city clerk, I know that you and your office support these boards in a major way, and so I did want to give you an opportunity to speak to what you thought could be any improvements to how the boards run or their function, or how you think they could be more effective based on where you sit. No pressure, but
From discussions that were had in other committee meetings throughout the day, one of the areas that I would offer to council for consideration is perhaps revisiting the attendance policy. And the fact that there are areas that could allow for some reconsideration around excused absences particularly, but specific, categories that would not necessarily allow the decision to be made by staff, but, council could create certain categories that would allow for folks that have life issues, such as medical issues. That's the one that comes up most often. Right now, the resolution does not allow for that. That's one thing. And one of the particular boards I would mention specifically has asked that council review some of the prerequisites for their board, and that is the Citizens Review Board. One of their requirements is that persons have to complete the Citizens Academy and before they can be appointed. And they would like for council to review that. And the other recommendation was that if council would review and reconsider the 8 hours of annual training, instead of it being annual, maybe it be 8 hours throughout the course of their term, which is a 3-year term. So other than those areas, I don't know of anything else specific that has come up.
Policy. I know that it has come up several times, and I'm a proponent of and have requested this be referred to committee, but I know the mayor said that we will just take it up on the agenda and make a determination about virtual or hybrid attendance for each one of the committees. And so I know that there was some work going on to check in with each committee and get their input. So looking forward to hearing back from that to enable folks who may or may not, or who may not have been able to participate or can no longer participate in the same way by coming to the government center, that we still provide those opportunities to be involved in our local government here for those remotely. So with that, I will open it up. Does anyone have any particular questions? We'll just go down the line if you like. you can pass. Well, you know what, Vice Chair's the only one with her hand up, so we'll go with her first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Stephanie stole a little bit of my thunder because in my committee meeting, I did bring up as far as can we look at updating our language, since the language that we have currently around attendance is more than 20 years old. Our city clerk has been with the city for 19 years, so this was in place long before she has gotten to this role. I would like to ask our city clerk a question, though, regarding for CRB, them wanting to have council revisit the attendance and graduation from the Citizens Academy. Do you recall why we attached the Citizens Academy graduation to this?
Well, because of the nature of what they do, and the Citizens Academy gives individuals that complete that program an opportunity to get an inside view, if you will, of the police department and how it functions, and they really get, you know, an in-depth look at the departmental's operating standards and I guess their rules of procedure. And maybe Deputy Chief Hulsey could speak more to what the academy, what the purpose of it is and the training that's involved. But one of the reasons that they raised it is because during COVID, the Citizens Academy was put on hold. And I think there may have also been some people transferred. And so there was no Citizens Academy for a while. Mm-hmm. And that lessened the pool of applicants that were qualified, deemed qualified to apply because that Citizens Academy was put on hold. And I understand that I'm not sure if it's back in operation, but I understood that there was going to be efforts to reestablish the class and, you know, perhaps shorten the duration of it. I'm not sure, but Chief Hulsey could probably speak better to that than I can.
First, if you can come to the table and turn on the microphone and introduce yourself, please, Chief.
Good afternoon. I'm Jacqueline Halsey, Deputy Chief, CMPD. And much of this obviously predates me in my role, so I will need to take some of these notes back and get some of these answers for these. I don't believe we've had the Citizens Academy resume, but I believe it is in the planning stages to get that back up, so I'll need to get some specifics on that for you.
Thank you very much. And City Clerk Kelly, that is helpful to know because the pandemic itself was a once in 100-year stop, pause for everything. So I want to make sure that we're not getting ready to have a conversation that is going to put us in a different situation moving forward. There is a lot of value in the Citizens Academy. There is a lot of training that comes through the Citizens Academy. We have a number of members on this board that have gone through the Citizens Academy because of how varied and detailed the training of the academy was. So I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of that, but I do think we have an opportunity to look at, for lack of a better word, grandfathering some individuals in that maybe had started the academy and then we all experienced a pandemic, give them a shorter version, but I don't want us to eliminate the academy because the academy has a lot of value. I also wanted to ask a question regarding neighborhood matching grants and the citywide review team of it. So we have a number of associations. Older ones have figured out how to maneuver with the neighborhood matching grants program. A lot of the newer communities that are in transition of the neighborhood taking over, I believe the answer to this is yes, but I need to clarify that they still have access to be a part of the neighborhood matching grants program because some of these HOAs, unfortunately, with the amount of growth we've seen in the last few years alone, you have a lot of single-family homes that would immediately flip, and they're now rentals. You don't get as much participation, and you say you have a neighborhood of 195 homes. You have their bylaws will say you need 95 of the homeowners to participate. During the time, you've had more than that number of the units that may have transitioned to rentals or people not engaged, so the neighborhood isn't able to move forward under the association. How are we marketing to let those neighborhoods know that here is a way for you to still be engaged in your neighborhood through the city's neighborhood matching grants program?
Good afternoon. Great question, and I failed to properly introduce myself earlier. I'm Nicole Story with Housing and Neighborhood Services. We market the Neighborhood Matching Grant Program to neighborhoods citywide, regardless of whether they are a legally mandated HOA or a voluntary association. We require that they be formed for a minimum of 6 months and that they at least have working bylaws and an introductory board. And that is because we are stewards of public money and we want to ensure that we're making wise investments and that the neighborhoods have the opportunity to be successful within the program. The program is promoted through all of the channels that our other programs are promoted through. We have service area team, boots on the ground staff. We have 9 members that are continually out in community promoting the programs. We have our pre-application workshops that we host and actually require for participation in that neighborhood matching grant program. We have the city's channels of social media, tabling, and other resources. I would say, and I'd have to do some math to give you a specific number, but the majority of neighborhoods that I see come through that program are the voluntarily organized neighborhoods because they don't have the access to capital that is provided by a legally mandated HOA. But we are continually meeting with neighborhoods in an effort of supporting them to become organized so that they can have that eligibility of the Neighborhood Matching Grants Program. And to date, because of council's generosity, we've not turned anybody away due to lack of funding. We sometimes have to carry a grant contract over to the next fiscal year. But we do, in that manner, are very proud to have about a 99.7% approval rate for applicants that come through the Neighborhood Matching Grant Program. So it's truly our intent to award the money.
So just for clarification, do we also market on Nextdoor?
We do, yes, ma'am.
Because, and the reason I asked this is because I was at a community meeting where they were asking that conversation because some neighborhoods have been able to actively be more aggressive on putting a limit on the rentals in the community to help with safety, but I was thinking about the neighborhood matching grants and how we can better promote it, because I think it will also be helpful when there are updates to just send all of council as well, so that we can share it on our social medias as well whenever there's something coming up meeting-wise outside of when we have town halls or community conversations, so that we can actively support you and let the community know here's resources out there that you might not know.
We thank you for your continued support, and we would absolutely be happy for that support.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Renee? Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to piggyback off of what Councilmember Mayfield was asking about the neighborhood grants. Nicole? Thank you. So we know that there's a maximum home value, correct me where I'm wrong, a maximum home value or average wage earned or something for the neighborhood grants program. Can you tell me about that? And if we are looking at increasing those limits?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Eligibility
Before
for...
you do that, just real quick, just to be clear, we're talking, I want to make sure we stay aligned to the scope of this particular discussion. It's about the boards, the advisory boards themselves. So as you answer the question, I just want to make sure that we're all clear that we're not getting into the specific policies of each of the boards, but the boards themselves. But go ahead.
Thank you. I'll respond briefly to respect that comment.
Okay.
Eligibility for the Neighborhood Matching Grants Program is determined based on median property value. That median property value will be reassessed just as soon as we get the Mecklenburg County revaluation data, which we're expecting, I think, to get in April. There has been a little bit of a delay that the county publicly announced, but we will reevaluate at that time, and essentially eligibility is a third, a third, and a third. So the highest third of median property values are supported via technical support and other resources. The middle third is our tier of moderate need. They receive currently grants of up to $10,000, and then that lowest third of median property value are eligible for grants of up to $25,000.
Okay. Thank you. And then I have a question about the boards and their outputs and their information and how council's receiving or communicating with these boards. I know there was one board, and I can't remember which board it was, but that wanted access to council. I've heard that before. So I don't know if that's a consideration. I would love to. I know when Justin Harlow was here and gave an update. For Nest. I thought that was great to hear directly from them. So I don't know if that's an opportunity for, and we can talk about it tonight for all of the boards, but I'd love to hear from the boards, and I think they would like to engage with us as well, so they know that their hard work is, being heard and being valued. Specifically, when I look at this, Keep Charlotte Beautiful, I mean, as much as I talk about the litter and the trucks, in the District 4 area, they may have some engagement, if that's something we could consider. Another thing, a way to hear from the residents, or their citizens that are serving on the boards, have we considered a survey? Reaching out to them so we know what needs they have. And I just like if there's an opportunity for more engagement with the boards, or if that's even our role. So we've got to decide, if that's something we want to do. So I think that's it if we're keeping this at a very high level today. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think those are great ideas. Me personally, I agree with you in terms of what you brought. I think that's certainly within the scope of what we're talking about. And so, yeah, we definitely can. I'll make sure to include it in the report out tonight. And I'm happy as it relates to the Housing, Safety, and Community Advisory Boards. I'm happy to entertain a motion to that effect once we get through the discussion and just see if anything comes up. Councilmember Molina?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I took some notes as we were receiving the feedback around the boards. And I actually want to echo our Vice Chairwoman in the Citizens Review Board, that prerequisite. And, considering that the pandemic was a very unique time, and I think it would be premature for us to decide that that wouldn't be a prerequisite. There's something about our servants that, especially when you're making decisions sometimes and making recommendations for that line of work, you need some experiential understanding of what that job involves. And so I feel like that without that, you really can't add productively to the discussion. And so once you've taken the liberty to understand law enforcement from at least being introduced to it and having been through, I even went through the Federal Bureau of Investigations Academy. It opened my eyes in a way that I'd never imagined. And of course, I didn't get access to it in a way that, someone who serves in that way does, but it helped me understand the deliverables for, a servant in that capacity. So I agree with our Vice Chairwoman, and, I'm open to discussion around how you guys feel, but considering that we're coming out of the pandemic, and my hope is that we'll return to a level of normalcy, I feel like that's a need that needs to stay in place without being moved. And so in addition to that, the attendance policy, considering that this is 20 years old, right? I think we need to entertain what that looks and sounds like. I'm very sensitive as someone who's been a longtime servant of our community, as all of us have, right? That's why we're sitting here, all of us. I'm not trying to take individual, but I'm just speaking personally and saying that, when someone steps up and says, like, I want to be a part of the discussion, this is not an attempt for prohibition to say, like, we want to find ways that you can't participate. We want to be understanding that people have families, they have illnesses, they have all of these different items. So I think as a body, I think we can entertain that conversation and see what that means as far as structure. And my only thought, because the risk mitigation human being that's still stuck down inside of me would wonder how would we really take a fair and balanced look at that and who would be responsible for making the decision when someone would, and not to say that it would happen, but when someone would intend to abuse that policy to stay on and then not have those metrics enforced once we created the regulation. So with every item that we intend to inform policy about, we have to then inform what we intend to happen as a result of that not being followed as a policy, if you follow what I'm saying. So, we'd have to have, in my opinion, some type of conversation around what does it mean to say we're accepting a doctor's note, for an example? Or would it even be a doctor's note? Or would it be that someone just said, look, I was sick and I couldn't make it? Well, how many times could they be sick, right? Or how many times could they not show up as a result? So, I hate to dig into the weeds from that perspective, but of course, inevitably, once we entertain that conversation, then we are forced then to dig into the weeds and decide what that would mean from a body's perspective. And then also, I want to make sure I don't forget anything. Chairwoman, you said we were going to discuss at some point virtual or hybrid as a body, right? Like whether, okay, I'm interested in that as well, because that kind of, in my opinion, it piggybacks on that attendance policy and, how we invite our community members to really give us our perspectives. I'm a firm believer in that we got great ideas, but man, sometimes there's ideas out there from people that we never spoke to, we never heard from. We meet somebody and, almost like our vice chairwoman was alluding to and, helping with matching grants, we get a chance to really be granular and share information and get feedback from somebody who just decides to reach out with a text or a message, and they may have an idea that we can, consider. So I'm always open to kind of widening that net to, engage the creativity that we have in Charlotte. So, that virtual and hybrid is kind of a piggyback, in my opinion. So I'm excited to finally start to have that, discussion around attendance too.
Cool.
See what it means.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I believe you said that you had one follow-up, Vice Chair.
Of course I did. So, 'cause it's funny because I spoke to this exhaustively earlier, so I forgot multiple things for this committee conversation. One, we did talk about at my noon meeting what attendance could look like. First of all, we're all adults, so I'm not giving you a doctor's note because this is a volunteer responsibility, and I'm not getting paid for this. The other side of that is, when I mentioned to the city clerk and to staff, do we need to look at today's language? If I'm on this committee and I've been appointed to a committee for 3 years. Right now, the way the system is set up is if you miss 2 consecutive meetings, then that puts you in a warning status, and then if you miss that 3rd meeting, you could be removed. We also have resignations. I'm asking, is that still feasible today, where everybody's work schedule and how people interact? Yes, there is a potential of a space for virtual. I also want to look at the times that we have meetings, because whether I'm here in person or whether I'm virtual, if this meeting is happening at 11 o'clock in the afternoon or at 10 o'clock or 3 o'clock, I'm at work. So that means I have to step away, and unless you're in an executive position, you don't have the luxury to be stepping away, because most people have a 45-minute to an hour lunch break. So you don't necessarily have the luxury. So are we being as inclusive as possible when we're looking at who we have that have the opportunity to serve, excuse me, on the boards and commissions? Also, when I look at attendance, what I was saying is you will have the committee attendance, but a number of our committees have subcommittees. So are we tracking the subcommittee participation? Because if you're participating at the subcommittee level and that's not being tracked, but you're telling me because I missed these 2 meetings, I'm eligible to be removed from the committee, and then what happens is after I write you my note or say what the extenuating circumstances are, then council can reactivate you. Why make you go through all that? Whereas if we're looking at the totality of your service, you very well may not be in jeopardy of being removed from the committee. Because for me, if you remove me for it, I got other things that I can do. So I'm not going through the process of trying to get back because of an antiquated system that put me in this position, because life happens. If you know I'm a fan, if you sick, stay at home, take care of yourself.
Yeah, that's true.
Don't sign in, don't do nothing, focus on your personal health. That happens, your child might be sick, for those who have a family. So how are we being as welcoming for the diverse ideas and talent that we have in our community? There was a time, and Warren and Sean, you can help me, we used to get committee report outs. Years ago, we would get report outs from certain committees, community relations, because community relations committee, Terry, I gave a decade plus to community relations, and then even more time with MLK directly with the planning. We gave report outs to council. So I definitely appreciate Councilmember Johnson mentioning what does that look like? Because when we have these committees, one, what am I doing all this work for if it's not making its way to council? Because in essence, those committees are what helps to guide us when we're looking at policymaking. And if we're so disconnected from the committees, we don't know what you're working on, because you should be the one that's closest to the ground outside of district reps to really see what's happening. So it will be beneficial if we get back to the place where we have committee report outs. I'm not saying they need to be quarterly, but they don't need to be every 3 to 5 years, so that we can see what's going on. And I had also mentioned earlier regarding high turnover. Some committees, which we see constantly, have much more high turnover than others. One, we have resignations. Why are we getting so many resignations? Because I believe all of us have had some conversation on some level with a committee member that didn't feel like their time was being utilized in the most effective way for that committee, or they didn't have clear direction of what the responsibility and the goals and the expectation of that committee is. I also wanted to look at not just the resignations, but the people who have been removed from committee because they missed 3 meetings or whatever it was. Out of a 12-month period, if I miss 3 days of work, we not tripping. So we got to figure out, are we being as inclusive in today's environment as possible when we say we want diverse voices? If not, then we just need to tell the truth and say we want all executives to run this, because they're the only ones who have the flexibility in their schedule to drop everything and be on a 2-hour meeting, especially if that 2-hour meeting doesn't have a clear agenda and an expectation for a report out for next steps.
Thank you, Mayor.
This time that's everything.
Okay, I did want to follow up. You mentioned one thing about, and it piqued my interest, and I believe that the clerk spoke. Oh, no, because I was writing as you were speaking. The clerk, I think, might have spoken to this, but I bring it up because it's in my mind, because I hear it often in terms of effectiveness and the content and the tie to our real policy decision making. There's a board in particular that I consistently hear there's some opportunity there, and it's the CRC. I see that there's 45 people on the board. That one, I'd like to understand a little bit more about what it is that they're doing and how we can leverage them better. Because to your point about people who have served on it before, just the dynamic of that board and what it is that they're really
What we used to do and what they're doing now.
correct.
I'm sorry, it's Terry Bradley. I serve as the Deputy Director for Community Relations. Community Relations is a 45-member board, and we are a human relations organization. It started off as a race relations. It was one that Mayor Brookshire created to kind of bring some harmony within the community. As they were looking at big businesses coming to Charlotte, there were a lot of issues that they wanted to be in front of, so those businesses would be welcomed into this community. So they created this community commission, and it serves the purpose is to kind of, one, remove barriers. It helps with equity and access, and we still have morphed into other areas of community harmony. Just away from race, it's about anyone in the community that feels like they may have been mistreated or not having equitable access to different services that the city of Charlotte or any entity in Charlotte has. We try to study those issues and bring ways to kind of resolve those issues. We have a full committee that kind of sets out the tone each year of what work we might want to focus on. And some of those issues are usually around education and access. It's around police community relations. Also, we have a fair housing program that we administer. We have 5 staff members that administers that. Recently, we've added the non-discrimination ordinance, which is also under fair housing as well. We do that work. We have a dispute settlement program that addresses conflict resolution, which provides training for the citizens, as well as mediations for the courts, or if there's individuals that want to come in and they have an issue that they would like to get resolved, they would mediate those cases. We also administer the Americans with Disabilities Act.
One moment, I'm sorry. I love your description. I just want to make sure we're making a distinction between your office and the board. So because I'm hearing things when you say we administer, and I'm assuming that's staff more so than the volunteer board. So I just want to make sure that as you're talking, it's clear who's doing what there.
Okay, all right. So thank you for that. I would say that the Fair Housing Dispute Settlement Program and Americans with Disability Act, those are administered by staff.
Okay.
We actually report to the city manager as well as the board itself. So that work is kind of governed by 2 entities. Administratively to the city, and then organizationally, we have to report to the chair or the community relations board itself. The work outside of that, they'll have a retreat annually and determine what other work they would like to focus on during the course of the year. And again, it's usually those things in terms of equity and access. It could be around the most volatile issue that might be circulating in the community at that point in time. A lot of it has been around police community relations, access for the students. It may be something in terms of just what might be the imminent issue within the community at that time, and they'll focus on that and bring a report back to this council. Annually, we do a report that reports back to the council as well as the county commissioner as well.
Thank you for that. I will say that this one in particular, I'll go ahead and just let you know that I'd love to see a deep dive on this one because I hear what the original scope was for this. I think there's a tremendous opportunity, even as we think about who sits on this board. We think about whether it's, I know that a lot of our business advisory board, for instance, has representation from our various chambers. I think about some of our groups who are IMC, BPC, different organizations that I think it makes sense that they are able to come to the table here and really create solutions and be very focused on policy recommendations and those kinds of things. So I think I would like to see in a future meeting a deep dive on CRC so that we can get our minds wrapped around what direction that needs to go going forward. Does anyone else have any? Ms. Johnson?
I would just add, and you've mentioned this before, if we look at the district makeup and make sure that all of the districts are being represented on our boards so that we're looking at it from an equitable lens. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. ACM SQ?
And when you say deep dive, you're referring to the committee, not the department?
Correct.
And if you don't mind, I want to go back to a couple of questions that was raised. One was regarding reporting, and there are annual reports from each of the committees. You all have those annual reports. There was a survey that's also attached to those reports. And I think the other thing that you asked about was virtual meetings and hybrid meetings. So committee will have an opportunity to speak to that on March 13th. It's on the agenda for that day.
Thank you, ma'am. Clarification. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Assistant City Manager Askew, thank you, and you are correct. We do receive a report. What I was saying was an in-person, because that is a different conversation, and there were, when I was around the first time around, we did have the opportunity to have an in-person report out. It was usually during the dinner session where we would be able to get a report out from the committees, because that gave them an opportunity, as Councilmember Johnson noted, to know that we are
listening and paying attention to the work they're doing and recommendations that they have versus just it being a report and this space that's been created to stay as far away from council as possible in all conversations to only be directed through staff. Because our committee members are our residents and they're our constituents. So they do need to know that they have access to us as well as know that we are doing the best that we can to respect their work by giving them face-to-face attention.
Thank you. We will now move on to item number 2 on our agenda, Housing Services Partner Funding Pathways.
Thanks, Councilmember Watlington. I'll just do a real quick intro and then hand it over to Warren. I think it's fair to say that one of the most frequent questions that we get in the housing department is how can local, not just local, but how can development partners and nonprofit agencies pursue city funding for housing-related projects? So typically when we come to committee or council, we're diving into a very narrowly focused funding opportunity. Today we want to zoom out just a little bit and provide a bird's eye perspective of some planned and potential funding pathways during calendar year 2023, just to give committee and the public a sense for where we're headed. This presentation by design is broader than just the Housing Trust Fund, but I did want to just quickly remind everybody in terms of where we're at with the trust fund. So November of 2022, voters approved the $50 million bond, which replenished the Housing Trust Fund. Thus far, no commitments have been made against that $50 million, so you still have that entire balance to work with during the 2023-2024 calendar year cycle. We posted the winter Housing Trust Fund RFP in January of this year with responses due on February 10th. Staff, we're working through those responses right now. And the normal calendar for us is we come to council in very early April, so this year it'll be April 10th, where we will share staff's recommendations on funding associated with the responses that were received. So that will be council's first opportunity to evaluate potential uses for the $50 million. And you'll recall last year, Warren provided some perspective on the quote-unquote Housing Trust Fund tune-up work. And we're expecting at the May committee meeting, that will be our final briefing related to the Housing Trust Fund tune-up to make sure that staff is aligned with council's expectations around that. And then we'll continue to layer that into our summer Housing Trust Fund RFP later this year. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Warren to go over the content. Thanks.
Thanks, Sean. It's good to see everyone. As Sean said, we're giving you a kind of a broader view of lots of the funding pathways to help connect the dots between your goals and the partnerships that are out in the community and how we connect your goals, those partners, to your funding. Next slide. So we're just going to review kind of housing partnership strategies with you. We've got this bucketed out to talk about some of the current pathways, how we're enhancing some of those pathways, and some potential new pathways for funding. And then I just have one slide at the end of the presentation sort of to talk through what effective partnerships look like. Next slide, please. So all of these pathways, they're meant to provide some basic things in our review to provide you recommendations. So one of those things is equity, making sure that all organizations have access to all of the same information at the same time and have an equal opportunity to submit proposals to you for different types of projects. We have a small but mighty housing team. We wouldn't be able to do the work for you if we tried to do it all ourselves. So part of the strategy is how do we provide you the most effective and efficient opportunities to leverage your financing with the agencies that are available to accomplish the goals that you've set forth for us. And we also do this through a data-driven way. We ask for information through these processes that we then review. And so that's what you see come back to you in various types of recommendations is what the staff has seen based on all of the data that we received from all of the partners to provide you with the best opportunities. And then one of the things that we work very hard to do and that we are going to continue to do, and you're going to see us to do that even more in this presentation, is to provide clarity and to make sure that all of your partners understand what the opportunities are that are out there, what they need to bring to the table, how they need to provide proposal for that opportunity, and then what they need to do to be an effective partner with you. Next slide, please. We have this broken down into 3 buckets. So you're going to see me briefly review some current pathways. And again, we're trying to give you a broad overview of all of the different types of pathways that are available to you and to the partners for receiving funding. We're going to talk through some enhancements that we're making to some of those pathways. That's going to give you a bit of a sneak peek of what you're going to see next month when we go back to the housing tune-up, and then some potential pathways that we're going to share with you going into the summer here. Next slide. So let me just talk you through some current pathways, and you can go ahead and go to the next slide. So the Home Consortium, this is a program that is funded through your home dollars. This is one of your 4 allocations that comes to you through Housing and Urban Development. The thing that's unique and special about the Home Consortium is that the City of Charlotte participates with all of the other jurisdictions inside of Mecklenburg County and including Mecklenburg County to jointly fund housing opportunities that are throughout the county. So this is one of the only places that you may see come across decision making where you see a project that's funded in Mecklenburg County outside of the City of Charlotte limits, but in the ETJ, in the City of Matthews, in Huntersville. This is how we partner to create that kind of regional approach to our housing partners. This is done through a rolling RFP. The rolling RFP is released in the springtime, and it stays open until funding is exhausted. Next slide, please.
I think they skipped the slide.
I think they did. Could you go back and see if there's a slide before that one? Go back 2 for me.
No, wrong way.
Keep on going backwards, please, and see if...
Wrong way.
Oh, that's the wrong way. We're going forward. I'm looking for slide 6.
Okay.
The current pathways of the Home Consortium.
One more back. There it is. Okay. Thank you very much. This is your homeless and rental assistance pathways. This is 2 RFPs that come out annually. These come out in the spring. One is for ESG funds. So this is specifically funding for your homeless services partners that funds all sorts of things that are related specifically to ending and preventing homelessness. So operating dollars go to your shelters through this. The rapid rehousing program is funded through this, and various other types of programs and services specifically for ending and preventing homelessness. And so this is a once-a-year RFP. It's annual, comes out in the spring. You see home here again. We put out a special RFP, again, funded with home funds, but this is for the TBRA program, which is tenant-based rental assistance. So this is, we often talk about the housing choice vouchers. There's about a dozen different types of voucher opportunities that are actually out in the ecosystem right now. Your Home TBRA is one of these, and your homeless services partners and other partners that work with people that are ending homelessness can apply to this, and it provides a subsidy to the families, very similar to a housing choice voucher. The difference is in this opportunity, it's for a 1 to 2 year term as they're transitioning into self-sufficiency. So that is an opportunity that is funded annually through the home program. So now you can go forward 2 slides for me to HOPLA. Perfect. So HOPLA, again, is another very unique funding source. The City of Charlotte has been receiving this allocation through HUD ever since I started working for the city a decade ago. It is unique in that it actually covers a 9-county region. You see this money specifically in the financial partner process because our administrators for this is Carolina's Care Partnership, but they are administering your funds, and they jointly release an RFP with the city. Again, this is on an annual basis. It provides all sorts of housing-related services that we partner with various partners, and it's over a 9-county region. And we work very closely with Carolina's Care Partnership, who directly administers those grants with those recipients. And your final current pathway is your financial partner process. So this is a program that's actually run through strategy and budget, and you see it come in through your budgeting process. And what's unique about this is this is a process that's almost exclusively used for your longtime partners who you have strategic relationships with. To give you some examples, Crisis Assistance Ministry and the funding that they provide comes in through the financial partner process. Again, Carolina's Care Partnership, they apply for that whole HOPA grant. You then award it to them, and then we jointly administer that RFP. Safe Alliance is also another one of your financial partners because they're providing that DV assistance on a yearly basis. And again, this is a yearly process that is conducted through your budgeting process. So you see this as you review your budget. Next slide. So next we're going to get into some enhancements. Again, you're going to see some of this again, but we thought it was good to go ahead and talk about these now as some things that we're doing to, again, create those partnerships and provide that clarity and equity through all of these processes. So go ahead and go to the next slide for me. So the Housing Trust Fund, again, this is typically offered 2 rounds a year, once in the winter, once in the spring to summer. There's no recommendation to change that. You're going to continue to see that. What you may see differently is, as we're evaluating the proposals that just came in through your fall and winter round, is that we asked some developers, hey, would you be interested in leveraging federal funds along with these trust funds? Would you be willing to accept federal funds? Some of them said yes. And so this is a great enhancement to the program where you're able to stretch those HTF dollars if we're able to shift some of those funding opportunities off of the local GO-funded Housing Trust Fund dollars and onto your federal funds. Another one is to incentive. So one of those incentives that we're looking for is longer periods of affordability, because what you're trying to achieve is the longest affordability period for any particular development that you're looking at. Being affordable for 20 to 30 years is great. Getting developers to commit to longer affordability periods, 40, 50, even 60 years, is even better because it ensures that that's going to stay affordable housing through that entire period. And then finally, we're really excited, and we've actually heard some excitement back from developers around how to utilize the Housing Trust Fund with some of the UDO bonuses. Almost all of the deals that come in through the Housing Trust Fund are either entirely or vastly majority affordable housing, which means that there are several bonuses that are in the UDO that you all passed and will be adopted in June that they'll automatically be able to apply for and use. So that we hope is going to be of great benefit to those developers. Next slide, please. There are 2 other areas that developers have provided feedback that they'd like more information and more clarity around, and one of those is around the NOAA acquisition funds that they've seen move out to the community. So one of the enhancements that we're going to be doing is, instead of a ad hoc request for a NOAA project, is to putting all of that information into what the goals and priorities are there into an RFP process and have it be a rolling RFP. That rolling RFP will stay out there on the city's website, so that if a developer comes across an exciting NOAA opportunity, they can actually submit a response to that RFP that will tell them exactly what paperwork we need, what forms we need them to fill out, so that we can correctly assess that opportunity and provide it as an opportunity to you. And the second one is like that. The next slide for me, Harold, is land acquisition. So one of the areas that, as we've done this engagement with developers around feedback that we've received, especially among lower resourced developers, is just the cost of land, and that's one of their main barriers. And they say, hey, Charlotte, we'd be able to bring you some better opportunities, but we can't get a hold of the land long enough to achieve site control. We just don't have the amount of funds to do it. Can you help us be able to pull that land down so that we can put a development together for you? So this is going to be an enhancement of the of the Housing Trust Fund, is a land acquisition revolving RFP, where developers who find an exciting piece of land would have the ability to apply to you for funding to pull that land down and to maintain site control so that they then could come back to you with a financing opportunity, and that we don't lose out on those land opportunities through this process. Again, through the RFP, we'll give them some specific information on what we're looking for, be fairly narrow, but it'll be a new opportunity to hopefully generate some new affordable housing options in areas of high opportunity. It'll be funded as a short-term loan rather than a long-term commitment, and will then be able to come back in and be in control of that land as they then apply for whatever gap subsidies needed to move the entire development forward. And so I think that's the last of the enhancements that you're going to see through the HTF tune-up in terms of these pathways to opportunities for our development partners. The next set are two potential pathways that we believe that you're going to see recommendations for coming out into the summer. So go ahead and go to the next one. So this is an area that you've actually piloted around what do we do about preservation and homeownership opportunities. We've just gone through a period of time where we've seen a lot of corporate buyer activity in our neighborhoods, and several of you and members of the community have asked, well, what can we do to bring an opportunity for development in this area? So one of those potentials is to take forward the acquisition, rehab, and resale pilot program that you ran with funding out of your FY20 budget. It was very successful with that money. Over 30 homes were converted into home ownership with restrictions on them. And so what we're contemplating is an ongoing opportunity here for continuing that good work. So it creates a sustainable home ownership opportunity. Partners can go into the market, purchase homes that may be turned into rental homes, convert those homes back into home ownership opportunities, and sell them to low-income families with some restrictions on them so that they will not be flipped for rental again, and they'll be stay as home ownership. And the focus we've been looking at, because there's so much excitement and interest in the staying in place neighborhoods and in the corridors, is initial focuses in these areas. So this is a potential opportunity moving forward. Go ahead and go to the next slide. And then another potential pathway are just other market-based development incentives. What's some other things that we can do outside of the city directly funding things to create new affordable housing opportunities? And developers are excited about this. There is some good energy around how do we activate the good work that was already done in the UDO, and how can we activate the market to bring in enough affordable housing so that a market rate developer says, that's a good deal for me, because if I'm able to convert even 5% or 10% of my units that we're going to be market into affordable, I can then access all of the bonuses and incentives that are now laid out in the UDO. So we're really excited about what the future opportunities are around by leveraging some market-based incentives with what you've already done in the UDO. And I think I have one final slide just talking about effective partnerships and partners. So one of the questions that we're often asked or come up in discussion is, what does staff look at when someone applies for funding? What is it that they're providing documentation for, and what are we trying to provide to council? So one of staff's fiduciary responsibilities to you is that when we bring you a recommendation, that we fully vetted the partner that has provided that opportunity, and that we can say with some confidence that we've at least looked at this partner and we believe that they're going to be able to deliver the project or the program that they're saying in paper that they can deliver. So some of the things that we look at first is that partner providing you with new and enhanced capacity, not duplicating something that you're already doing? Are they financially stable? We look at audit records. Audits are not always required. Some smaller nonprofits haven't reached the financial level. Then we just are looking for a third-party bookkeeper to provide us a financial report that someone's not at home in their living room doing a QuickBooks report and giving it to you. Do they have subject matter expertise? Have they done this work before? Have they done the work in the past? Do they have the right team to actually deliver the project that we're looking for? In some cases, you may hear us recommend a certain partner for some type of project and not recommend them for another type. And a lot of times that goes back to the expertise piece, is that they do have the expertise to run homeless services, but they don't have the expertise to do a development. So what we typically counsel them to do is, you need to go find a development partner, bring that project back to us. Proven track record, deep community relationships. We look at, does this person, are they interacting with the community? Are they locally based? Have they done work in Charlotte before? And have they done their groundwork with the communities that they're working with, that community knows what they're doing and is supportive of the work? And then finally, we always vet all of the partners that we bring forward is can they meet the minimum city risk requirements that are they're not H&S risk requirements, they're your overall risk. So, do they have a proper 501c3? Are they a registered agent in North Carolina? Are they registered with the federal SAM site? Do they have the appropriate insurances to correctly protect the city in case anything foreseen happens? So I think that is the last slide that I have, and I hope that this has been helpful for you. And I'll turn it back over to you, Sean.
And I'll turn it right back over to you, Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation. Certainly, this time of year, we get a ton of requests for assistance. So it's nice to be able to see what's current and what is forthcoming. As I look at some of the enhancements, I know that we've been talking about them for some time, and some are nearing the end of their pilot phase. What is the timing where we'll see some of these ones that have kind of been dispatched on a smaller scale, scaled up?
You want to talk about ARR and NEST?
Sure. So we believe that one of the requests that you're going to see, one of the recommendations coming from the work we've been doing, the NEST Commission, is going to be specifically around ARR. So we're expecting that you're going to see that recommendation come in June when they report out. Some of these other ones around the enhancements to HTF, you're going to see that as we report out next month around the HTF tune-up.
Gotcha. Thank you. I know that this presentation focuses on funding in particular, but in so much as there are some structural, or I'll even say some infrastructure type assistance. I know you mentioned, like, for subject matter expertise, a lot of times we want to connect and we want to partner with organizations who may otherwise not have been able to compete for some of the dollars in the private market. As I look at our checklist for effective partners, I'd love to see something there that allows us to consider how to build capacity, because this very much, certainly I can understand how we've come up with this approach. I think it presents the same opportunity that oftentimes our lending institutions have, such that you have someone that maybe you would like to support, but on paper you don't have the mechanism to quantify that, right? And so that's something that I'd like to see in this effective partners rubric, is how do we enable new and growing, and how do we put an equity lens on some of these partnerships, and such that we won't end up with the same ongoing partners every year, and people who might need just a little bit of extra support, how do they come into the picture? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and this is just a small step in that direction, but last year you approved $3.5 million of ARPA funding for nonprofit operating grants, and we're in the process of standing that up with the United Way and the Hispanic Federation. And I think as we're partnering with them to determine the evaluation criteria, I think that would be an interesting thing to highlight, would be proposals that are focused on capacity building for some of our smaller grassroots partners. Because with that program, you might recall, we're intentionally going to devote some of that funding to the quote-unquote small grassroots community.
Awesome. And because you said that, and this is a total departure from this conversation, but because you said United Way, and because of the ongoing discussions with the Home for All, one of the things that we can lead the way on and keep in mind is how do we streamline these processes so the organizations that are going for funding from these different places aren't sending in applications to multiple organizations, because I know that that's something that it can be prohibitive for groups. So with that, I'll open it to the floor. Does anyone have any particular comments? Ms. Johnson?
I agree. Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with what you were saying with small grassroots organizations. We know that it's I said this to someone earlier, it's so hard, not just to get a seat at the table, but to even get access to the room, right? So we want to begin to assist these small businesses and small grassroots organizations with keys to get in, to enter that room. I wanted to ask and make sure that all of these are for affordable housing, right? Not for.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, not for market rate housing.
All affordable housing you just heard.
Good, okay. One of the questions I have about the NOAAs, in our current NOAA inventory, there aren't a lot of 3 and 4 bedrooms. So they're smaller units. So if we could just be conscientious of that and make sure we're looking for projects with the larger size bedrooms for larger families. Those families are difficult to place.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I would have a question about, when you talk about partnerships, are we asking for outcomes? Do we ask for outcomes from the organizations that we are funding? Even the long-term established partnerships, not numbers or heads in beds, but what outcomes are we seeing? I'd like to begin to incorporate outcomes into our metrics. And if we are already doing that, I'd like to hear that as well.
Sure.
Thank you.
One of the areas that we're doing that is we have a really strong partnership with Mecklenburg County and the Continuum of Care. And so all of the work that you see us do around homelessness, it's not done in a vacuum. We're doing it with Mecklenburg County in the COC. And all of that work runs through their software, which is called the Homelessness Information Management System, HMIS, which is, that's exactly what you're asking about. It is an outcome-based reporting system. So so yes, ma'am, we are moving closer and closer to those in all of our areas, but there's in one area, which is in the homelessness work, we've been very successful there in tracking the actual outcomes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Johnson, the only thing I'd mention in terms of pure affordable housing investments through the Housing Trust Fund, Warren has a small team of folks that focus on asset management, asset monitoring. So when we're thinking about the investments we make and in exchange for it, what do you expect in terms of the number of units and the AMI mix and the deed restriction and that sort of thing? That's the sort of thing that, I mean, it's an outcome, right? Is ensuring that they're in compliance with what was expected through our investment.
And how soon are we looking at implementing these programs?
The these enhancements?
Yes,
these will be recommendations that will be in part of the HDF tune-up in April. Don't let me misspeak.
Yes, you'll see the HDF tune-up briefing in April. Some of the HDF-related enhancements that have been discussed at the committee level are really already making their way into our evaluation of the winter RFP that had the February 10th deadline, and then other ones will be positioned for the summer RFP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Wooten, you mentioned at the beginning, when we look at partnership strategy, to what you and your team attempt to do is provide council database funding recommendations, but I also just want to clarify, more often than not, you're just providing us all the information. That's not necessarily a recommendation for any one particular project unless you clearly specify a recommendation, because I think sometimes when we may receive it, we look at it as this is a recommendation from the committee versus here's the information that we review. So I just wanted to have a moment to clarify that.
Sure.
I'd like to start, and then Warren can clean up as necessary. I think that there are examples in the last few years where, and we're going to face this kind of an example in April, where the magnitude of what's requested is larger than the resources that staff believes are warranted for an investment. So, there have been specific scenarios where we've walked in and said, these are the proposals that were received that we recommend for funding. These are the proposals that were received that are not recommended for funding. Ultimately, it's your decision to make, obviously. I think with the winter RFP, that's just the sort of scenario that we will be in, because this conversation quickly bleeds over into, wow, there are a lot of priorities here. How do we decide how much to spend in what categories, right? And it's something we've been talking about a lot lately, and we think the two variables that really stand out for me are, one, when you're early in the cycle like you are now, you've got the $50 million, but it really needs to last through the end of calendar year 2024, be as judicious as possible with the dollars and set a very high bar. And that's what we will be doing at the staff level. We will only be bringing the recommendations to you that we think have the most compelling value propositions, which means there may be some that are on the outside looking in that we will share with you transparently, certainly. The second thing, back to what Warren said before, is trying to push as much of this through formal RFP processes is very valuable, because it's really the only way that we can do a consistent kind of apples to apples comparison. There will always be one-offs, that's inevitable, I get it. But if we can push these through an RFP process, it puts us in a better position with the evaluation, and I think it puts council in a better position to make informed decisions on highest and best use of funds.
So I want to follow up with support of Councilmember Johnson when we're looking at these opportunities. And as you said, it's going to be a very aggressive process. One of the things that I know I will be looking for are those investments that have a greater rate of return. For me, that greater rate of return looks like self-sufficiency. That these are individuals, this particular project, which we already know, Sean, I thank you again, and Councilmember Johnson, I thank you for inviting me to join you for a visit at one particular program. But when we talk about the organizations and the developers that are seeking those additional funds, one, reminding everyone, we are that but for. That's it. We shouldn't be your number one. We know that there are going to be some changes in the housing market because those changes have already started, unfortunately, because of interest rates and different things, whether it's for sale, owner-occupied, or it's for rent, single family. We're starting to see some changes because of the market. As we're looking at development, for disclosure, I always have a challenge when we're just piling money on top of money, where I'm giving you a major amount for investment plus giving subsidies, but your return is not within 2 years, this individual, and we're able to track, or you're able to track and present that to council, has now gotten to self-sufficiency or gotten really close to self-sufficiency. So those are some of the projects that are going to jump out at me when we come to that investment, because the goal shouldn't be that your number one default is millions of dollars of tax dollars, because that 50 million, there's probably about 38 million in the ether of requests that are already out there, and with the goal of that lasting for a full year, that's going to be very difficult. So what are those projects that's really hitting those goals? Like, we do know we have the River District that is going to have its groundbreaking. We put in language an affordable component in that. For me, we got a workforce component in there. That's going to be one of the many requests. So how do we, if you all are our gatekeepers to help make sure that what comes before us is a project that's going to have a good rate of return, I do appreciate the fact that when you look at what makes a good partner, that helps, knowing that it is an organization that's been in the community, that has respect with neighborhood relationships, and that has a track record of doing good projects with us. And also hearing from you all that there's that space for that new group that also might not have had a chance, as Chairwoman said, had the chance to be at this particular level previously, but that hits those points of being a good neighbor, making some different financial decisions that's going to not only show us a greater return on our investment, but that's going to have an even greater return on the lives of the individuals that they're impacting. So thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. I will just add to that. For me, as we look at this next round of housing trust fund dollars, I'm really much less interested in subsidizing development that is at some point going to be completely market rate. I recognize that we negotiate for particular decades of affordability. I would much prefer to see that be, to your point about self-sufficiency, how do we enable our citizens to build wealth and to be able to stake a claim in this community? Because when you're giving between our dollars and the state dollars 50% discount on a property that's then going to generate income in perpetuity, but the affordability is going to run out, that doesn't feel like it's meeting the intent of the policy and of the dollar. So I'm much less interested in subsidizing rental properties, multi-family rental properties, and much more interested in preserving NOAAs and much more interested in enabling self-sufficiency, i.e. home ownership and for sale opportunities, whether that's single family or that's multi-family. But that's what I think is really gonna invest in our community versus just making it easier to build and redistribute property to large corporate entities. Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually, for the sake of not seeming to echo my colleagues, I agree with a large portion of what's been said. And I just, I want to thank you guys for the work you do. Again, I want to make sure that you understand that we appreciate your diligence. I love your creative thoughts. I think that I see you thinking outside of the box, and that's what I love to hear. I love to hear you, addressing, because we have this long list of diverse needs in our community where we don't have one size fit all. We have this finite budget, and so like Mr. Wooten said, I mean, in order to stretch that dollar, we do have to be creative in how we partner with, entities, whether they be public or private, to extend resources to our residents. And so what I heard mainly was a lot of overlap in, how we can extend those resources, especially considering our homeless population and the unhoused. That means inevitably, I imagine you're talking to our county partners, and, taking advantage of some of their resources. I think I heard you allude to that.
That's correct. We talk to them probably on a weekly basis where we're working around all sorts of issues related to homelessness. We have a very good staff relationship with all of the people, and we work very collaboratively together.
Okay. And, to not sound like another echo, so to me, because what I got when I was first elected, just to go off track, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, give me a few seconds. When I first got elected, what I got feedback from the people who I serve in East Charlotte was that they were exhausted with seeing us work in silos. Now, we have individual deliverables, but I think the greatest impact that we have is making sure that we're collectively using our resources to their maximum potential. And I've found that sometimes us in the county, we're doing the same thing, or sometimes we're going in divergent paths and intending to do the same things. And so I'd like to see us across all bodies, not saying we need to become one entity. There's too much work for us to be one entity. That's not what I'm saying here, but I'm saying in order to properly utilize those resources, I'd like to see us, especially in situations like this, where there's overlap in our deliverables. These are really unique opportunities for us to have those conversations, and maybe if there's something particular to their deliverables that they're working on, we can parallel that and make the highest and best use of our resources as a entity to make sure that we're impacting outcomes. And I echo the same sentiments. So even when we talk about our homeless and the unhoused, I also, and I'm sure all of my colleagues get that feedback from our homeless population across the city, where we have so many unhoused for various reasons, right? So it puts us in this unique place too, where we're addressing things that are outside of our scope, right? And so we have to then inevitably create these unique partnerships to address those concerns. But then on one hand, the outcome should be self-sufficiency, but then is that a possible outcome in every situation, right? And so I don't know, and that's out, I don't want to go too far outside of the scope of what we're mentioning, but I just want to give that feedback and say, one, thank you for your work. I see we have overlap. I'm absolutely open to every single strategic partner that we can put our hands on, because with the definition of budget, we don't have enough range to address all of our needs, and I know that. And I think we all know that. I think what we intend to inform with our feedback, hopefully, is that, just like what you were saying, Mr. Wooten, those strategic measures that you have in place to ensure that we get the highest and best outcome are welcomed. Right, because those are the things where there is going to inevitably be things that float to the top and things that don't, and that's really a hard message to kind of disseminate to the people that we serve, to say we don't want to leave anybody out, right? Like, we would love to stretch our net far and wide, but again, the definition of budget, the resources that we have, the capacity that we have, the overlap in deliverables. Especially when it comes to housing, where we're inevitably going to overlap with different departments, different entities, different, you know what I'm saying? So, keeping that in mind for me as a reference point, I like that you're thinking outside of the box. And I encourage you to do that as often as possible, even if it's offline. Even if that's one of those things, I got an idea, Councilwoman, you know what, can this work? I think we have a great relationship as a body. I'm really excited about the minds we have at the table and, the passion around outcomes for our community. So I think we can get a lot done.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, just real quick, actually, kind of building on that in the spirit of some of the potential pathways and effective partners and partnerships. I wonder what closer partnerships with the county looks like, how we deal with economic development, right? Sometimes we go it alone, but sometimes it makes sense to utilize a little bit of our resources, utilize a little bit of their resources to make those dollars stretch further and potentially bring different products to the market as well. I wonder what their statutory regulations are, but where it allows for that, maybe that's a possibility in the future. And also something that I think we spoke about in the past, CMS, right? We've seen a bunch of housing deals come through over the past term. I can't remember if it's this term or last term, where they're looking at different urban models where their land use is building schools as well as housing in close proximity, and just thinking about what I've been hearing, something I mentioned in planning earlier today, the $3 billion efforts that are going on to build schools over this next bond cycle. How does that fit into our strategies, the community at large strategies, and potential, again, intersections, but also understanding where we might be limited because of their statutory regulations as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we wrap up, I just want to go back to the first item. I know that it says here discussion action if committee desires. I know that you all were taking notes. I just want to make sure that comes back to us, some of the things that we commented on as it relates to the attendance policy, report outs, that kind of thing. I just didn't want it to be lost in the shuffle. I know y'all have it, but in case you need clear direction on what to do with it, I just wanted to make sure that we close the loop on that.
I feel pretty good about where we're at, because we'll huddle with the other committee liaisons and all compare notes, because it sounds like some of these things have come up in multiple places today.
Okay, perfect.
So we'll take that.
Thank you. So we are going to adjourn, but I'm going to give Councilmember Johnson the last word. Okay.
Thank you. Just really quick, and I'm going back, we talked about HOAs earlier, so I wanted to make sure that the public knew that we have a really great resource for HOAs. And Sean, if you can just describe the on-demand training that we have for HOAs, that'd be great.
Sure, yes. In early February, we held a session open to members of the public to talk about the emergence of corporate landlords in the Charlotte market. And we brought in an attorney that specializes in working with HOAs, who provided some perspective on what are some tools that neighborhoods with mandatory HOAs could potentially put into their toolbox if they want to try to address some of these challenges. So that is available in our On Training on Demand section within the Housing and Neighborhood Services website.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay,
Move to adjourn.
second. Thank you.
Approved. Bye. Aye. Right. Yeah.